Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The young dragoness silently glanced around the corner, forcing herself to take a deep breath as she scanned the street for any threats. After a moment, she sighed, satisfied with its safety, and flew into the empty street. The situation was clearly getting out of hand. She took this moment to catch her breath, but it was a pointless endeavor. She didn't have the time, nor the patience, to wait that long. She needed to get out of the city, now. Once she managed to get to safety, trivial things such as comfort could take priority. But, regardless of energy, she needed to keep moving. Her pursuers wouldn't let her stay in a single place for long. Deep breaths. She needed to get a clear mind, if only to keep from making stupid mistakes. The Latias paused for a moment and quickly made a list of priorities. First, hold on until her sister could find her. That was the big one. If no, when she got out of this, her sister would figure out a better way to keep them safe. None of this wandering around and hoping no one sees us crap. Second, find something to eat. She'd been neglecting that for the past day, and the two of them would need it. Third, find out who the hell was the mole. She had the gods' favor in hiding, and yet, they still found her. The Latias scowled at the thought, before shaking her head. No, she didn't need to doubt her friends like that. At least, not yet. It was simply possible that someone got very, very lucky. Not them, obviously, but luck had never once had been in their favor. She couldn't see why she would expect it to be now. She then took a moment to glance down to the small, precious cloth bundle she held in her left arm. Scratch that, luck had favored them once, and that one time was all they needed. She smiled lightly, and nudged the small cloth with her nose, her spirit lifting at the small squeak she got in return. When her sister found out she had missed out on his hatching, she was going to be furious. But, it happened, and now she was a mother. It was still an alien concept, even after nearly 7 whole months, but she figured that, once she got some actual parenting in, she'd get used to it. But, before she could work on that thought, she'd have to get out the city. She took one last deep breath and steeled herself, lightly squeezing the small bundle. With him in her arms, she needed no further incentive. The Latias prepared to move again, but stopped. She knew it was stupid, but she wanted to see him again. The Latias gently lifted the cloth from his tiny face and found her child to still be asleep. She gently rubbed his cheek with a claw and gave a small smile. If only Lamina was here to see this. Has anyone seen any Lottie? Satellite confirmed the presence of our target in the city. The Latias froze in place, still staring down at the small Lottie she held in her arms as she felt her blood turn to ice. Unless they were looking for some other actively hunted Lottie, they knew she was here. Which meant that they knew that her son was in the city. She hesitated for a single second, before immediately ducking into a nearby alley, wrapping the sleeping Lottie back in the cloth. She didn't know if they were using psychic types, and she didn't want to take the risk. Then, she waited. The Latias considered using a quick mental search using psychic, but decided against it. If there were any psychic or dark types, she'd just be giving herself away. Instead, she'd have to use her good, old-fashioned eyes. And, after a short moment of waiting, 3 humans, clad in blue clothing and wearing heat goggles, strode into view. A Team Aqua kill team. She felt her irritation rise further. Those weren't her previous hunters, and worse, unlike the others, Aqua held no qualms with just killing any Lottie they found. If they found her, they would kill both her and her progeny without the slightest hesitation. At least with Magma, they tried to capture their prey if possible, giving her leeway to move and dodge. She quietly eased back into the alley and growled internally. She could figure out how Magma knew where she was. After all, they had been hunting her the past 2 days. But Aqua? They had almost no presence in Kanto. Even if they found out the same time as Magma, it'd take them at least a couple hours to get there. She'd been in this city for almost a half hour, at most. Why the boss wants this thing dead so much is beyond me. It's just an egg, right? She slowly backed away from the entrance of the alleyway, all the while scowling. Something didn't add up. But, she didn't have time to ponder on that. The two men were getting closer, and with those goggles, they would see her instantly, regardless of invisibility. The other man shrugged, not bothering to look around. Eggs hatch. Grow up into big things. With how desperate he is with getting it, it probably has something to do with Whirlwind. Why else would the boss send half the group to some city in the middle of Kanto to just wait a week? Whatever it is, mark my words, it'll be trouble. Wait. They knew she would be here. How? She was so careful, and only her most trusted friends and sister knew where the meeting spot was. Maybe she had a few friends that would blab, but even then, none of them actually knew. The only ones with that knowledge would be her sister and her two best friends, and her sister betraying her was as absurd as Rayquaza learning to dance sky ballet and taking a harem of humans as his mates. It had to be one of the two. She felt a massive pang of rage and betrayal, but before she could act on her anger, one of the two humans spoke. Too bad we gotta kill them all, you know. They're just Pokémon, the first grunt grumbled. The second man just looked over, and shrugged. Yeah, but if we don't, Whirlwind will get them, and I know that I'd rather be boiled alive than have to go through that. DMN Whirlwind. She couldn't help but agree with that. She looked at the pair of humans and contemplated killing them, right then and there, and making an avenue for her escape. But, before she could act on the thought, a cold chill ran through her. Where did the third go? Almost immediately, as if to answer her unasked question, a noise came from behind her. She immediately turned and found a pair of glowing green eyepieces in the shadows of the alley. There you are, dragon. In hindsight, she went a little overboard in dealing with those three, and now she was feeling the consequences. Psychic overcharge was a beach. The young dragoness shot her arm out and gripped a nearby street sign, using it as a pivot to shoot around the corner, ignoring the static jolts she felt in her arm. She then gave a quick glance behind her and watched as her pursuer, a large Houndoom, slipped on some rubble, quickly rolling end over end, before crashing into a building side. She gave an internal smirk and continued through the labyrinthine, recently ash-filled streets of the city, making a psychic pulse to try to spot any ambushes that lie in wait. Stealth was no longer a possibility. She was fighting for her, and more importantly, his life, and a lack of vigilance would spell doom for the pair. She quickly shot past another street, and with another psychic pulse, found that three humans were fighting a different group, one with a penchant for hoods. Magma was in the city, took them long enough. She knew that it was stupid, but she actually felt relief. Magma might have been her previous pursuers, but they wanted her and her hatchling alive. Plus, they wouldn't just let Aqua take her out, either. She looked into the sky inside. That also explained the billowing clouds of smoke and blood-red sky. They certainly knew how to use their namesake. The two groups probably began fighting the instant Aqua showed up, and she had already spent the past hour dodging hydro pumps, hyper fangs, aqua jets, and hyper beams, unable to properly fight back due to the small bundle she carried. She was tiring, and she knew it. She contemplated trying to make flight, but with Aqua, that never ended well. She could outrun helicopters and jets easily, but she lacked the pure speed to outrun their heavy caliber bullets, and even if she could avoid them, she didn't know that shielding technique. Her hatchling would be subject to the harsh winds and speeds if she tried to flee, and she knew better than to try and experiment and make it up. It was a massive risk, and frankly, there was better chance of her hiding in the sewers than escaping through the air as it was. They were hunting Lottie, after all, and they knew it. The Latias growled in frustration and darted around another corner, silently hiding in the alleyway for a second. She then quickly poured psychic energy into a makeshift illusion, and the female quickly turned invisible. A large Houndoom ran past, and she released a silent breath of relief. She was never as good as her sister when it came to illusions, but apparently she still passed the test when the time required it. She used this unexpected moment for a quick breather. She quickly gave a quick psychic pulse, and noted that there were no humans for the next few blocks, besides a pair in a nearby building, hiding. The only living thing were her, the hiding pair, and the Houndoom, who was now lost and wandering around confused. She sighed happily and quickly unwrapped the small bundle. She gave a fond glance down and smiled lightly. Rest was still holding up well, and the small Lottie was peacefully sleeping. She gave the tiny newborn a fond little caress with her claw and sighed. The first thing she was going to do when they got away was give this little one a bath. The little thing still had egg goo on him, and there was even a few bits of errant eggshell glued to its tiny chest. She gave the young hatchling a lick, wincing slightly at the taste of egg goo. It wasn't the best taste. Regardless, she gave one more fond lick to her hatchling's cheek and rewrapped him up. She gave another psychic pulse and quickly spotted that the Houndoom was returning. Oh yes. Dark type. The Houndoom slowly came around the corner, its face in the dirt. She stared at it for a moment, before realizing what it was doing. It was tracking her. She felt a pang of annoyance and anger. This one needed to be removed. She quickly pondered her options, before simply deciding to use her particular form of subtlety. She slowly hovered skyward, and careful to stay underneath the building's cover, used her psychic to grab a nearby wall, and yanked. The Houndoom managed to give a quick yelp, before it was buried under several tons of building, and after the dust cleared, all there was left was a big pile of rubble. She gave a satisfied nod, and ignored the pang of pity she felt for the canine. It was her or him, and she had someone to protect. All she could hope for was that the collapsing building killed it, rather than simply burying it alive. She took one last moment to rest before leaving the rubble-filled alleyway. The noise and rubble would attract unwanted attention she did not need. She took one last look back towards her victim, before shaking her head and leaving. Now was not the time for regret. She gave a psychic pulse, and again spotted very few living things nearby, and she found herself questioning the lack of non-gang members. Was the city made of nothing but grunts? Where were the normal trainers, the ones who supposedly fought against these groups? Did they already evacuate? Or, did they already fall? She felt irritation at the idea. Humans were needed to fight humans, if only because a human was never just a human. Alone, they were weak, if extremely sturdy. But, with their standard 6 trained Pokémon. If there were none left in the city, she was truly in trouble. She couldn't fight hordes with a hatchling in claw. However, regardless of her need of them, she still hoped that they merely evacuated rather than fell, seeing as the city was ablaze and there was almost no one left in the city beyond combatants. The fire was clearly Team Magma's doing, they were always efficient with destruction. She swung around another corner and continued down the street. She looked at the burning buildings as she passed, and felt sadness well up. This was a beautiful city, a bastion of plant life and filled with beautiful gardens. Now, it was a large tinderbox, slowly catching fire. No. She needed to focus. She had someone she needed to protect, and feeling regret towards the burning city didn't help. She gave the small bundle a reassuring squeeze and smiled internally, her previous sadness disappearing. When they got out of the city, she was immediately going to find her hatchling a meal. She was getting hungry herself, and a nice Stantler would really. Before she could finish the thought, an unsuspecting human stepped out from behind a corner, and the Lottie, thoughts full of food, promptly bowled over her. She quickly shut down all energy to her wings through reflex and fell, quickly curling her body around the bundle she held in an attempt to protect her little one. She landed harshly onto her back, knocking the wind out of her as she slid several feet over gravel and broken brick, before immediately rising back up with a vicious snarl. She quickly grabbed the small bundle with her psychic energy and held him behind her, all while she took a stance. She got distracted, and now she had to fight again. Her claws immediately lit up with a dragon claw, and she looked over her opponent, completely ready to finish the fight before it began. This wouldn't be the first life she ended today, nor would it be the last. The human slowly forced its way to its feet, and stood up. As the dragoness prepared to strike, she got a small glance at the human. She wasn't wearing any uniform, and, instead, was just a young girl, roughly around 13. She felt conflict bubble up in her gut, but she continued her glare nonetheless. Just because the human was young didn't make her less dangerous. She herself was a shining example of that. The young girl stared back, and, after a moment, spoke, slowly raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. "I'm not gonna hurt you," she said softly. The young Lottie blinked in bemusement. "Are you a Latias? I've only seen pictures." The dragoness didn't cease her glare, but she did try to use her psychic energy to feel her emotions. Sincerity, concern, a bit of determination and a protective streak. In addition, she noted, a desire to enforce justice. She definitely had the aura of a Pokémon trainer, and a quick glance to the youth's hips revealed a couple Pokeballs. So, she was at least armed. She smiled internally, and looked over the trainer. She was rather small, but she didn't waver under her eyes as she glanced over her. She was strong-willed, too. Or incredibly dense and foolhardy. Just like her sister. She nodded slightly in satisfaction, and instead spoke directly to her. "You, girl. What is your intention?" she barked out. Emotions could be faked on the surface. Sometimes, your best option was to dig. The girl jumped a little at the rough bark and carefully backed up a bit, nervousness evident in her eyes. She was unable to understand her shout, and her confusion showed that she knew she was asked a question. The young Latias frowned a bit. She didn't have time for charades, and neither did this girl, one way or another. The young girl awkwardly stared for a bit, before speaking again. You're a Latias. Are you why Team Whirlwind showed up?" The Latias felt her mind go blank as the words rang through her ears, setting her mind ablaze with dread. Team Whirlwind was here. Oh, Arceus, Team Whirlwind was here. The dragoness felt her heart stop. The girl had to be lying. Now, the Latias couldn't use telepathy. She never bothered to learn the skill, unlike her sister, and she always saw the difficult skill as pointless, seeing as all it enabled her to do was speak to humans and Pokémon without making much noise. But now, she regretted that decision wholeheartedly and felt a massive pang of remorse. But, regardless of her regrets, she wasn't a psychic for nothing. She didn't have many options, so she would simply force her words into the girl's head. She quickly drew up some psychic power, and drilled the statement into the girl's mind, forcing her mind to understand it at a base level. "Tell me the truth." The girl cried out in pain and quickly fell to her knees, holding her head desperately. I am. Latias growled in irritation and decided to simply rip the knowledge out of her head. She had precious little time, and every second she spent with this liar, the closer her pursuers were to her hatchling. She growled angrily. It was very difficult to rifle through a human's head at the best of times, and trying it under stress wasn't the easiest maneuver. But, while her sister had her illusions and amazing control, she had sheer power and not an insignificant amount of skill. She'd make do. She quickly forced her mental probe into the girl's mind, and felt herself become awash with memories. She quickly searched through them, and after a short moment, found nothing. She would have given a sigh of relief, but before she could, a single unread memory sat there, taunting her. She engulfed it and froze. The girl told the truth. The young mother felt her psychic energy go haywire with the shock, and she forced it to disperse into the air instead of into a target. She barely managed to bring the small bundle back into her arms before her energy failed. She shook her head. Whirlwind was here. The young girl slowly shook her head to clear the pain and slowly stood back up, giving a sideways glare to the Ian dragon. Hey! That really? But, before she could finish her sentence, her anger died. The dragon looked terrified. The young girl felt a pang of pity, and after a moment, stepped forward a bit. While the dragon clearly wasn't nice, it still needed help, and it was clearly afraid. And, as her mother always said, a desperate Pokémon was a mean one, regardless of its nature before. She got slightly closer, and tried to give a comforting smile. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." The young Latias turned her head to the young human when she heard the words, and after a few seconds, actually laughed. She felt several shuddering breaths shake her frame, and she laughed. She laughed until she realized she wasn't laughing. She felt the warmth of her tears rolling down her cheeks, and found herself viciously wiping at them in anger. As quick as her sorrow appeared, her blistering rage replaced it. DMN them. DMN whirlwind. She wouldn't let them take him, ever. Even. An extreme, terrifying thought passed through her mind. Even if she had to kill him herself, she would not let her little hatchling be taken. And by whirlwind. She growled in rage, and after a moment of contemplating, prepared a shadow claw. It would be quickest, and he would hopefully feel nothing. But, before she could do this, she turned around, looking straight into the eyes of the young girl, who had terror and confusion etched all over her face. She glared at the small bearer of bad news, but after a moment, a small spark of an idea wormed its way into her mind. Whirlwind was looking for her, a Latias. A mother that would never dream of leaving her child. She would be bait. She thought about it for a moment. The plan was certainly desperate, but it was a plan, one that could lead to survival for her little Latios. She quickly glanced down to the small bundle behind her and felt a twinge of hope. There was a chance. But not for her. Heavens knew that there was no hope for her. She quickly deactivated her shadow claw and turned around, ignoring the sounds of what was most likely one of her many hunters getting close, and gently grabbed her child. She drew it close, trying to memorize the experience. This was her last time to say goodbye. After her short embrace, she slowly unwrapped the blankets and found a pair of brown eyes staring back. Rest must have worn off. "What's that?" the girl asked curiously, unable to see what the bundle held. However, she did notice the reverence the dragon had for it. Latias ignored the young human and gently gave the small Latios a soft nuzzle and a softer smile, and pulled back to give a small lick. Tasted like soot and egg goo. "Goodbye, little one. Mommy loves you more than anything. Grow up strong. Stay safe." She used yawn, and watched peacefully for a scant few seconds as the small Pokémon fell back asleep. The dragoness then rewrapped the blankets and giving the small Lottie a small, warm hug, carefully placed the bundle into the human's arms. Before the human could react, shoved the girl in the opposite direction as the encroaching voices. "Keep him safe," was all she shouted, and immediately shot off back from where she came. The young girl couldn't help but be extremely confused, but she could easily tell what the Latias wanted. It wanted her to run, and protect this warm little thing. And so, she simply ran. She ran away from the first sounds of battle that reached her ears, with the sound of a hyper beam and a large explosion. Even then, all that did was drove her to run faster. Whatever happened, she knew one thing. She had to keep this small thing safe. That Latias ran off to fight who knows what to protect it, it had to be important. But, after several minutes or so of running, the youth found herself stumbling, completely out of breath. She quickly tried to think of her options, and decided that she wouldn't be able to escape from a pursuer if they caught her like this. So, she quickly found herself an empty alley and ducked in. There, the girl took several gulping breaths, before quickly checking around the corner, making sure she wasn't spotted. She spotted nothing, and after a moment of listening, decided that she was alone and safe for the moment, before sitting down. She took several more deep breaths, before looking down at the bundle of blankets and cloth she held. It was certainly small, and abnormally warm. She contemplated poking it, before deciding to simply open it up. "So, what's so important about you?" she pondered aloud. The girl slowly unwrapped the blankets, careful not to break what might end up being some priceless relic, and once the cloth was free, quickly found the answer. In the bundle of blankets in her arms laid a very small, sleeping Latios. The girl stared for a moment, before realizing what this meant. The Latias was protecting her child, which she entrusted to her. She felt dual pangs of panic and pride. She was trusted to protect something extremely precious. Something that the entire city was probably burning for. Oh. So Whirlwind and all those guys are after you and your mama. Aren't they? After a few more moments of staring at the tiny little dragon, the girl tore her eyes away and stood back up. She had a new resolve, and she swore that she would protect this small Pokémon with her life. She slowly and gently wrapped the hatchling with the blankets she held and gave the small bundle a light smile. Your mama trusted me to protect you, so I'm gonna keep you safe. And, we'll get you to her after this, Kay. She didn't get a real answer, but the soft sigh the hatchling gave was easily enough for her. She pondered for a second on where she should go, before quickly deciding to try the Pokémon Center. Usually, if her memory served her correctly, whenever something happened, most Pokémon trainers would meet up at the Pokémon Center, using it as a command center, or such. That would be the safest place. Plus, she added mentally, it's close to the city limits, in case I have to run. She hugged the bundle closely, and after checking the street for opponents, quickly sprinted out of the alleyway and down the street. If I remember right, it's just 2 blocks down on Boulder Street, she mumbled to herself as she ran down the road. Park Street, Electric Street. Ah. Boulder. She quickly went around the corner and froze in place. The entire Pokémon Center was ablaze, and the remains of the building were surrounded by fighting Team Whirlwind and Team Magma members. She couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, in absolute shock. Why are they doing this? She would have remained there for another moment, but the small Latios in her arms shifted a bit, quickly reminding her of the situation. Right, like teacher said. Focus. Think about the burning city later. She quickly pondered her options, and decided to use her backup plan. She quickly tried to turn and run towards the city exit, but before she could run, a voice shouted out, stopping her in her tracks. Hey, you! Whatcha you got there? She quickly turned and pulled the baby closer and watched in dread as a man dressed in a green uniform with a pair of goggles walked towards her, ignoring the battle around him. She backed up a few steps and quickly found herself against a wall. The man stopped a few feet away and stared at her for a moment with his goggles, watching in sick interest as they zoomed in and out. Well, well, well. Look what we found ourselves. Just what we were looking for. Thanks, kid. The girl couldn't help but feel panic. He already knew. She quickly froze, and felt dread ooze over her. I'm sure Lieutenant Horace will reward you handsomely. But, somewhere inside her, she felt a small speck of anger and defiance. Why should she give the small Pokémon up? Why did they want it so badly? And no. The man looked genuinely surprised. He didn't seem to consider the option that she would refuse. What? And she found strength in that. She drew from that strength, and, pulling the small bundle close with one arm, reached down with her opposite and grasped a Pokeball. No. I won't let you have him. Irama, go. She quickly threw out the ball, and it immediately released a Dratini. The small dragon blinked for a second, before quickly taking a defensive pose in front of her, immediately sensing the urgency of the situation upon spotting the surroundings. The man smiled at the sight of the small dragon, and nodded in mock approval. A dragon trainer, huh? A little far from home, aren't we? The girl simply nodded in return and gave a cold glare in response. She had to protect her charge. She quickly thought about her options, and a thought crossed her mind. Seeing all the bodies of grunts and trainers that laid around, she figured that these trainers weren't playing exactly fair. So, neither would she. Quick, use dragon rage on him. Dragonfall, to its credit, didn't hesitate. It quickly shot his attack at the green-suited man, and the man screamed in pain as the hot green flames knocked him over. She quickly returned her Pokémon, gave the Pokeball a kiss and ran. She might be able to beat the one grunt, but all of his friends. Not a chance. The green man quickly recovered, and after putting out the flames on his sleeve, he turned and shouted to his comrades. She immediately ran like a houndum was on her tail and turned around a corner. She quickly found herself weaving through streets and alleys, with only the thought of protecting the small thing in her arms on her mind. Before she realized how far she made it, she found herself at the city exit, finding herself staring down several men, dressed in black suits emblazoned with a single red R. She felt a pang of irritation at the blockade, but she recognized the uniforms. Team Rocket. A threat, but less of one compared to the three other teams. They, ironically, had a sense of honor. Let me pass. Several of the men laughed at her command, and more than a few glared at her, and she quickly found herself in an intense stare-off. The group of men and women stared at her, and she glared back at them. They were blocking her path, and she needed out of the city. After a short moment, a grunt moved forward, released an Ekans, and gave her a smirk. Let's see how you dance. Maybe, if you beat me, we'll let you go. She moved her hand to her hip and reached for a Pokeball. But, before she could reach one, a strong hand grabbed her shoulder, and she felt a jolt as she glanced back. There will be no need for that. She got a look at her captor, a suited man, and prepared to struggle, but upon spying the man's cold eyes, she couldn't bring herself to. She was quickly led to the center of the grunts and was pushed somewhat roughly down, forced to sit. Listen, girl. I want you to sit here, shut up, and stay put. If you're good, I won't have you tied. Executive Giovanni. Her pursuers are here. The man simply nodded and gave her one last look. Good. Finally, we can put an end to Team Whirlwind's irksome charade. The man calmly drew out a Pokeball and released a Meowth. You know what to do. The Meowth nodded, and it ran forward, immediately meeting the first grunt with a headbutt to the midsection. But, before it could get further, it was tackled by a Poochyena. He turned towards a small group of grunts that stood around the girl and frowned. She is not to be freed. Use any means necessary to keep her safe, understood? If there's even a hair missing, I will deal with you. The group of grunts nodded, and the rest of Team Rocket rushed forward alongside the man in the suit and pushed the green-clad grunts back. They quickly dispatched the first couple grunts, but before the battle turned completely in their favor, more reinforcements arrived. The battle was a stalemate after that, men on both sides fighting and falling, all the while, the youth felt her hope dwindle. She was trapped and the small child would be taken away. Maybe even killed. She felt a few tears well up, and clenched her fist. She was a fail. Before she could finish the thought, a loud explosion reached her ears as a hyper beam went wide and collided with a nearby helicopter. There was a sound of screeching metal, and it began spinning precariously as the tail burst into a gout of flames. She jolted and watched desperately as the helicopter spun rapidly, and after a moment, realized that it was spinning towards them. She felt everything slow, and she had an epiphany. She quickly drew out a Pokeball and threw it down. Irama, flash. The small Dragonfall immediately did so, the group of grunts shielded their eyes and she took her opportunity. She leapt up, barely managing to recall her Pokémon before sprinting in the direction of the city exit. She barely got 60 feet when she heard a deafening explosion and wrenching of metal and felt a solid push come from behind, almost knocking her off balance. The girl continued on the road longer than she ever recalled running before. She ran until there was no buildings around her, until she could only see the smoking silhouette of the city known as Celadon, painted orange with the color of many burning fires. And, once she got to the crossroad for Viridian, she finally managed to burn through all of her adrenaline. She clumsily stumbled, and barely managed to catch herself. She barely managed to sit and looked back, and found herself 3 miles outside of the city. She simply sat there, panting desperately for a few minutes, before hearing a small noise from the bundle she held. She blinked in confusion, still panting, but after a moment, her curiosity outpaced her sheer exhaustion, and she decided to investigate. She glanced down and gently pulled back the blankets, and after a moment of shifting cloth, found herself meeting the tiny, brown eyes of a small Latios. They stared at each other, and she felt a connection. She then felt a fond smile form, and she gently rubbed the small dragon's cheek with her free hand. "So, what should I call you?" The girl pondered as she continued to pet the small dragon's face. She eventually, however, pulled back her hand, and when she did, she found it to be covered in soot. She couldn't help but frown lightly, and quickly decided to remedy her newest ward's hygiene problem, gently sitting down the small Lottie beside her. She shuffled awkwardly for a moment, trying to free herself from her small backpack before finally managing to take it off, and placed it in front of her. She quickly opened it up, and after a bit of rummaging, pulled out a cloth and a bottle of water. "Here we go," she cooed lightly, "let's get you all clean." She quickly dampened the cloth and wiped the small Lottie's face free of the charcoal from the city that made its way into the blankets, along with what seemed to be bits of egg. She wiped down the small Lottie, and after several moments, found that her rag was now stained black. She stared at it for a moment, before a thought came to mind. "I know. I think I'll call you Ash." Giovanni sat there, scowling at seemingly nothing in general as the rest of his men mopped up. The rest of Team Whirlwind's resistance. There had been far too many casualties. Good men, lost, and even then, Whirlwind still managed to get away. Sure, he managed to essentially hamstring the organization if reports were correct. Several admins and leaders killed, dozens, if not hundreds of grunts dead, and tens of millions of dollars in equipment destroyed. But, they would heal. All he did was slow them down. "Sir." The man almost jumped, and swore at his loss of attention. However, it took barely a half-second for him to regain his balance, and he simply looked at the grunt, and nodded in acceptance. "Report." The grunt blinked nervously and began his report. "Sir, we have confirmation that all eyes on the city have been blinded as of 2 hours previous. GPS, satellite, and almost all overhead aircraft have all been disabled. Also, the girl was confirmed escaping, and just to be sure, we checked and found that her body wasn't found at the crash site. Should we give chase?" Giovanni shook his head in disapproval. She managed to get away, but the same couldn't be said about the men and women he placed to guard her. It seemed she had the sense to run, and the luck to make it out alive. "No. We don't have the manpower at the moment, and if what you've said is true, Whirlwind doesn't know that we don't have her anymore, much less that she isn't still in the city. Seeing as they don't have the Pokémon she was protecting, our mission was a success. Report that we have her over the public channel, and that we exterminated the Latios." The grunt raised an eyebrow skeptically, but quickly schooled his face back to an expression of cool indifference. "Will that work, sir?" The executive simply smiled, and shrugged. "Whirlwind will certainly be suspicious, but they're not in a position to be able to confirm that fact. Change some facts about her in the report. Age, hair color, I don't care. As long as the girl doesn't do something stupid, they won't even know that Dragon still exists. And seeing as she's still alive, after what this city's been through, I doubt that she's that foolish." And then, Giovanni frowned. "Once we've regrouped, and are able to make a search, we'll have ourselves a manhunt. And, perhaps, this time the prey will be an actual challenge." Ash could feel his heart pumping heavily, his adrenaline rushing like fire through his veins, making every thought seem instantaneous. This, right here, was why he became a Pokémon trainer. It wasn't for some silly power trip, or the sense of control over something that could easily crush him if it so desired. Dragonite, Hyper Beam now. It was the rush of battle, the sense of companionship that he felt as he and his Pokémon moved in sync, and the pride he felt in his team when they achieved the impossible. And it was easy to say that he loved it. There was absolutely nothing else he'd rather be. He was a Pokémon trainer, a leader for his Pokémon when they needed it, but a student to them when he made his own mistakes. He was their trainer, and they were his Pokémon, and, more importantly, his best friends. This thought warmed him as he watched the large dragon charged up the powerful attack, and he waited until the last second before shouting his counter. "Pikachu, use Volt Tackle to dodge it." His trusted Pikachu obeyed immediately, and shot forward almost impossibly fast, easily ducking under the powerful Hyper Beam and hitting his opponent, a rather large Dragonite, straight in the chest. The large Pokémon grunted in pain, and stumbled backwards. Pikachu quickly bounced back, panting and feeling the pain of the recoil. This was it, Ash noticed, the moment of truth. Neither Pokémon could take much more, and Pikachu had a clear opening. It was time for him to claim his destiny. Ash felt himself smirk. Now was his chance to make his mother proud. "Pikachu. Use Thunder. Give it all you got." His Pokémon nodded with a conspiratorial smirk, and unleashed a massive jolt of electricity, blinding both him and the massive crowd that watched. It immediately hit the large dragon dead center, but all Ash and the spectators could see was a blinding light. After a moment, the light died down, and immediately, a hushed silence fell over the entire stadium. The smoke from his last attack slowly cleared. Ash could once again see his opponent's Pokémon. It was face down, and its eyes were closed. The Dragonite was finally beaten. Ash felt his heart stop as the moment finally dawned on him. He actually won. He finally did it. He was, for real, a Pokémon master. He was the very best. As the thought slowly dawned on him, a deafening roar came from the stands. They were cheering, for him. They actually were happy, for him. He did it. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce the new Pokémon champion of the world, Ash Ketchum. Ash felt a few tears well up in the corners of his eyes, and he couldn't help himself as he quickly jumped down into the field. He ran over to his best friend, and plucked up the exhausted Pikachu, hugging him tightly. He did it. No, they did it. He and his Pokémon. They finally proved themselves the best. Pikachu. We did it. The small Pokémon cheered weakly, his exhaustion showing, and returned his hug. Ash spun them around once, and laughed. His dream finally came true. He couldn't believe it. He knew that, one day, he'd succeed, and now, he finally made it. The two simply bathed in the moment, and only noticed that the previous champion had walked up to them when he spoke. The man was wearing a warm, happy smile, and if Ash had to say, he looked like a very kind, wise individual. You did well, kid. Ash continued his smile, but found himself blushing a bit at the sudden proximity of his hero. This man was a legend, the greatest Pokémon master that ever was. And he beat him. Thanks, sir. The man smiled kindly back, and, after a moment's hesitation, awkwardly patted his shoulder. You are truly my son. Ash immediately froze. Wait. Son. Ash always knew he had a father somewhere, who didn't. But his mom never said anything, and Ash never asked. Could it be? Was his father the legendary Pokémon master? You're my dad. The man nodded slowly. Yep. Being a Pokémon master is hard work, I couldn't just leave. But now, I can finally go home now. So. Let's go, son. Ash felt more tears well up. Today was easily the happiest day of his. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzt. All Ash could feel for the first moment of consciousness was pain, the familiar kind that came from being electrocuted, along with all the twitching muscles and the familiar, coppery taste in his mouth that he'd felt nearly every morning for the last 5 years. His eyes shot open as his body involuntarily twitched and shuddered, and, after what seemed to be an eternity, the shock relented. He felt his mind swim confusingly, but, after several moments, he managed to gain sense of where he was. Oh, right. Unova. He was on another journey. He sighed unhappily. That had been a very nice dream. Who are you? Where is Ash? Ash couldn't help but feel a pang of irritation with a side of confusion as he sat there dazed and confused. He'd been shocked worse, but still, it would be a couple seconds before his senses returned to him. The only thing that he noticed right off was that the shock was a considerably harder jolt than usual. He must have rolled over onto Pikachu again. Ugh. A little less jolt next time, buddy. Ash grumbled a bit, his eyes still closed, and sighed. He had worse wake-ups. He sat there for one more moment, before trying to roll over. But it seemed that something was in his way. If he had to guess, it felt as if someone tied a 2x4 to his back. His senses were probably still screwed up, and the numbness he felt all over seemed to be in agreement. He tried to roll over again, before just giving up. He must have got caught on a tree branch or something. I asked you a question. Where is Ash? Ash felt a second pang of confusion, and he released a deep sigh. It was gonna be one of those mornings. He blearily opened his eyes, and morosely gave a bored, almost irritated look over to his starter, who simply sat there, giving him a glare. While this wasn't the weirdest accusation Pikachu had ever gave in the morning, the electric starter was a worse morning person than he was, it was still a strange one. He rolled his eyes in irritation, and replied to his electric type. Pikachu, I told you not to eat pecha berries before bed. Ash was completely unprepared for the second shock, and his body twitched viciously as he gave out a cry. That shock was ironically far more standard, but it still hurt. The instant the electricity stopped, Ash slumped back down, before weakly trying to sit up. Alright, not his brightest reply. He grumbled a bit, and tried to lift his arms, but found them tightly bound by some unknown material. It was a very unpleasant feeling. Ash felt a pang of anger, and squirmed a bit, his body quickly regaining its strength. I swear, Pikachu, if you tied me up again. He leaned weakly up, and spotted that, instead of rope, he was bound tightly by his sleeping bag. In fact, from the tiny bit he could actually see, it was nearly bursting at the seams, holding him in. Ash felt a pang of claustrophobia, and a random thought popped into his head. He knew he shouldn't have bought the cheapest sleeping bag he found. He felt a pang of panic, and forced himself to sit up further, and quickly looked around. The first thing he noticed, beyond his shrunk sleeping bag, was a pair of big, blue boards. Big, blue things jutting out of either side of his sleeping bag. He really did regret his sleeping bag choice. Random shrinking and boards appearing inside his sleeping bag certainly wasn't in the manual. His mind couldn't really register what they were, but they were clearly the reason why he couldn't roll over. He immediately tried to sit up further, but, for some unsaid reason, he found that his back was unable to make any further journey. His neck, however, could. Ash couldn't help but freeze in confusion. His neck didn't move like that. Or, at least, it shouldn't. It took him several moments for him to register the action, and all the while, he sat there in sheer bewilderment. But, after a moment, he started moving random body parts, just to see if anything else was off. Sure enough, his arms were far lower on his body than they should have been. And he couldn't feel his legs. And, with that, the answer became clear. Either he was shocked silly, or someone stole his legs. He hopped for the latter. That would be easier to explain than having to tell his mom about somehow losing his legs. He tried to lift his limbs again, watched as the sleeping bag seemed stretched further. But, he just didn't have the momentum to tear the heavy ply of the sleeping eye implement, and he found that he was completely trapped in his somehow considerably smaller than normal sleeping bag, without his legs. At this point, all logic went out the window. He quickly felt another pang of panic, and began to struggle. Pikachu! Help, I'm trapped. Ash yelped in desperation, before quickly trying to roll over. He felt some pain rush from the pair of boards on his back, and that did nothing more than to incite more panic. He quickly squirmed back and forth, pointedly ignoring the pain from his new additions, until he managed to actually get on his stomach. All the while, Pikachu watched this. His expression initially was one of anger, but his rage found it hard to keep it up, and he instead became torn between a strange mix of fury and amusement. The electric type watched this for a moment, before sighing. This intruder certainly didn't eat Ash. Even if Ash slept like a boulder drugged with Ponita tranquilizer, he still couldn't sleep through this dragon bumbling around with him. Never mind the fact that Pikachu slept in his trainer's arms. There was simply no way. However, this still left many questions unanswered. Such as how the Latios got into Ash's sleeping bag, how he didn't wake Pikachu up, and, the most important one, where the hell Ash was. The starter Pokémon stared, and felt his eye twitch. How? The dragon's wings were torn through the edges for Arceus' sake. He couldn't just have slipped in. All the while, Ash was getting desperate. He still felt completely off, and the sleeping bag, for all its massive, horrific faults, still refused to tear. He found himself forced to do an imitation of the cater pie just so he could move around, and his chin was beginning to hurt from using it as an oar of sorts. Oh Arceus! I can't feel my legs. The electric type raised an eyebrow. That raised some more, considerably stupider questions. Pikachu felt his amusement fade, and his rage increase, his admittedly small reserve of patience fail. This idiot probably knew where Ash was. He didn't know what was worse, the fact that Ash was missing, or the fact that he managed to get so easily bested by such an imbecile. What do you mean, you even don't have legs? The Latios panicked. I know. Who would steal a guy's legs? The blue dragon simply screamed incoherently again after that, and Pikachu winced at the higher-pitched voice. If this had happened at any other time, Pikachu wouldn't be able to stop himself from laughing. But, alas, Ash was gone. There wasn't a moment in the world that could distract him from that. The starter sighed, and gave the dragon a serious look. Where is Ash? The Latios stopped struggling for a second, and turned his head towards the electric type. Pikachu, I am Ash. Pikachu frowned. No, he simply refused. They had been through many weird adventures, but he staunchly refused to accept Ash transforming into a Pokémon again, this time, with absolutely no warning or reason. But, he knew it could happen. Again. Fine. If you're my trainer, Ash Ketchum, then prove it. The dragon then sat there for a moment, looking betrayed. Pikachu, you're my best friend. We saved the world together. How could you forget me? Pikachu blinked. He was trying to guilt him. Pikachu didn't even know what guilt-tripping was until he met Togepi. Everybody knows that we saved the world. Try again. Fine, you love ketchup. Pikachu raised an eyebrow. So, maybe. Or, this Pokémon was also a creeper. He winced, and hoped that this dragon didn't go the Buniri route. A female one was bad enough, having a male dragon that was 10 times his size would be terrifying. And I ate some last night. You could have watched me eat some. Which is creepy. Ash gave him a disbelieving look, before going silent. He had to think of something that only he would know. After a moment of thought, an idea came to mind. Oh. I know, you have a huge crush on Maze Glacian. Pikachu froze at that. Only one, okay, maybe 2 people knew that. That could only mean that this large blue idiot. Pikachu looked back over to Ash. Was his large blue idiot? Ash simply stared in hope, and waited for Pikachu's verdict. Pikachu sat there for a moment, before his brain finally caught up. What in the cold, bleak, and barren distortion world did you do? Ash blinked in response. What do you mean? Pikachu put his paws up to his head, and held his head in exasperation. You're a Pokémon. A large, big, blue dragon. What shall do this time? Pee on Dialga's Growlithe? Cut Arceus off in traffic? Steal the last cookie? What? Ash sat there for a second, before speaking slowly. All I know is that I'm kinda stuck in a sleeping bag. I can't even feel my legs. The exasperated electric type growled a bit, and continued. You don't even have any legs to feel. You're just sitting there, being all, I don't know, dragon-y and stuff. Pikachu quickly grabbed the sleeping bag's zipper, and yanked, and, with an unceremonious plop, Ash rolled out. Thank you. Now, these aren't my arms. Ash quickly looked down, and stared. And I don't have legs. Pikachu stared at him for a second, before shouting. I already told you that. Weren't you even listening? Ash quickly tried to move, and found himself unable to actually go anywhere. I thought you had just had some bad ketchup last night, or ate some pecha berries. He shouted back as used his arms to drag himself over to the nearby tree stump where he kept his backpack. After digging in it for a moment, he pulled out a small mirror. He held it up, and saw his own jaw drop. I'm a Pokémon. Pikachu nodded, and rolled his eyes. Yep. Real mystery. Now, any other observations you wish to bestow upon us mindless peons? Ash ignored him, and continued to stare, tilting the mirror to get a better loom at himself. I'm a Latios. Pikachu huffed, and hopped over. Yes. Very good. And you're blue. Anything else? Ash continued to stare at himself, not paying any heed to Pikachu. After a few awkward moments, the starter sighed, and awkwardly patted his shoulder, feeling an unwelcome pang of fear rush through him when Ash looked over to him. All right. I'm sorry. It's just. Really? A Latios? You're even speaking like a proper Pokémon. It's a little much. Ash nodded slightly, and sighed too. I get it. It's just why. When I turned into a Pikachu, it was because some magician. Not, surprise. You're a Pokémon. Heck, I can't even move right. Pikachu nodded at this. You'll get it. Eventually. Ash frowned, and continued. And how am I supposed to speak to my friends? Heck, they'll probably do what you did. Probably. You still have what's left of all your clothes on you and everything, after all. It looks like you mauled yourself, now that you're out of the sleeping bag. All we're missing is some poorly strewn ketchup, and it'd be a murder scene. Pikachu, not helping. Ash grumbled as he looked down, and looked himself over. He was covered in torn strips of his old clothes. Probably from him randomly transforming in the middle of the night. He quickly started grabbing them, and throwing them off. After a moment, Ash was clear. There. Now what? Pikachu shrugged, and patted his side. After a moment of silence, he spoke. You know, Pikachu started, Latios usually fly, right? Ash grumbled. Well, yeah, but if I knew how to, I already would be. Always sounded cool to do. Pikachu gave him a smirk. Well, they are psychic, so, maybe you should just, think about it or something. Just a thought. Ash rolled his eyes. Oh, haha. Funny. If I could, I would. Pikachu shrugged, and thought in silence for a second. He honestly had no idea how to operate a body. However, he did know Pokémon attacks. Well, maybe. They're like my electric sacs in my cheeks. You know, like muscles. You just gotta know where they are, and after that, just, well, try to use them. Ash raised an eyebrow. So, Any clue what we're looking for, Dr. Chu? Pikachu shrugged. Well, maybe those tailfin things. Or those lumps that are on your sides that your wings are on, or something. Try those. Ash nodded, and tried to concentrate on his wings, and, while he did that, Pikachu spoke on. Oh, and if they work like my electric sacs, I would be, gentle with them. Hesitant. I don't know, just, you know how fast Latios can be, and I doubt you want to try and break the sound barrier straight into the side of a tree. Ash nodded, and he slowly, and gently, concentrated on the base of his wings. After a moment, he felt a slight tingle. He concentrated on it, and, slowly, gently, floated up off the ground. I got it. Pikachu smiled. Good. Now. Are you gonna stop going up? Ash frowned, and realized that he was still continuing his journey towards the sky. He quickly panicked, and stopped his energy to his wings roughly 10 feet off the ground, and immediately fell right back down. Oomph. Pikachu couldn't help but fall over and laugh. Oh, Arceus, did you see your face? Ash glared at his starter, and tried again. He slowly bobbed up, and, after reaching the right height, managed to slowly stop. There. I think I got it. Pikachu grinned, and gave him his customary peace sign. Good for you. Ash tried to return it, and found himself floating slowly backward. Whoa, whoa. How do I stop? He quickly windmilled his arms, and found himself floating faster. No, dash. Thump. Ash hit the back of his head off of a tree, and winced. Ow. Pikachu raised an eyebrow, and shrugged. Try pushing forward, or something. Ash growled, still trying to move forward. These things don't have video game controls, you know. After a few minutes of effort, Ash got the hang of not floating away. I think I got this. Ash slowly floated forwards, and then, moved slowly towards backpack. He grabbed it, and, adding more energy, managed to stay airborne while holding it. Yes. I got it. Ash continued to move forwards, backwards and quickly found that doing it came quite naturally. This did not go unnoticed. Seems you got some instincts going on there. Whoever you ticked off, they were thorough. Ash smirked. Instincts, huh? Whatcha mean? I'm just awesome. Pikachu rolled his eyes, and ignored his comment, smiling. Well, did you think that Pokémon could learn quickly enough to battle within a day or so of hatching? No, we Pokémon know most of all we need about our bodies after we hatch. We're cool that way. Ash rolled his eyes and smiled. Yeah, and we humans are so dash. But, before Ash could finish, some rustling came up from behind the pair. The two of them immediately turned, and saw as Iris came up from the bushes. She quickly got one look at Ash and the large mess around them, and drew out a Pokeball. What did you do to Ash? The aggressive tone the girl used made the blue Latios freeze in place. That was not a happy-sounding dragon trainer. Dread filled his gut, and he looked over to Pikachu, who looked equally worried. They both knew this probably wouldn't end well. Iris glared at Ash, and yelled in a tone that didn't allow for any argument. I asked you a question. Where is Ash? Ash stared at Iris for a second, his mind quickly searching for a course of action. His mind came up with training Pokémon, and he cursed his lack of social skills. He always understood Pokémon better than humans. He quickly decided to simply go for it, and gave Iris his best attempt at a comforting smile. Maybe, if he took it just like he did with a Pokémon, it'd work out. Iris got one look at Ash's face, and her eyes opened marginally. Ash's smile grew slightly, and he slowly raised his hands in what he hoped to be a non-threatening gesture, and floating towards her. Now Iris. He spoke lowly. Iris immediately had a look of fear pass over her face, and she quickly released her Pokémon, her Emolga. Stay back. Emolga, Thunder Shock. She yelled aggressively, and gave Ash her best glare. But, while Iris seemed to remain calm, her Pokémon did not. The instant it was out, Emolga panicked upon seeing the large dragon, and quickly let loose a large bolt of electricity, hitting Ash. Ash felt the very familiar rush of electricity, but, compared to Pikachu, it was very weak. He quickly shook his head in mild irritation, and stared. That didn't really hurt. Being a Pokémon is awesome. Iris frowned, and she reached down to her belt, returning Emolga, and going for another Pokeball. Excadrill. Help. The large drill Pokémon immediately materialized from her hip, hearing her angry cry. It normally would have ignored her, but after getting a single look at her opponent, it was clear that she needed its help. The fact that it was facing a legendary in the middle of the destroyed remains of its trainer's camp made the stakes very clear. It simply grunted, and made a defensive stance. Now was not a time for complaints. Excadrill. The Pokémon simply rolled its eyes, and looked forward, trying to stare down the large dragon. Pikachu simply looked back and forth between the two, completely unsure as for what to do. Use Metal Claw. The Pokémon complied immediately, and shot forward towards Ash, hitting him in the dead center of his chest, knocking him back. Oomph! Ash quickly bounced a few times, and felt his head swim. Was this what it was like for Pokémon to battle? Excadrill grunted, and awaited its next command. Ash quickly shook his head clear, and floated awkwardly back up. Iris. Knock it off. He growled. Mistaking the growl for a genuine threat, Iris retaliated. Excadrill, Fury swipes now, while he's still dazed. Moving with surprising speed, the large Pokémon shot forward, and swung towards Ash. Ash quickly panicked, and swung his claw out of reflex. His claw began to glow blue, and his claws shot past the incoming attack, and promptly smacked the Excadrill in the head instead, knocking it several feet back, where it landed in a heap. It sat there for a moment, concussed, before leaping to its feet and roared in anger. Excadrill. Quick, use Hyper Beam. Ash felt his eyes go wide as he watched Excadrill power up the powerful attack. He couldn't help but panic, and did the absolute first thing that came to mind when stuck with something he couldn't just fight. Grab Pikachu, and run. He quickly shot over to his baffled starter, and before Pikachu could react, he scooped him up and shot into the sky, flying far faster than he intended. No! Pikachu! Iris yelled, trying to run after them, but Excadrill's Hyper Beam hit where Ash previously sat, preventing her from doing anything. And, when the dust cleared, the large blue legendary was gone. Pikachu! Ash winced in pain as he heard his starter scream straight into his ear. He didn't need Pikachu's screaming to know that he was going fast. Way too fast. He quickly shut down all his energy from his wings, and immediately felt himself slow down, gravity stopping all his upward and forward momentum, before curiously floating for a second. And, immediately after, gravity took what was its to begin with. The two of them immediately shot back down, and Pikachu let loose another scream. Go back up. Go back up. Ash couldn't help but scream too, tightly clutching his terrified starter. Ash winced as the noise from his and Pikachu's screams, along with the roaring wind, ripped past his ears, and the two fell chaotically for several terror-filled seconds, limbs flailing. Uselessly. Ash watched as the scenery whizzed discordantly before his eyes, and saw his life flash before his eyes. Wow, I haven't really lived long, was the first thought that appeared. But, before he could continue his fall, Pikachu's tail smacked him in the head, bringing him to his senses. He immediately felt the urge to try moving forward, if only to regain command of his descent. Trusting his gut, he quickly pushed forward, and immediately lost his tailspin. But now, he found himself speeding straight towards the ground much faster. Ash panicked again, and tried his best to go anywhere but down. He quickly pulled up, and felt all of his blood and guts pool into the bottom of him harshly, and found himself making a very sharp upward turn. His arms and body turned to lead, and Pikachu almost slipped out of his arms, the mouse seemingly gaining several 100 pounds. He gripped him harder, and continued pulling up. After a few more terse seconds, they finally pulled towards the sky, all his downward momentum finally dissipating. They were now coasting. The newly christened legendary slowly let loose the breath he was holding, and, before he could stop himself, began to laugh hysterically. Pikachu took a bit longer to catch his breath, but when he did, he immediately looked up to Ash and gave him a withering glare. What in the distortion world was that? Ash laughed a bit more, but calmed down quickly. Me trying not to die. Pikachu huffed grumpily, and shook his head. Idiot. Not only are you somehow even more of an idiot as a Pokémon, but you can't fly either. Ash raised an eyebrow, and frowned unhappily. What do you mean? Pikachu sighed, and shook his head. I mean, what was that with Iris? Did you want her to attack you? Ash raised his eyebrow further. She finds you in the middle of our camp, with half of it destroyed, and you, covered in the shreds of your sleeping bag and clothes. Then, when she asks you what happened, you bare your big old dragon fangs, raise your claws up, and growl. I did not growl. Yes, you did. Even I thought for a second that you were gonna attack her. I know what you said, but the tone was that of a growl. You need to realize, you're a big, mostly carnivorous dragon now. Every low, calm tone of voice that would have worked for a human will now sound like a growl to others, especially those who can't understand Pokémon, and every intense stare is a search for a weakness. Most humans and Pokémon will see you as a predator, and will treat you as such. You need to be careful. Ash sighed unhappily. Another thing that changed everything he knew about his life. Pikachu looked up to him sadly. We'll get you changed back, you know that right? Ash stared at him, before nodding uncertainly. Things always turned out all right, in the end. This was just another adventure. Even if, this time, he had no idea what he was trying to fix or save. Pikachu patted his neck, and looked around. So, we need to go back to camp. If you let me do the talking, we can explain to Iris and Syllan that you've been changed into a Latios. The dragon nodded, and looked around a moment, before smiling nervously. Pikachu. Yes. You know what the worst part of getting back will be? Ash continued, his nervous expression never leaving. Pikachu shrugged. The fact that Iris may try to either kill you or catch you as her own. The Latios shook his head. No. Then what is it? Ash pointed awkwardly downward. Pikachu huffed, and looked down, and noticed the problem. There was nothing but an endless sea of green. Any clue where camp is? Iris quickly stumbled out of the camp, with Excadrill following protectively behind her. Her mind was overloaded. A dragon ate Ash. And then, stole Pikachu. Probably already ate him too. She always knew that Pokémon, dragons especially, were dangerous. Heck, the biggest warning for any dragon trainer was to never enter a dragon's territory without sufficient protection, simply because they would hunt you like anything else that entered their territory. Possibly more so, because humans were not only weak compared to most, but also carried several more Pokémon with them. They were a moving smorgasbord. But why was the reality of that fact so much more haunting? She knew it could happen, so why was she so surprised? Oh yeah, because this isn't supposed to be a dragon's territory, that's why. Her thoughts bitterly added. There was a very good reason why dragon trainers kept tabs on dragon types. Iris felt tears well up, but she pushed them back. Ash's death was all her fault. She was the dragon master. And she left him alone, asleep, in the middle of some dragon's hunting grounds, possibly even one she could have known about. And for what? Some stupid firewood and berries. Axu popped its head out of her hair, and crawled down into her arms. She quickly picked it up, and squeezed it tightly, feeling a shuddering sob come loose. And another. And another, until she couldn't stop herself, and simply wept into the top of Axu's head. As she sat there, crying, a twig snapped behind her. She felt her dread rise, and a thought came to mind. It was back. Iris sat there, frozen for a moment, before a spark of rage came forth. She wasn't going to just let the dragon get away with this. An eye for an eye. She furiously clenched her fists, and pulled out another pokeball. Dragonite. The large dragon released, and landed heavily on the ground. It gave a look around, but a grunt from Excadrill notified it of their situation, and it instead looked seriously forward. Iris took a single breath, and released it as an angry growl, and glared in the direction of the now rustling bushes. She felt some panic return, but her rage easily burned it down. She would end this dragon. For Ash. Heck, for herself. The bushes rustled a bit, and everyone tensed. This was it. The bushes quickly parted, and Scylla emerged. So, I got the bird, Ash. He looked up to see Excadrill and Dragonite glaring furiously at him, and he stopped talking. Excadrill and Dragonite out. And actually doing something? He was shocked. He was even more shocked, however, when Iris rushed forward, and grabbed onto him, and began to cry hysterically. Scylla sat there, in confusion, when he noticed something. There were several trees that were knocked down, and a crater. And there was someone missing. Iris, where is Ash? Iris just began to cry harder, and clung to him. He gently wrapped his arms around her, and held her. What happened? Ash. Slow down, I think I see a town or something. Ash grumbled unhappily as he did so, and slowed down to a crawl. He had found that he liked flying around. It was calming. Relaxing. Almost felt natural. What, where? Pikachu pinched his brow. It was clearly too much to ask for becoming a legendary to make him more observant. He wearily pointed to his left. Over there. Use your dragon eyes or something. You saw that oran berry patch easily enough. Ash sighed. He was hungry then. And he smelt the berries. He didn't ever see them. But he did as he was told, and wearily looked where his starter pointed. The town was actually screamingly obvious. Oops. Oh. I see it. Pikachu nodded, and gave Ash a mischievous smirk, before mockingly patting his head. There is hope for you yet. Maybe we can get a map or something there. Ash simply nodded, and he made a banking turn towards the town. Pikachu shifted a bit, and looked up to Ash. Ash just had to become a legendary Pokémon. Not a Pikachu like last time. That made this much more complicated. Okay Ash, when we get there, I want you to land outside the outskirts. We don't need to have every trainer in the town trying to catch you. And unless you figured out that invisibility thing in the last 10 seconds, you're just too big a target. Ash blinked, before nodding sadly. Sure, flying was nice, but he'd like to be able to go into town. But. No buts. You're not some little local Pokémon that everyone will ignore. You're a dragon, and a very rare one at that. You'll stay, and I'll find us a map. The male human turned dragon sighed, before nodding. He hated when Pikachu was right. Fine. But hurry up. Pikachu nodded, and the two of them quickly landed outside the town outskirts in a nice patch of trees, and Pikachu immediately jumped out of his arms. I'll be right back. Stay right here. Ash nodded grumpily, and waited patiently for a few minutes, before his limited fortitude ran out, and he quickly found his mind wandering. His thoughts almost immediately drifted to home. How am I gonna explain this to Mom? If Iris thought I was a dangerous dragon, how would Mom react? Ash figured it would involve a frying pan, aimed at his head. I hope my skull's at least thicker. He pondered some more, and flopped onto his back, before speaking aloud. I wonder why I got transformed. It better be important. The Latios sighed, before a sudden realization appeared. Oh no. I'm gonna miss my gym battle. The dragon growled angrily, and flopped on his back. I can't go into town, talk with anyone, I can't see the rest of my Pokémon, because they're with Iris in my backpack, and now, I'm gonna miss my gym battle. Could this get any worse? Ash quickly shot back up, and let loose a large roar, and felt his temper peak. If I get my hands on whoever did this, I'll dash, he growled angrily, before swinging toward the nearest tree with his claws, leaving a large gouge in it. He found himself feeling a bit better, and swung at it again, and a third time. He hit it once more, and the small tree cracked, and fell over, landing right on top of the young dragon's head. Ash yelped, and was forced to the ground, and he sat there dazed for a moment, before angrily pushing on the tree, sending it flying off him. He quickly rose back up, giving the offending tree a withering glare, before turning to the next tree, and punching it. The tree angrily shook, but, beyond a dent, not much else happened. Ash felt a pang of irritation, and he quickly swung his claws back at it. But, unlike last time, his claw lit up, and it cleanly cut the tree in two. But just like the last tree, it fell on the young Lottie, and he found himself pinned under a considerably bigger log. He tried to squirm out, but he found himself very successfully pinned. Figures. Pikachu found himself sneaking through the somewhat empty streets of the town he knew absolutely nothing about, and, if he was honest with himself, it made him feel nostalgic. He sighed at the welcome feeling, and quickly hid underneath a street car to hide from a passing pair of humans, and smiled. While he was a trainer's Pokémon at heart, he was born and raised a literal street rat. And, if this excursion proved anything, it showed that he still had the skills needed to sneak through a town. It was a very useful skill. He silently slipped away from his previous hiding spot, and fell in line behind a lady, following closely, acting as if he was her Pokémon. He watched uninterested eyes pass over him, and he followed the lady to her destination, a Pokemart. He ducked away from her when she passed an alley, and looked down the street, where he saw his target. A Pokémon Center, and more importantly, the sole place he knew of that sold travelers' kits. Brock always got one when they went to a new region, and they always had a map, and a few other essentials. They also normally cost money, but, to be honest, that wasn't an option at this point. He's just need to use the 2-pod discount. He crossed the street quietly, and, after waiting for someone to exit, went through the door. He quickly and silently made his way up to the nurse's desk, and found what he was looking for. A rack of traveling kits. Under the watchful eye of a Chansey. Pikachu growled quietly in frustration. He knew that some trainers would have their Pokémon steal items, and, ironically, that was what he needed to do. He thought for a moment, and decided he'd need a distraction. He thought for a moment, and winced. He knew what he had to do, and, after a short moment of contemplation, he knew just how to do it. He swept past the desk, and quickly snuck to the nearby maintenance room, and stared at the electronic lock. Sorry. He mumbled under his breath, and quickly sent a small jolt of electricity into the lock. A couple seconds and the smell of burning silicon later, he heard a faint click, and he pushed the door. He peeked his head in, and saw it to be empty. He quickly bolted in, and clambered onto a shelf. Now, where was the fuse box? It took him a couple seconds, before finding it ironically right above his head. It only took him a second to swing its door open, and find the fuse labeled lobby. He hoped it only turned off the lobby. He really did. He gave himself a second in prayer, and yanked it. Pikachu felt a quick jolt of electricity shoot through him, and saw as the lights from the main room went out. He immediately shot out of the room, and heard as the Chansey make an exclamation of surprise. The poke nurse would be there any second to turn the lights back on. He snuck right past the Chansey, and plucked up a traveler's kit. Gotcha. Pikachu quickly ran to the door, and found he made a mistake. The doors were automatic. He tried to push the doors apart, but found that they had autolocks. Figures. The electric type grimaced, and after a moment of contemplation, simply smacked the glass door with an iron tail, shattering it. He quickly jumped through the newly made hole, and immediately ran off with his prize. He found himself running down the street, and quickly ducked down into an alley. He found that it was the right choice, as, almost immediately after, a pair of trainers ran by. After waiting a moment, Pikachu made his way back out of town. Ash needed him. Pikachu quickly made his way out of town, and, after a few moments of awkwardly running, due to the large tube he carried, he wandered back into the forest, and called out. Ash? Pikachu shouted. The electric starter wandered into the clearing he left his trainer in, and quickly noticed the area filled with several fallen trees. He dropped the tube, and quickly rushed forward, but, before he could panic, he found the dragon pinned under a fallen tree. Pikachu sighed with relief, and Ash looked up at his starter, looking rather embarrassed. Pikachu blinked, and, for a moment, the two sat in silence. So. Why are you under a tree? Ash blushed lightly, and frowned. Practice. The electric type held back a laugh, and shook his head. Why would you need practice on being under a tree? Ash growled a bit, and the electric type felt a pang of fear, which he quickly suppressed. Ash would never hurt him. So, you want to get out from under that? Or is it comfy down there? Ash sighed, and nodded. Yeah. I'd like to. But. I'm stuck. The electric type held back more laughter, and nodded. He backed up, and gave a light iron tail to the log, easily lifting it off of Ash. He then span around, and smacked it away. There you go. Ash blinked, before sitting up, and the electric type sat down beside him and sighed happily. Ash seemed to have a lot on his mind, Pikachu noted, but, to be honest, who wouldn't? The boy was a human, not a Pokémon. Being changed from something you were born as, into something he wasn't would drive Pikachu mad. Pikachu was sure the only reason Ash was doing as good as he was because he had changed into a Pikachu before. His past experience, no matter how short, allowed him to cope a bit better with being in a new body. So, he let Ash sit in silence for a moment, before nudging the map towards him. Got what we needed. Was all he offered. Ash nodded slightly, and sighed. After another moment, Pikachu nudged Ash with his tail. Hey, cheer up. We'll get you to Iris and Sylvan again, and then, we'll find a way to change you back. Alright? Ash nodded, and let loose another sigh. Pikachu wouldn't have it. Ah, come on, cheer up. You'll get changed back. Just enjoy being a super powerful legendary for the time being. After all, did you really know how hard Excadrill hit you? That woulda knocked me through a loop, and all it did was move you 15 feet or so. Ash smiled a little. Really? Pikachu nodded, wearing a grin. Yeah. I mean, did you see Iris' face after you got back up? She looked like she was gonna wet herself. And when you hit Excadrill with a dragon claw, she looked like she was gonna bolt. Ash laughed a little. So that's what I did. I was kinda wondering what I used. And stop, you're making me feel bad. I scared her so much. Pikachu rolled his eyes. Yeah, you did. You're a big, scary dragon now, scaring dragon masters and stuff. Not bad, I'd say, especially for a little kid. Ash smiled, and sat back up. Iris is gonna kill me when we explain this to her. Pikachu nodded, and sighed happily. Yeah. Well, the faster we get to them, the faster I can plan your funeral. Pikachu quickly sat up, and nudged the traveler's kit towards him. Alright, let's open her up. Ash nodded, and grabbed the tube. He tried to twist it, and failed. I got it, was his quick reply, and he tried again. His claws found no purchase, and just left light scratches on the plastic. He growled, and tried a third time, with the same results. Ash? Need a little help? Pikachu teased. Nah, was Ash's only reply. He quickly picked up the tube, and began trying to open it with his teeth. What is this? Dragon-proof? Pikachu chuckled a bit, and gestured for Ash to hand it to him. Ash grumbled, but handed it to him anyway. Alright, genius. You open it, you dash. Click. Pikachu laughed, and poured the tube's contents onto the ground in front of him. Success. Ash grumbled unhappily, mumbling something about stupid tubes, but quickly got over it, joining Pikachu in excitedly looking over the contents. A map, obviously, and many other small trinkets. Hey Ash, what's this? Ash dropped the guide to the restaurants of Unova, and looked over to Pikachu, holding a small metal tablet with a circular window in the center. That's a compass. Pikachu raised an eyebrow. What the heck's a compass? Ash laughed, and shook his head. A compass tells you which way is north, and stuff. Ash's starter quickly got bored, and threw the small device over his shoulder, and looked over to the map. He quickly picked it up, and handed it over to Ash. Alright. Here. Ash stared at it for a second, before looking back to Pikachu. What am I gonna do with this? Pikachu stared at him for a second in disbelief, before raising his eyebrow. I don't know, read it maybe. Ash looked mereepish, and glanced from Pikachu, to the map, and let loose a nervous chuckle. Oh, I don't. Well. Know how to use a map. Pikachu stared for a moment, before feeling an eye twitch. You don't know how to read maps. Ash nodded mereepishly, blushing slightly. I never had anyone to teach me. So. Pikachu frowned. Well, I don't know, what about Brock? You know, our guide since, well, forever. Ash blushed more, but said nothing. Pikachu simply huffed, and unrolled the map. Well, luckily for you, I found out which town we're at, so. Pikachu pointed at the map. We're in a small town south of Oplucid City, Pikachu said, pointing to the map. And we left Oplucid City 3 days ago, so, we just need to get to beat Iris and Sylvan to Lacinosa. So. The starter looked up to the sky. We need to go. That direction. Well, now we're going the right way. When we hit water, the map says we gotta pass over a bit of the ocean. Ash nodded, and looked up. Wait, I thought the sun set in the west, not the east. So, wouldn't that mean it was in the opposite direction? Pikachu smiled, and patted Ash on the head condescendingly. Ash. The sun sets in the southeast. Everyone knows that. Ash thought for a moment, before deciding it was easier to simply agree. Yeah, I was just, testing you. The electric type nodded sagely, and smiled. I won't hold it against you. Now, let's be off. Pikachu quickly jumped on Ash's back, and the pair took off. How much ocean did the map say we had to cross? Ash shouted over the heavy wind and rain. The two of them had been flying through a storm for the last 2 hours, and Ash's strength was waning. Pikachu winced, and shouted back. I don't know, the map just shown that ocean was between us, and them. The young dragon sighed, and wiped his face free from water. But it's been, like 6 hours. Well, if you spot somewhere to land, be my guest. Ash gave a huff, and wiped his face again. He squinted, and found himself seeing something that suspiciously looked like a lighthouse. Wait. I think I see something. Pikachu smiled, regardless of the fact that he was soaked. I told you so. Now, let's find someplace to land, it's probably the middle of the night already. Ash nodded, and the two of them made landfall. The two of them quickly found themselves in the middle of a forest, and came up to a cliff side. "Hey Pikachu, will a cave work?" Pikachu shrugged. "As long as it's empty, sure." Ash landed them inside, and quickly shook himself reflexively, sending water everywhere. He then instinctively fluffed his feathers out, and moved over to the nearest wall. "Arceus, I'm tired." Pikachu shook himself as well and quietly curled up beside him. "Yeah. Me too," he added, letting loose a yawn. The two quickly snuggled up to each other, and almost immediately found themselves asleep. Pikachu had never been a morning person. If it were up to him, he'd sleep until noon, or until his stomach made enough fuss to wake him. However, not even he could manage to sleep through the sun. He wasn't Ash. Light, following its true nature, made its way slowly into the cave, and quickly found itself a home in the yellow Pokémon's eyes. While Ash may have been able to sleep through the sun's unending onslaught, Pikachu certainly couldn't, and he was forcibly dragged from his peaceful, if somewhat short, rest. The electric mouse winced, and, after a moment of resistance, simply gave up, and gave a large yawn of surrender instead. The electric type didn't even put any thought into the large, blue arm that held him, and instead stretched deeply, leaning as forward as his back would allow, eventually earning himself a satisfying pop. He then smacked his dry lips, and slowly flopped onto his back, and it was then that he finally gave notice to the cave's rather droll ceiling. That was certainly new. He quickly felt all remnants of drowsiness leave his mind, and, against his body's wishes, forced himself to quickly sit up and quickly looked around. He was in a cave. When did he get inside a cave? He searched his mind, and a faint memory of finding this cave in the middle of a storm came to mind. Oh yeah. They were trying to get to Lacinosa. That, and Ash was now a Latios. Just another Wednesday morning. Admittedly, they were lucky to find a cave to sleep in during that storm. Pikachu couldn't help but thank his, and, much more likely, Ash's amazing luck, and looked over to his best friend now turned Latios. His eyes immediately met the sleeping Latios' snoring face, seeing as the dragon took up 3/4 of the small cave, and the starter felt another pang of fear. He couldn't help but feel an immediate sense of irritation afterward, and he grumpily released a sigh. He consciously knew his best friend would never hurt him. His instincts, however, did not. And, admittedly, half of his trainer's Pokémon were predators of all shapes and sizes, and every time Ash had caught them, the electric starter went through the same instinctual urges of fear and repulsion. He was quite used to it, and he could easily hide his fear well enough at this point that even most psychic types couldn't tell at first glance, and even then, he had it under wraps enough that they couldn't use it to their advantage. Plus, he already knew how to work it out as well, making this problem less of a practical one, and more of a personal one. However, the thing that bothered him wasn't the fear, or the urge to flee, but the one he feared. He never felt this way about his best friend. Scared he would do something stupid, or make a mistake that would end up biting their tails, maybe. But never had he been afraid of Ash. Even at the beginning, all he really feared was that his trainer truly was that stupid. But a genuine, gut-wrenching fear of his trainer himself? That part was new. And he hated it. Pikachu shook his head unhappily, and forced himself to calm down. Ash, of all beings, would be the last one to intentionally hurt him. It was a rule of the universe: grass grows, birds fly, and Ash. He didn't hurt people. He sighed as he quietly walked over to his trainer, and, after a moment, forced himself to snuggle up to him, immediately feeling his fur bristle. Ash would have to deal with an extra clingy starter for a couple weeks, but it would get him over his fear. If it worked for Charizard, who would actually attack you if you tried to touch him, let alone cuddle him, it would easily work for his best friend, who had trouble sleeping without someone cuddling up beside him. Pikachu forcibly snuggled further into the dragon's feathers, and, after a moment, found himself suddenly grabbed by the dragon's arms, and was instantly pulled close. The small mouse, through reflex, let loose a small jolt, but Ash, with his newfound resistance to electricity, didn't seem to notice. The dragon simply pulled him even closer, and he found himself face to face with a large mouth. Yawn. The electric mouse felt the hot breath on his nose, and immediately gagged. He felt tears welling up in his eyes, and, in a desperate attempt, jolted the sleeping dragon with a good-sized amount of electricity. The dragon quickly jumped and twitched, and the small starter rolled out of his arms, still holding his nose desperately. Gwa! Dragon breath. The poor electric type rubbed vehemently at his nose, miming and rolling back and forth as the insides of his nose felt as if they burned away. Ash quickly gained full consciousness, and, after a moment, watched this act with a sick mix of extreme amusement and shame. Heh heh. Sore snort sorry. Pikachu, quickly recovering from being gassed, jumped back up and glared venomously. Watch where you point that thing. Ash, still slightly somewhat groggy from his sleep, couldn't help but burst out laughing the instant he got a decent look at Pikachu. The electric type couldn't help but continue scowling, and his glare grew more poisonous. Ash took several deep breaths, and forced himself to calm down. But, as he looked back over to Pikachu, he devolved into another set of giggles. It took him several more moments before he could calm himself. Ah, come on. Don't get all angry. The mouse huffed, and looked away grumpily. Pikachu normally wouldn't hold it against Ash, but right now, he didn't feel very charitable. He was resolute in ignoring his foul-breathed trainer. Ah, come on, Pikachu. Please. The starter, using all of his collective willpower, continued to ignore him. The blue dragon winced. He quickly puffed out his lip, and gave Pikachu a stare with a big set of Growlithe eyes. I'm sorry. Pikachu stared at Ash for a second, before internally wincing. He looked horrifyingly adorable. Why did dragons seem to have the best begging faces? The electric type felt his resolve falter, and he forced himself to quickly flick his trainer on the nose, just to save face. The fact that Ash actually won that one would be taken with him to his grave. Alright, fine. But rinse your mouth out or something. It's almost as bad as usual. Ash had the grace to look slightly offended at the insult, but nodded in agreement anyway, and decided to go for that suggestion right away. He pulsed a bit of energy into his wings, and, sure enough, clumsily hovered into the air. You know. I think I'm getting the hang of this. The electric type simply shrugged. Ash pushed himself slightly forward, and made his way slowly towards the cave entrance. Yeah, this is a lot easy dash. Ash was cut off when his wing caught onto the cave wall, forcing Ash's face into the wall as well. Pikachu couldn't help but smirk in amusement, and snorted when Ash backed away from the wall, rubbing his face. Never mind. Ash slowly continued towards the exit, and, after a moment, managed to clear it. Ash immediately got a face full of sunlight, and winced. The sun was really bright today. After a short moment, however, he found his vision return, and he got the chance to look around. He was at a beach, and could see the sun rising over the horizon. There wasn't many trees either, giving him what would normally be a once-in-a-lifetime view, had he not been so well-traveled. Looking to his left, he saw that the land was that of a tropical area, much like the rest of what he'd seen so far, with most trees being of the palm variety. He didn't know what he expected. He went in that direction, knowing that salt water wouldn't do him any good, and decided to try out his new nose a bit. If Pikachu could find clean water with his nose, so could he. Hopefully. Taking an experimental sniff, he found that, true enough, he did smell something that he hoped was fresh water. He followed the scent, and after a few moments of following his nose, found a small freshwater stream nearby. He stared at it for a moment, trying to think of some way to drink, before decided to try how all other Pokémon drank. He quickly stuck his face to it and clumsily lapped at some water, before immediately gagging. It was extremely bitter. Blah. That's nasty. Ash spat, before rubbing his tongue desperately. His tongue easily elongated, and he quickly found that it was much longer than he expected, and he sighed. He quickly felt a pang of irritation. Great. The water's nasty, and my tongue's a foot long. Anything else? His stomach quickly growled in response, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes in amusement. Of course you'd complain. He quickly sighed in irritation before turning around and going back to the cave. The trip was short, and he quickly came across the small opening. Okay. So, Pikachu, what are we gonna do? His partner quickly scampered out of the cave, and, upon seeing Ash, gave a noncommittal shrug. He would be the first to admit that he wasn't really one for tropics, and his survival experience only taught him how to survive in a more frigid climate. Besides, they still hadn't made it to Lacinosa. That was their current, and, admittedly, only objective. Well. Pikachu spoke, thinking his words over carefully. I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. Ash immediately smiled. Food, of course, sounded good. Food always sounded good. Sure. Pikachu smiled. The odd pair ventured from their small cave, and the two of them quickly made their way to the beach. Upon arrival, Pikachu stopped, and looked around, before spotting his prey. So. You ever fished before? The ex-human shrugged. Sure. I mean, we did fish with Misty and Dash. Bzzzzzzzzzt. The Lottie jumped as Pikachu quickly sent a thundershock into the water, and watched in surprise as tens of thousands of volts of electricity poured into the nearby ocean. Quickly, a small Magikarp floated to the surface, flailing weakly. The electric type quickly pointed, and Ash, picking up the cue, flew out, and pulled it to shore. Ash held the weakly floundering fish by the tail, and stared at Pikachu. Well, now what? Pikachu stared for a second, before addressing him as if speaking to a 2-year-old. Well, you wanna kill it, or are you just gonna sit there and let it suffocate? The newly found legendary looked to the fish, and back to his partner, before shrugging. He raised the fish over his head, and smacked it off of the soft sand. It had little effect. The electric mouse looked annoyed. I thought you said you knew what you're doing. Ash felt as the fish gave an angry lurch, and he quickly grabbed it with both sets of claws. Apparently, the strike against the sand replenished the fish's energy and will to live, and now, it wasn't about to give in without a fight. I did. I'm just doing what I saw Misty do. Pikachu stared in complete incredulity. She hit it off a rock, not the sand. The youth grimaced, and struggled to hold the squirming Pokémon as he quickly moved over to a nearby boulder. But, before he could swing it, the Magikarp gave one last shake, and freed itself from Ash's claws at the last second. His claws hit the rock painfully instead. Ow! Ash quickly shook his claws in pain, all while the water Pokémon desperately flopped towards the ocean. It almost made it, but was stopped by an electric type standing in its way. Where do you think you're going? The fish, to its credit, was undeterred. It continued its mindless flopping, and, with an extra strong flop, promptly met Pikachu's unsuspecting face. Pikachu's head flinched back, and, after a short moment to recover from his unsuspected blow, he quickly turned around, and chased after the fish. Get back here. The blue dragon having recovered, quickly followed his starter. The two of them both grabbed onto the Magikarp, and held it down. Pikachu felt his anger rise, and he glared down at the small fish. I've had enough. Taste thunder. And then, the world turned white. Ash burped a bit, and popped another berry into his mouth. Come on, cheer up, Pikachu. If that Magikarp didn't evolve, we wouldn't have found these berries. The electric type sighed, and gave a morose nod, chewing on some fruit. I can't even fry a fish. What kind of electric type am I? The young legendary patted the mouse on the shoulder, and shrugged. Well, one that beat a Regice and tied with a Latios on a 1-on-1. One that wasn't me, anyway. I don't count for much. Smiling weakly, Pikachu nodded. Yeah, I guess that's right. He did have some impressive accolades behind his name. But, so did Ash. He smiled in return, and gently nudged him. Yep, you're awesome. Just having a bad day. Heck, we both are. Anyway. What are we gonna do now? We still need to get to Lacinosa. The electric Pokémon popped one last berry into his mouth, and swallowed. Well, he began, chewing, there was a lighthouse on the shore. And where there is a lighthouse, there's a town, or a port, or, heck, at least an electric Pokémon. And frankly, we could use any of those at this point. Ash shrugged, and munched on another berry. There was a massive grove of the things, so the blue legendary felt obliged to eat as many as he could. Plus, they were delicious, and delicious things just begged to be eaten. So, to the lighthouse. Pikachu agreed. To the lighthouse. The psychic dragon swallowed another mouthful, and grabbed 3 more Mago berries. He never had Mago berries in any quantity before, and he found himself having a liking for the soft, curly fruit. Alright then. He patted his now full belly with his free claw, and lowered himself for his rider. His starter hopped on, and the pair took off towards the beach. As the pair moved towards the lighthouse, Ash glanced back to his starter. So, when we get there, what are we gonna look for first? The Pokémon? Pikachu thought quietly, before nodding. Yeah, I can reason pretty well with electric types. I hope it's an Ampharos or a Jolteon, they're usually the calmest and nicest of the heavy voltage types. The young Lottie smiled, excited to meet a new Pokémon, and the pair quickly landed on the nearby beach. The two looked around, and Ash just shook his head. Man, we really did a number on this place. He commented, looking around the pockmarked landscape. His friend simply shrugged, and looked towards the lighthouse. The Gyarados did the damage. We just summoned it. The two of them continued onto the lighthouse, and found the door. So, just don't talk unless spoken to. Some electric types can be, jumpy with other Pokémon. I'd hate to have a fight because you accidentally spoke in the wrong tone, or if he just doesn't like your face or something. Ash scratched his head. And why does this matter now that I'm a Pokémon? Because, now that you're a Pokémon, you should know better. Pikachu replied, awkwardly scratching his head. The dragon continued to look confused. So, how does that work? The starter just sighed, and shook his head. Pokémon are Pokémon, humans and humans. Pokémon are fair game, but humans get priority status, kinda, and starting a fight with a human is really stupid. After all, I'd fry anyone who'd try to hurt you. Same goes with almost every other trainer's Pokémon. A fight's a fight. But, protecting a trainer is life or death. And no one wants to risk getting killed because a really stupid misunderstanding over the tone of someone's voice. Pikachu then turned, and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door slowly opened, and a large yellow Ampharos looked out. Hello. We weren't expecting the next shipment for. The Ampharos got a look at Ash, and blinked in confusion, before smiling. Well, I'd be. I haven't seen one of your kind for a long time. Pikachu looked to the Pokémon, and back to his best friend. Sorry to bother you, but we needed some directions. The electric sheep evolution nodded, and looked down to the fellow electric type. I can see that. I haven't seen a Latios for over 30 years. It makes me nostalgic, just thinking about it. Come in, come in. I'd love to help. The Ampharos stepped forward, and grasped Pikachu's paw. Name's Ampy. Not the most creative name, I know, but it works. My human's asleep, so, make yourselves comfortable. I got some fresh oran berries, if you like. Ash's head bobbed up and down excitedly, and he entered the open door, carefully avoiding hitting anything hanging off the walls with his oversized wings. Pikachu hesitantly followed, and the two were led to an open room. The pair looked around, and saw a plethora of pictures, paintings, and other assorted knickknacks. Ash quickly floated over to one that had a somewhat faded-looking Latias in it. That was old Miranda. She was round up, undread old 30 years ago. Last I heard, she had a great-great-grandkid. She probably died from old age by now. The older Ampharos shook his head, and spoke again. Anyway, enough of the past. You said you needed directions. Where are you going? The Ampharos picked up a bowl of berries, and walked over to Pikachu. We don't entertain often, so it's always a treat. We can always go down to the village, but that's hardly any better for meeting some new people. The starter nodded, and took the offered berry, looking around. Well. We need to get to Lacinosa City. Do you know where that is? The Ampharos thought for a moment, before shrugging. Well. I know not of a Lacinosa city, but there is a large city at the end of this chain of islands. I can't remember what it's called, but that might be where you're looking for. It's the only city near here, after all. Pikachu gave the fellow electric type a smile, and thanked Ampy. That's gotta be it. Thanks. No problem. But. I have a request to make. I feel awkward and all, having to ask you right after meeting you all, but there is very few Pokémon around who could use it. Well, I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. Could you, test something for me? Ash jumped up quickly, his sense of adventure tingling, and he quickly attempted to volunteer. Sure. We'd love dash. His starter cut him off with a glare. Not to be rude, but that depends. What do we need to test? Ampharos looked mareepish, but continued. Of course, it'd be silly to just agree. Well. My trainer has a hobby of, making things. Recently, she thinks that there might be a way to make TMs last more than one use, so. I wanted to use one of you to test her most recent attempt. The electric mouse raised an eyebrow. His gut wrenched a bit. And why us? Well, the only move she could make, Thunderbolt, was based off of mine, and, well, I already know it. And there are few electric types around, and all of them know it. Most of the other Pokémon I don't know, or wouldn't trust knowing Tail Whip, let alone a move like Thunderbolt. So, I was hoping, your friend here could, well. Pikachu raised an eyebrow. You know, TMs mess with your head. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Ampy waved his arms. Nah, not at all. The most it could do would be it being used up, or, well, the machine exploding. It's just a rewired TM, so you'd be, well, safe. Ish. Pikachu looked to Ash, and shrugged. His gut made another retch. Your choice, Ash. You'd be the one who'd explode. Plus, I know at this point, I couldn't stop you if I tried. He also mumbled something that sounded like hero complex immediately afterward. The dragon type, after a moment, shrugged. I've been blown up before. Why not? Pikachu rolled his eyes, and Ampy beamed, and the elderly Ampharos ran upstairs with surprising vigor. A minute later, he returned, holding a small computer-like device, and a large tangle of wires. He awkwardly wobbled over to the Lottie, obviously having troubles, and quickly sat it down on the first free space he found. Okay. So, I'm just gonna put these on your head, and turn this thing on, and, well, you'll know stuff. It's a weird feeling, but you'll get used to it. Ash nodded nervously, and sat still. The electric Pokémon put the wires on his head, and pressed a button on the machine. He then quickly wobbled over to the couch Pikachu was on, and hid behind it. Alright. It's starting in 3 dash. Ding. Now. The Ampharos added lamely. He quickly waddled back over, and looked at the machine. It worked. I think. Lottie, do you feel, any more knowledgeable? The electric mouse snorted, and looked over. If Ash was more knowledgeable, he wouldn't be Ash. Hey, you still got a brain. The blue Latios gave the two a blank look for a second, before shaking his head clear. After another moment's pause, he shrugged. That was uneventful. I expected something to happen. Ampy shrugged, and removed the wires. What you think would happen? A guitar solo afterward? Nah, these things are as boring as they get. The blue dragon smiled, and floated up off the ground he rested on. Well, thank you for the directions. And the TM. So, see ya. He added awkwardly. Ampy returned his smile with a grin, and nodded. He was clearly happy that the TM worked. Any time, Ash was it? Any time. The pair were escorted to the door, and, after a few goodbyes, the pair took back off into the sky. Do you see the next island? The Latios rolled his shoulders a little. He had been flying for a couple hours now, and island hopping, as Pikachu called it, was quite uneventful, aside from Ash's stunt flying. He did another barrel roll, and grinned at the angry sound exclamation Pikachu gave him. After finishing the stunt, the dragon looked forward, and spotted a small speck. I think so. Ash loved flying. It felt natural, amazing, and frankly, once he became human again, he'd truly miss it. However, seeing as he wouldn't be a Latios forever, he might as well make the most of it now. He felt the urge to roll, and he did so immediately, his amusement growing as he felt Pikachu cling to him tighter. There truly was no better feeling than flying free through the air and the adrenaline rush he gained from it. Every wind gust, every bit of turbulence, every cloud skimmed was breathtaking, and every dive and aerial maneuver he made caused his heart to beat as if he was in a Pokémon battle. Even all of his worries immediately left him when he flew. When he was in the air, all that was left was him, the sky, and Pikachu, asking him over and over to fly slower, or to do less rolls and flips, or to stop skimming the water for Arceus' sake. Simply bliss. He was so caught up in flying that he almost didn't notice when Pikachu quickly tapped the side of his head, and pointed to a clearing on the island they had been repeatedly strafing. Somehow sensing a challenge, he couldn't help but grin, and angled himself down towards the island. No you don't. Ash simply grinned, and nodded, gaining a glare from his starter, before he rushed forward. He fainted noticed his starter's screams as he shot straight down, and felt the yellow Pokémon dig his paws into his back when they neared the tree-line. Ash watched as it got closer and closer, and, almost immediately before they hit the tops of the forest's trees, pulled up, and skimmed the taller tree tops with a claw, before pulling away. They were near a decent clearing, but a small voice in the back of his head registered that they were still going too fast. So, Ash did a nice tight loop, bleeding off a decent amount of speed, before coming out of the stunt, right into the clearing. He made a surprisingly smooth curve around the area to bleed off his remaining speed, but, it was more of a formality. As he landed, he couldn't help himself, and he sighed contentedly as he came to a stop, letting the thrill of flight wash away. However, he was the only one happy, as the instant he stopped moving, his starter leapt off, and hugged the ground. I hate flying. Was all the electric type offered when Ash looked down at him, and the young starter sat there for a moment, before giving a quick stretch, almost immediately popping his back, and, after a quick moment of contemplation, shook his fur to dry himself, sending a decent amount of water onto Ash. After he sufficiently dried himself, he glanced over and gave his trainer a heated glare. Did you really have to fly through that cloud? The air's freezing up there. Ash decided to follow his starter's lead, and began to stretch. After a couple of seconds, he gave a half-hearted shrug, and shook his head a little, removing a bit of water his starter covered him in. It wasn't that bad. Besides, that cloud bank was huge, it was either go through it, or get lost. Again. The starter, however, was supremely unconvinced. He knew how Ash worked, and this had Ash shenanigans written all over it. Ash, it's not like that cloud bank snuck up on us. It was there all along. You could have easily got under it way before it actually shown up. You just wanted to see what it was like, flying through a cloud. Simply rolling his eyes, Ash gave another apathetic shrug. Maybe he did want to know what the inside of a cloud felt like. A little. Maybe. And he did. It was wet. And, somehow, that still surprised him. Anyway, we're at the island, Ash deflected, and you said something about lunch. What's the plan? Pikachu sighed huffily, but quickly calmed himself. Ash normally was the one with the plan, even if they were normally very basic, but, today, it seemed as if Pikachu had to pick up the slack this time. He'd gladly do it, too. Ash saved his tail enough, and now, it was Pikachu's turn to do something beyond shock things and yell after Ash whenever he did something stupid and/or dangerous. He'd never let him live it down though. When Ash was old and frail, Pikachu would suddenly bring this up, if only to embarrass him in front of his grandkids. If they could understand him, anyway. Humans were funny like that. Some could understand Pokémon better than they understood humans, others were Misty, who squeezed a poor Togepi all day long, even when it wanted to walk. Well, I thought we might as well get some food in town, and see how the people treat you. But, before that, let's see that thunderbolt. Raising an eyebrow, Ash couldn't help but feel a small amount of panic. Wait, what, we're just gonna go into town and hope for the best. The electric type nodded. It had to happen eventually and frankly, the present was always better than the future. Plus, Ash had the greatest luck he'd ever seen. It'd work out. Might as well. It's one of the smallest towns I've seen that has a Pokémon Center. Besides, we gotta do it sometime. Might as well do it now. The youthful Latios scratched the back of his head. That doesn't sound like a good idea. I mean, what if a trainer tries to catch me? Pikachu smiled, and shook his head in amusement. Ash really did know nothing about being a Pokémon, didn't he? I don't know, maybe fly. You are a legendary, after all, a normal Pokémon is hard to catch in a normal Pokeball without being weakened, let alone a legendary dragon. I'm sure you'll be fine. Now, that thunderbolt. But dash. Thunderbolt. The starter repeated, quickly changing the subject. I need to see what we got, and, frankly, I know a thunderbolt. A dragon claw? Maybe, but a thunderbolt, that I can easily know how good it is. Ash nodded hesitantly, and sighed. Pikachu wouldn't drop it, and while Ash was stubborn, Pikachu was even worse. Fine. He begrudgingly acquiesced, and he went through the steps he instantly learned to convert his psychic energy, something of which he barely knew how to use as it was, into electricity. He quickly felt the electricity form and his own psychic energy move to contain it, and he quickly pushed as much energy as he felt he could spare into making more. When he felt the electricity peak, he pushed it forward, and tried to use his energy to command it, but, instead of moving forward like it was supposed to do, it took a hard left. It almost instantly hit a large boulder, and a blindingly bright yellow flash occurred. Ash winced as a earth-shaking boom resounded. When the dust and light all cleared, all there was a massive crater surrounded with molten rock. Pikachu stared for a moment, and blinked. Wah. While Pikachu stuttered in astonishment, Ash found himself troubled. The move was supposed to shoot forward where he aimed it, and yet it didn't. He quickly realized that, when attempting to control the attack, he didn't even know where to begin, let alone how to control it. The TM didn't really tell him much beyond making electricity. So much for human ingenuity. Also, crap. Pikachu continued staring blankly at the large, still somewhat molten crater, before finally gaining enough mental capacity to speak. That was the most powerful electric attack I have ever seen. He quickly shook his head, however, and immediately backpedaled. Okay, not the most powerful attack, Zekrom made that look like a teeny little spark, but that was easily the most powerful normal thunderbolt I've ever seen. Ash blushed, and scratched the back of his head. How should he word this? Just blurting out that he couldn't control the attack at all wouldn't be good. He needed, what was the word? Oh yes, finesse. Well, yeah. He said lamely. He almost forgot, he couldn't do finesse. Again, crap. Pikachu jumped up, and quickly got excited. He hadn't seen this much raw potential since that small Riolu the pair found in Sinnoh. Try it again. Hit that tree. Ash winced at the excitement in Pikachu's voice, but nervously attempted the attack again, and the electricity quickly formed. Pushing as much energy as he could, he shot the supercharged thunderbolt forward, and, again, it immediately shot off course, hitting the nearest object, another rock. It immediately flash vaporized the rock, and exploded, leaving another large crater. Pikachu jumped in surprise, and looked over nervously to the new hole. The tree was the other way, Ash. The dragon blushed, and shook his head. I can't. Pikachu looked confused for a second, not fully understanding the statement. He can't what? He couldn't hurt trees. What do you mean? Ash shrugged. I can't control it. So much for not blurting it out, he chastised. Pikachu raised an eyebrow in sheer bewilderment. You can't control it? How can you not control it? All it is pointing it in the direction of what you want to hit. Ash felt his ears flatten, and nervously scratched at the ground. I don't know. Pikachu sat down, and rubbed his head in frustration. Of course it would end up like this. His gut told him no, but did he listen? I knew that TM was gonna be trouble. This is why I didn't want to try the attack out in front of Ampharos. I thought we were just lucky he was all high off of his success that he forgot to try and test it out. Pikachu grumpily kicked a rock, and sighed unhappily. I knew I should have trusted my gut. Ash looked embarrassed, and floated there awkwardly. So, how do I learn how to control it? Pikachu shrugged. I don't know. You're not an electric type, and don't have any obvious way to form electricity, let alone control it. The TM is supposed to teach you how, along with a way to aim the dang thing. You can't learn it naturally, so that's why TMs exist. To use some science mumbo-jumbo to teach you how to work around it with something that normally wouldn't, well, work. But now, you know it, but you don't. The young trainer looked sheepish, and stared at the ground in sadness. He couldn't do anything right, lately. Some help in battle I'll be. Pikachu watched as Ash fell back into his depressive slump, and felt a pang of anger. He quickly jumped up, and smacked him in the head with his tail, and growled. Hey! Enough! I'm the one who grumbles and complains, and you're the one who's painfully, irritatingly optimistic, and if you want to keep whining, I'll give you a real thunderbolt to remind you how great life can be. Ash blinked. That was a paradoxical thought. Pikachu quickly rubbed his temples again, and sighed. He really needed to find a way to keep his anger in check. Sorry. The electric type offered. But, not everything is battling, Ash. Sometimes, a single kind word can do more than 100 expert battlers could in a year. Ash sighed unhappily, and nodded. It really brought up some unpleasant thoughts, though. He was a Pokémon now, but he had no idea how to be one. And who knows how long it'd be until he got changed back. If he wasn't stuck this way forever. It's okay, it just. I don't know, Pikachu. I'm a Pokémon now, I can't talk to most of my friends, my mom probably thinks I'm dead by now, and we have no clue what we're gonna do. It's stupid. Pikachu slowly got closer, and, after a moment of thought, awkwardly patted the considerably larger dragon on the head. Yeah. But you know I'll stick with you anyway, Ash. I'll stick with you whether you're a Pokémon master or a dud of a Latios. We're partners, remember? He quietly sat down beside his trainer, and leaned into his neck. He needed to find a way to cheer Ash up. Well, look at it this way, if everything goes south, and we can't change you back, we could always find somewhere to live. I mean, Pokémon live simple lives and all, but it's not all bad. We eat what we want, do what we want, etc. Heck, and, if you don't want to live alone with just me, we could go live with Pidgeot. I'm sure she'd be happy to see you, once you proved yourself to be, well, you. Or, maybe, if you don't want that, and just want to get away, we could go live in the Orange Islands with Lapras. Or, possibly, if you want something to do, Lugia might like some help. His job probably keeps him pretty busy, and he might welcome the Chosen One's help. And, we could see Silver again. Plus, he might even allow a lowly Pikachu to be an assistant or something. Pikachu scratched at his trainer's very large neck, and smiled conspiratorially. Or, maybe, possibly, we could always just take you back home. I'm sure Bayleaf would love to see you. Ash shuddered in fear, and turned to give a cold glare to Pikachu. Don't even joke about that. If she knew, I wouldn't be able to rest without getting tackled every time she thought about me. I like my bones. Pikachu gave him a smug smile, and shrugged. Alright, alright. But remember, you have saved the world countless times. Maybe it's time that you cash in some of that reward, if things don't improve. His trainer didn't really respond, so he scratched Ash's side again, and continued with their possible prospects. Well. Altamari is down a guardian. And I'm sure Latias would love to see you again. Plus, we haven't visited like we promised we would yet. How about there? Ash scratched his head, and thought about it. I don't know. Pikachu shrugged. Well, I guess you're right, if you go there, you'll probably end up with some little lottie of your own floating around eventually. Ash's gloom disappeared, and was replaced with embarrassment as his face flushed crimson. Pikachu smirked, and continued. What? We both know you'll get a mate someday, and frankly, I like Latias. Plus, you know, that whole first kiss thing and all. Ash continued to blush, and shook his head. Pikachu took this as a no, and decided to joke around a bit. What? You'll never mate? Because I swore that I'll be an uncle. You gonna just do that to me? Kill my dreams? At this, Ash snorted, and laughed a bit, his blush slowly dying down and his dreary mood lifting. Pikachu smiled at his small success, and scratched Ash's side a bit more. He found a good distraction. Or, how about Pidgeot? I think she had the smallest crush on you a while back. She might still want some of you. Ash laughed a bit more. Pidgeot? He questioned, laughing. Pikachu looked affronted, and continued. What? She's nice. Shaking his head, Ash continued his light laughter, still amused. Of course Pikachu would be one of those Pokémon. He probably had crushes on just about every one of his female Pokémon. She's a bird. Pikachu shrugged, and couldn't help but have a light blush dust his cheeks. So. I thought she was cute. Ash nudged Pikachu with a shoulder, and laughed again. Of course, you'd fall in love with something that, if in nature, would eat you. Pikachu quickly huffed, and looked away. It seems the tables have turned. Ah well, it was the price he would pay. I wasn't in love. Besides, Pidgeot get wrecked by Pikachu. You know, zap zap. Ash continued. Yeah, I guess you're right. You moved on now, though. Now, you have a crush on Maisie V. Wait, no, I take that back, you had a crush. When she evolved, you fell in love. Pikachu's blush grew from a dusting to a full-blown crimson slowly, and he quick shook his head in denial. I regret telling you that. I should have known you'd tell the world. Ash chuckled a bit more, and pulled his friend closer. Oh, come on, no one's around, and even if they were, what would happen? They'd travel all the way to Hoenn just to tell one of the thousands of Glacian that lived there that a random Pikachu is in love with her. The electric type blushed some more, and looked away in embarrassment. Ash could help but grin as he continued. Pikachu and Glacian, sitting in a tree. KSSNG. Pikachu couldn't help but huff a bit, and grumpily looked away. Yeah, well, at least my first kiss wasn't from a Pokémon. The pair froze for a second, before Ash raised a very confused eyebrow. Pikachu thought for a second, before face-palming. Wait, that didn't come out right. Ash blinked, before a look of horror came over his face. Oh. Please no. Pikachu looked over to Ash. What? It was Mom, wasn't it? The electric type snorted, and shook his head. Yes, Ash. We just didn't want to tell you. Ash, I am your father. PSSH. Ash snorted, and shook his head. I knew I shouldn't have let you watch that space movie. Pikachu laughed, and shoved Ash as much as he could with his small body. Ash moved a bit, and Ash lightly pushed back. The two of them sat in silence for several moments, before the young dragon spoke. Pikachu. Yeah. Was it really Mom? Pikachu blushed, and nodded. Yeah, but it was an accident, I swear. She tried to kiss my cheek, and I turned my head. Ash laughed a bit at this, and the two of them fell into silence for a moment. But, after a few minutes, Ash smiled, and slowly pulled Pikachu close, not really noticing as the electric type winced slightly. He gave him a close nuzzle, and simply hugged him. Pikachu, what would I do without you? Pikachu quickly cleared his face, before returning the smile with his own. Probably be in a Pokeball somewhere. Iris would break you, by the way. Ash couldn't help but smirk as he calmly released the mouse. His mood was certainly better. He'd have to get Pikachu some ketchup later. So, I think we've had enough sappy stuff for the day. What now? The electric type's feet hit the ground, and he thought for a second. What was the plan again? Well, as I've already said, let's go to the town. We might be able to convince the Pokémon Center to feed us, if we're lucky. Ash shrugged, and nodded. Alright, I'll trust you. But, what should we do if someone tries to catch me? His starter sat for a moment, before smiling. Use your Thunderbolt Odum. Blowing up basically anything is a great distraction. Or, grab me, and fly off. Either one. Ash winced, and felt a pang of dread inside his gut. He quickly gave his starter another question. And? If it hits someone? Pikachu stopped for a moment, before giving Ash a grim look. Look at it this way, a thunderbolt that strong. They wouldn't even feel it. The starter then jumped on his back, and tapped the dragon's ear. But, if you decide to fly off, don't you dare try and grab me if you can't. I'm already caught, no one could really do much with me besides hit me in the head with a Pokeball. Just save yourself, and wait outside of town, and I'll find you, alright? All I'd get would be a lump on the head, and it's really a pain trying to hunt you down. I've done enough of that in my lifetime. Ash nodded in affirmative, quickly pushing the darker thoughts from his head, and the two got off the ground, and made their way to the small village. As Ash floated towards the looming city, Ash felt one thought go through his mind on repeat. I hope everything goes well. Ash couldn't help but feel nervous as he looked down the road, spying the entrance to the town. Heck, to be honest, most would feel probably worse as they entered the area that could honestly seal their fate to a life of being a captured Pokémon. The pair, girding their loins and securing their courage, slowly and deliberately made their way into the town, and, as the two entered the town's boundaries, and began passing houses and small shops, they quickly noticed that literally everyone they passed stopped what they were doing, and gave the odd pair a shocked stare. They weren't really surprised, either. If they saw a Latios with a Pikachu for a rider, entering town, they would stare too. Most of the stares, however, were aimed at Ash, who, admittedly, was the more interesting of the two. The extremely nervous dragon awkwardly shuffled around, obviously uncomfortable to even the most casual observer, which the town clearly lacked, seeing as the entire townsfolk gave very intense, very curious stares. All the while, Pikachu stood on the razor's edge, ready to immediately strike at anyone or anything that threatened his trainer-turned-Latios. The event was quite stressful. The pair had awkwardly made it a quarter through small town, when the tension finally broke, taking the form of an unnamed Pokémon trainer. Legendary. I'm going to catch you. Pikachu immediately spun, preparing to attack, as did the large dragon, but, instead of an experienced trainer, the pair found themselves staring at a very young boy. Pikachu couldn't help but PP an eyebrow as he glanced at the trainer's choice of Pokémon, a small caterpie. What was he gonna do with that? Pikachu almost laughed, but, before anything could happen, the trainer gave a command. Caterpie, use string shot. The caterpie hesitated, looking at the ferocious, legendary, but, after a second, it shot a minuscule amount of string, coating Ash's head with a small amount of silk. Ash couldn't help but simply stare incredulously, before wiping it off. He then looked over to the small caterpie, who looked very apologetic. He leaned over to Pikachu, and whispered, "Was I that bad?" Pikachu laughed, regardless of the moment, and gave an amused smile, and a nod. Worse. The young trainer noticed the pair's whispering, and frowned. They seemed to be mocking him. He grumbled, and quickly pulled a Pokeball out, and primed a throw, looking Ash dead in the eye. Get ready, legendary, I'm gonna catch you. But, before the trainer could throw, an older man shot forward with surprising speed, and quickly smacked the young trainer in the back of the head. Fool! Is that how you thank our guardian Pokémon? Apologize. The young trainer rubbed the back of his head with a mixture of pain and shame, and he gave an awkward bow in apology. Sorry, Mr. Legendary. The older man bowed as well, clearly apologetic for the town's youth. I apologize for the child, Guardian. He just began his Pokémon journey, and is about to leave the town. He must have wished to capture something before he left. Ash tilted his head a bit in thought, unable to think of an appropriate response, before simply giving the pair what was hopefully a friendly smile. It's all right. The elder man returned it, and swiftly grabbed the child's ear, and began to drag him away. Ash looked back to Pikachu, and summed up his thoughts. That was weird. Yes. Anyway. Let's get moving again. Pikachu returned, smiling lightly. If this was how most human settlements treated legendaries, then their adventure would be easy for the first time in their lives. Pikachu patted his trainer's head while smiling at this revelation, and pointed towards the front of the town. Let's go, we still need to get to the Pokémon Center. Ash nodded, his confidence returning. The fact that the townspeople stopped a trainer's attempt to catch him made him feel a bit more secure. The pair continued, and made it halfway to the Pokémon Center, when a small child ran up, and, in an unexpected twist, hugged Ash around the neck. The pair of Pokémon froze, and the electric type couldn't help but stare awkwardly at the child for a moment, unable to determine a proper reaction. Was it attacking? The young Latios, on the other hand, simply sat there, unmoving, until the very young, pink-haired child spoke. Guardian. Ash couldn't help himself, and as his head tilted to the side, he parroted, Guardian. There was that word again. Was that how legendaries were referred to here? Immediately afterward, another young child arrived, and soon, a third. Several children poured from some unseen area, quickly piling onto the unexpected legendary, and all began to cling to him tightly, gleefully holding onto his arms, wings, and neck. Ash froze, not knowing truly how to react, and unwilling to move, lest he accidentally harm one of the small humans that were seemingly bonded to him. His unasked plea of assistance, however, was quickly answered, when a loud voice from some unseen male rang through. Quit crowding him. The children, for the most part, did as they were told, and quickly scattered and ran free of him, running back to their parents and loved ones, with the exception of a few of the youngest. Ash continued his stance, and stood still as he felt as one of the youngest climbed onto his back. He was about to speak in objection, when he felt a sharp yank on his left ear tuft. Ow! The small child ignored his small squeal of pain, and he pulled repeatedly, but, before Pikachu could move to help, the child's mother rushed forward, and plucked the small child off, mumbling several quick apologies. Ash quickly rubbed his left ear, and winced. The small boy did a surprising number on it. He continued to rub his left ear tuft, all while attempting to balance another small child climbing onto his back, when a young man stepped forward. Ash couldn't help but watch in curiosity as a young adult ventured closer, and, after glancing at Ash, he spoke. Was he going to try and capture them? Tell them to leave? I'm sorry for the children. They're excitable, you know how kids are. Apologize. Ash, after a moment, decided to simply agree with the young man, giving the youth a warm smile and a nod. It's all right. The young man returned the smile, and the small boy climbing on his back, and continued down the street, past a nearby building, which, upon further observation, turned out to be a schoolhouse and park. That's where they came from. Ash moved to continue his journey, when a small arm stopped him. He looked back, and noticed one last child clinging to his left wing. It was the very first child that ran forward. The small girl continued to hold his wing, and Ash quickly looked around, hoping to get a glance of the young girl's parents. When no faces seemed to hold recognition, he stood still, and turned his neck to look at the small girl. My name's Sammy, the young girl chirped. The young Latios nodded in acknowledgement, and resumed looking for a second, and, when the townspeople continued to show no signs of recognition, he sighed unhappily, knowing what he had to do. We got to go to the schoolhouse. Ash, and why do we need to do that? His starter questioned as Ash picked up the small girl, and placed her on his back. Well, Ash began, we need to get this girl to her parents, and the school's teacher probably knows who she is. Pikachu raised an eyebrow, and released a sigh. So, we're helping a little girl find her parents? If we got a poke block for every time we did that. Ash gave his starter a smirk. We'd be able to feed Munchlax. The electric starter smirked, and gave a small nod. Alright then, I'll follow your lead. Besides, you know more about human children than I do. Let's just hope we don't get hunted down for soup for stealing a small child. Ash chuckled. Pikachu, we both know any soup with you in it would taste terrible. Pikachu huffed at that, and the unlikely trio continued down the street, a young Latios with both an electric mouse and a small human as passengers. The trio made towards the nearby schoolhouse, and, when they got to it, Ash knocked on the door. Hello. There's a small girl here dash. My name's Sammy. Yeah, her name's Sammy. The young Lottie knocked on the door again, and, after a minute of knocking, got impatient. After a moment of contemplation, Ash quickly grabbed onto the door handle, and tried to open it. Locked. Ash grumbled a bit, and looked back to his new companion, and Pikachu. Well, now what? Pikachu gave a shrug. I don't know, you're the one with the hero complex. Let's just take her to the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy will sort her out. The young girl smiled a bit, and hopped up and down, her pink hair bouncing. Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy. Pikachu raised an eyebrow, and couldn't help but smile. Smart girl. The legendary dragon smiled at the small child, and nodded. Nurse Joy it is. The trio returned to the main street, and continued on their journey to the Pokémon Center. All the while, the people of the city continued to stare as if Ash was growing 3 more heads at once, and, after a few minutes of uneventful travel, they found themselves at a familiar red building. The group stopped at the doors, and Pikachu, with a small flourish, hopped off. So, you two wait here, and I'll see if I can convince the Chansey on duty to feed us. And maybe if they could find this kid's parents. Give me a sec. Ash gave his starter a confused look. And why can't I come in? Pikachu sighed, and shook his head. It may be a while, and I don't want the kid breaking anything. The young Latios still looked a bit confused. That was a pretty lame excuse. But, he felt a small yawn forming, and he quickly decided that a nap was in order, and that it would be easier to just let it go. Alright, I'll stay out here with the key dash. My name's Sammy. The child chirped again cheerfully. Sammy. Sorry. Pikachu nodded, and he went inside, and Ash looked around a bit, quickly finding a comfortable spot on the Pokémon Center's lawn to lay down on. He quickly closed his eyes, and Sammy, after a moment, got bored, and began nudging Ash. Nah, I want a nap. Was all the Latios offered in response, but the small child continued poking him. Quite a handful, aren't they? Ash felt a jolt of panic at the voice, and quickly opened his eyes, his sleep-addled brain immediately remembering that he was, in fact, in a human city, where trainers might want to catch him. His eyes jolted open, and he found himself staring into a pair of big blue eyes. Ash jerked back, and quickly growled, looking at his new intruder. And, after he did, he found who exactly interrupted his nap. A Latios. The young dragon quickly reared up, and, in a move he didn't expect, nor even notice, he pushed the small child behind himself automatically, and, without thinking, began glaring at the new intruder. Who are you? Ash growled. The newcomer actually smiled at this. Not many of his kind genuinely protected humans these days. And even those who did are hesitant to communicate with them. It warms my heart to see a Lati that doesn't hate humans. Not that I blame those who do, exactly, even if they are wrong to do so. But I believe that they've earned that solace. The very young Lati pet his head in confusion, but continued his stance and glare combo. The Latios noticed this, and bowed. Oh, forgive me. My name is Jimu. I am the guardian of this town. What do you mean? Was the youth's reply. His instincts, something he was still extremely unfamiliar with, screamed at him. What they screamed, Ash still couldn't tell, but they were certainly being loud about it. Jimu smiled kindly, and, with an experienced eye, subtly looked over the younger Latios. He could tell that he was about 14, and, with his size and the way he carried himself, a sky dancer. Somewhat awkward on land, but, when they flew, they flew. And, looking at how his body was shaped, he was a quick one, too. He hadn't seen one of those since his old friend, Hurricane. Not the most common Lati type. Well, the older Latios began, I protect this town. Lati have traditionally been the protectors of human settlements, have we not? Ash continued to stare, his expression unchanging. Jimu couldn't help but continue his smile. He was wary, he'd give him that. He continued to observe the small male. His movements were calm, controlled, deliberate, and he guessed that he'd been in dangerous situations often. That, or he was just an exceptionally mature, calm Latios. He glanced into the youth's eyes, and quickly felt a pang of pity. The cold, detached and protective look in the hatchling's eyes showed that he'd seen far more than he should have in his short life, and knew the consequences of failure well. Probably lost someone. A small, cynical thought rose up. Haven't we all? He looked over the young dragon type some more. He was heavily ungroomed, meaning either an orphan, or separated from his group for an extensive amount of time. But, he was also somewhat clean, cleaner than he could manage by himself. Must be moving with someone, but not a Lati, nor a bird, who would have at least preened him. There was a difference between cleaning and grooming. He was possibly a trainer's Pokémon. That definitely would explain his calm, protective demeanor with the small child. But it wouldn't explain his extreme aversion to his own kind. That reaction was learned. Either through example, or through tragedy. Jimu continued staring, and, using a leap of faith, bowed his head deeply, showing him the back of his long neck. The young one had to know the significance of that. But, alas, the young dragon continued staring, protectively standing in front of the now highly curious young girl. The older Lottie's mind raced, trying to put together the puzzle. As he saw it, the youth was obviously either an orphan, a trainer's Pokémon from a young age, or from some small herd out in the middle of nowhere. They were known to have weird practices. "So, what's your name?" Ash continued his glare, before, after a moment, tersely responded. "Ash." The older Latios nodded calmly, backing away slightly, simply deciding to give the younger dragon some space. The youth relaxed a bit, but not by much. Jimmu internally winced. This wasn't going well at all. First time seeing one of his own kind beyond his mate in a decade, and he was blowing it. "So, which herd are you from?" "He isn't." It was now his turn to back away protectively. He glanced to his right, and found a small Pikachu. Not normally a threat, but this one seemed off. Most likely a trainer's Pokémon, and probably an experienced one, at that. Ironically, the small mouse, normally a snack, was probably a considerable threat. "What do you mean?" Jimmu offered cordially. Pikachu glanced between the two Latios, his mind racing a mile a minute. Another Latios? He thought for a moment, and debated about simply telling him the truth. However, if Pikachu, who knew Ash's craziness and unlikely ability to defy nature, reality, and basically everything, didn't believe him initially, why would a random Latios? Pikachu decided against the truth, and quickly sought out a viable lie, one that wouldn't lead to a possible fight. And, after a short moment of searching, an answer was found. Pikachu calmly stepped between the two Lati, and faced the older. "I mean, he is a human-raised orphaned." Pikachu lied smoothly. The older dragon felt his gut plummet. So, he was an orphan. That, and, if he was raised by humans alone, he knew nothing of being a Lati. Probably protective against all Pokémon as well, not just his own. He winced at this revelation, and looked toward the human-raised dragon. The hatchling must have had a rough life. "My apologies. I was unaware." The Pikachu nodded, and, in a surprising show of trust and/or confidence, turned around completely, facing the younger Latios. "Ash, I can't leave you alone for 5 minutes, can I?" The young Latios' face, which was initially covered in confusion, quickly changed to a wince, and he looked away with a small blush. The Pikachu shook his head in exasperation, and looked back to the older. "So, how can we help you?" Jimmu was taken aback. Not many small Pokémon were so frank, let alone with a predator several times his size. "I was just greeting the young Ash. I haven't seen any of my kind in quite some time. I was merely looking for company." However, he lead off. An idea popped into his mind. Perhaps, he could help the youth a bit. After all, he was kin, and, at this rate, they needed every Lati left. His mind sought for options, and it came across one. "It's possible I can help you." Pikachu raised an eyebrow, and gave the older dragon a funny look. "And how can you do that?" Jimmu smiled, and floated slightly closer. "Well, I can groom your ward, for one." Pikachu raised an eyebrow, and looked from Ash to Jimmu. He quickly thought for a moment, before deciding that it would help them if he allowed this Latios to. Well, help them. Ash would get a grooming, and maybe the two would learn something valuable. Pikachu was the first to admit he knew nothing of Lati, and frankly, he needed to remedy that sooner, rather than later. "All right." Ash's eyes went wide, and he began to object, but, before he could get far, Pikachu stopped him with a small lie. "Ash, you need it. You've admittedly never had a proper grooming. You've been brushed, yes, but never groomed. And frankly, your feathers are starting to fray." Ash closed his mouth, but glared. Ash still hadn't caught on to what his Pokémon was doing. But, before he could try another objection, Pikachu interrupted again. "What would your mother say?" That shut him up. He slumped in defeat, and nodded glumly. "All right." Jimmu winced at the complete lack of tact the Pikachu used, the Pikachu was either not used to being a caretaker, or the young Lottie was strong-willed, and refused to be goaded easily. And, looking at the pair, it seemed that the electric type probably helped raise the young Lottie as a sort of crude father figure. However, he couldn't argue with the Pikachu's results. He hovered over, and the young Lottie begrudgingly floated away from the small child, not looking very happy about it. The older Lottie beckoned for him to come closer. "Don't worry, this doesn't hurt a bit." The young girl looked confused, but, before she could follow, the Pikachu grabbed her by the hand. "Come on Sammy, let's take you to Chansey. He'll find your mother." The small child was quickly guided away from the pair of Lottie, and the older dragon simply ran his claws against the rough feathers of Ash's back. "Wow, when was your last brushing?" Ash shrugged half-heartedly, and stood still. He felt kind of embarrassed that he was being groomed in the middle of town for some reason, with people watching. He felt as if it was something private. The older Lottie noticed this, and smiled. Maybe there was still hope for him yet. "Come. There is a place in the Pokémon Center we can use." Ash raised an eyebrow, but didn't complain. He wasn't going to look a gift Ponita in the mouth. The pair of Lottie went inside, and the older led his junior to a somewhat secluded corner of the currently empty recreation room. The older of the two then started his work. He probably should start with the basics. "So, the reason we preen and groom is to keep our feathers clean, and healthy. We flow psychic energy through our feathers, after all. They won't become translucent if they're damaged." Ash shrugged half-heartedly. "What does that mean?" The older Lottie smiled. Questions were always welcome. "It means becoming invisible. Our feathers, when energized, bend the light around us, so that we are harder to see." Ash sighed unhappily, and shook his head. "I don't even know how to do that." Jimu faltered for a second, before continuing. "Must have been separated young. That's a common skill, but it does take some learning. Did you ever try and learn that skill before?" Ash shook his head. "I didn't even know about it until a year ago." Jimu couldn't help but sigh. "Very young then. DMN whirlwind." He shook his head dejectedly, and began again. "Square one it is. You obviously know how to fly." Ash nodded at this. He couldn't help but smile at the mention of flight. "Yeah. I love flying, and I think I'm pretty good at it too." Jimu grinned. "Of course a skydancer would love to fly. And I don't doubt it. Your feathers work the same way. But, unlike your wings, where, if you put in more power, they just go faster, your feathers will bend the light around you incorrectly, making you even more noticeable." Ash looked back. "How does that work?" "Well, when your feathers get overcharged, they release that energy along with the light they bend. It'll make the colors brighter, or darker, and make small waves, or distortions. If you put enough energy in it, it'll make you more noticeable than if you weren't using it at all. It's kind of hard to ignore a glowing rainbow of colors the shape of a dragon. Too much, and they glow like a rainbow, too little, and they just make you slightly faded, but you're still there." Ash nodded, and smiled a bit. "Heh." Jimu took this as encouragement, and continued. "So, what else do you know?" Ash thought for a moment. He felt the need to hide what he knew from this Latios, but, in the end, couldn't help himself. "Well, I know how to use Dragon Claw, and also Thunderbolt." Jimu raised an eyebrow. Thunderbolt? That wasn't normal, but, if he was raised by humans, it could be possible. They have proven that they were excellent at improving Pokémon, for better, or for worse. But, Ash continued, I don't really know anything else. I never really battled before. Well, formally. The older Latios nodded to that. Few Pokémon really did, beyond Pokémon trainers. Sometimes, claws and teeth were all you needed. Jimu thought for a second, before having another idea. Well, do you know about the luster purge yet? Ash's eyes grew wide at that. He recognized that move from Tobias Latios. No. I don't, but could you teach me? Jimmu felt his smile falter a bit, but shook his head. Learning the luster purge was a rite of passage into adulthood, and he was taking the place of a parent for this. It felt wrong, but he was the child's only real option right now. I cannot. However, can give you the means to learn. Ash tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean? Luster Purge is an attack unique to Latios. Only we can truly use it, and for good reason. Because, the attack comes from here. Jimmu spoke, poking Ash in the chest, before resuming his grooming. My heart. Jimmu smiled, and shook his head. Nope. Ash scrunched up his face for a second. Not even figuratively. Jimmu laughed at that. Youth, regardless of circumstance, still had its ways of shining through. Nope, definitely not, although, that is kinda close. It comes from your aura. Ash continued looking confused. Huh. Luster Purge requires a certain type of aura that not even a Lucario can imitate. Only 2 types of Pokémon can maintain the aura required to use it, if you don't count Mew. Ash tilted his head again. Jimmu smiled. Latios, and humans. That threw Ash through a loop. What? Remember, aura has nothing to do with good or evil. It's like refining a rock, no matter how pure, it can still be used for terrible things. And humans are, well, really good at being anything and everything. They can be every type, and any type, and can do almost anything they set their mind to. They can't actually use the attack, but they can have the aura that's capable for forming it. The older Latios smoothed a patch of rough feathers, and continued. Humans truly are special. Ash nodded, before scratching his head. Is that why we protect them? Jimmu frowned a bit, noticing the small slip-up from the youth. He didn't really see himself as a Lati. The older Lati threw another tuft of dead feathers to the ground, and spoke. Yes. We protect them from themselves. They have great good in them, but also great evil. Very seldom do Pokémon hesitate to kill for food, but humans often will. But, no Pokémon will craft such atrocities for such little gain. Humans can be much greater, and far, far worse, than most Pokémon could ever hope to be. And that, my dear little Sky Dancer, is why we protect humans. Ash sat there for a moment, soaking the information in. Huh. Jimmu then leaned in close, and spoke in the youth's ear. So, still want to know how to learn the Luster Purge? Of course. Is it something super cool? Jimmu nodded, and gave the youth a smile. He never got to do this with his own offspring. Yep. Ash grinned excitedly. The two sat there for a moment in silence, Jimmu letting the suspension build, before, finally, Ash spoke. Are you gonna tell me? Jimmu grinned happily, amused with his own joke, and nodded. Oh, right. The secret to learning Luster Purge is. Ash leaned in closer. Trying. Ash's grin fell right onto the floor. What? Trying. Yep. As with everything using aura, it's different for everyone. All there is are basic guidelines. You'll get it, don't worry, just as long as you try for it. Every Latios before us had found it that way, and so will you. Ash stared at the older Lati with a deadpan expression. What a cop-out. Jimmu couldn't help but laugh at that. That's life sometimes, huh? Jimmu continued his grooming, and, after another minute, spoke again. So. You have any cute little Latias you have your eye on? Ash couldn't help but blush, his mind going back to his and Pikachu's previous discussion. Jimmu noticed this, and smiled. I'll take that as a yes. The youth continued blushing, and Jimmu grinned. Sometimes, all it took to gain some trust was to ask the right questions, and say the right things. So, What's her name? Ash blushed, but, deciding to continue on with Pikachu's deception, answered. Latias. Jimu's eyebrow rose a bit. Latias? Who would name their child after her species? Ash nodded, and sighed. Yeah, she, and her brother, are the guardians of Ultimari. Well, she is. He was. Jimu nodded sadly. He knew how that story goes. So, how'd you meet? Ash smiled fondly, and continued. Well, I saved her from Team Rocket. They wanted the Soul Dew. And, immediately, Jimu felt his heart stop and flash freeze as the information rammed into his brain. Team Rocket knew of Ultimari's Soul Dew. He forced himself to keep a calm facade, and, while failing miserably, he did manage to not panic. Ash's back was to him, so he didn't notice, but he needed to know what was next. What happened? Ash continued on, not noticing the older Lottie's distress. Well, they ended capturing Latios, and got the Soul Dew. But, me and Latias ended up freeing Latios, but, before we could get the Soul Dew back, one of the Team Rocket members grabbed it, and it blew up. This drew a blank face from the older dragon type. A Soul Dew was destroyed. And how did he not already know of this? So, the waters came back to the city, and Latios gave his life to become a new Soul Dew. The older Lottie felt his eye twitch. He was missing something. Wait. How did the Soul Dew blow up? Ash thought for a moment, before smiling. Oh, put it in the DMA. It uses dash. Oh, hell no. I know of it. Or, at least, I know of imitations of it. Jimu ended up forcing out, before taking a breath. He would have hoped that this news would have reached him by now. Ash blinked. You do. Jimu nodded mindlessly, still trying to wrap his mind around the fact that Team Rocket knew. If they did, Whirlwind wasn't far behind. So, what happened to the Team Rocket members? Ash shrugged. Annie and Oakley. They got arrested, and got put in jail. Jimu sighed. The human authorities had them. He didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. Humanity was surprisingly adverse to killing off their criminals. How long was this ago? About a year or two. Jimu felt his heart restart, and he quickly released the breath he was holding. If it had been a year already, and Ultimari was still there, then maybe, just maybe, Whirlwind didn't know. He'd admit that he knew very little about events around the world, but he would have known something like an entire city being destroyed, just through human news. He forced himself to calm down a bit more, and looked to Ash. No wonder the poor kid was like he was. He watched probably something akin to a brother get his soul torn, and stuffed into a Soul Dew. So, what happened to Latias? Ash smiled, looking fondly back on his memories. Well, we stayed with her for a bit, but we had to leave. But, on the pier, she kissed me. Jimu nearly choked at the news. Lottie, kissing in public. Kid was a walking bombshell factory. You. Kissed. Ash nodded. Yep. In public? Ash nodded again. Yep. Wait, kinda. There wasn't many around, and she was in her human form. Illusion. I don't know how that works. The older dragon pinched his brow, and sighed. He was raised by humans. Do you know, what that means? Ash shrugged. That she likes me? Jimu felt the sick need to laugh. That was an understatement. So, he quickly tried a different approach. Did your trainer, or Pikachu, ever tell you about, breeding? Ash nodded. At least the youth knew that much. And, how was Latias raised? Ash thought for a second. Well, I think Bianca and Lorenzo, two humans, raised her and her brother. That explains so much. Well, let's just say this. To most Lottie, kissing is. Well, Jimmu added, blushing lightly, just don't do it in public. Alright? Ash nodded awkwardly, and a heavy silence fell between them. After several moments, Jimmu found himself thinking considerably. He was quite fond of this youth, that much was certain. He actually reminded him of someone. Several someones, in fact. He reminded him of them enough that he had to ask. Hey Ash. Yeah. You remind me of someone. A friend of mine, named Lurie. You wouldn't happen to be her kid, would you? Ash shook his head. Jimmu sighed, but gave an awkward smile. That's good. I haven't really heard from her in a long while, and, well, you're an orphan and all. Ash nodded awkwardly, and added a grimace. I get it. Before Jimmu could continue, Pikachu trotted into the area, holding 2 large bowls of poke food. He looked from the older Lottie, who looked like someone told him his sister just got eaten, and Ash was blushing, but considerably nicer looking. So, that's where you two went. He trotted over and set one in front of Ash, who immediately started eating as if he'd been starved. So, it turns out the girl's mother was the Nurse Joy here. Ash looked up, and gave Pikachu a smile in return for the information, all while his face was covered in poke food. Jimmu, meanwhile, simply nodded in acknowledgement, and continued his grooming, trying to avoid the ravenous Lottie's limbs as he continued brushing away. Yep, he definitely had the appetite of a skydancer. After another quiet moment, Jimmu felt the need to speak, if only to kill the silence. So, I have a question. Where are the two of you headed? Pikachu and Ash shared looks for a second, before Pikachu spoke, poke food in paw. Well, we're heading to Lacinosa City. The older dragon nodded, and smiled. Never been there, I think. Well. Maybe. I honestly don't really remember the names of the cities I visited when I was young. He drifted off. Pikachu shrugged, and smiled. Well, are you done? The dragon huffed a bit, but shook his head. Youth, always in a rush. Yes, just about. Ash sighed contently, and Pikachu nodded in approval. So, I guess, after you two are done, you'll be gone. Pikachu nodded. Yep, after we eat. We're in a rush. May I ask why? We got separated from our friends, and we need to get to the city before they do, before they tell everyone we're dead, and all that fun stuff. Jimmu growled internally at this. That was a terrifyingly common occurrence nowadays. I understand. This world isn't the nicest place anymore. Jimmu pulled one last feather free, and nodded in satisfaction. The young Lottie was now groomed for the first time in his life. Suddenly, his achievement felt hollow. There we are. Pikachu nodded happily, and glanced at Ash. So, what did you two talk about? Ash smiled as he prepared to fly again. He couldn't wait to get back into the sky. He grinned gleefully, and looked back, and saw Jimmu sitting there. So you know, if you ever need any help, you're free to come back to this island. You are always welcome here. Ash nodded vigorously. Thanks Jimmu. I'm sorry for how I was when we met. He added awkwardly. Jimmu gave him a smile, and shook his head. It's all right, little skydancer. The world is a dangerous place. That caution will save you, one day. Ash raised an eyebrow at being called skydancer again, but he still nodded with a smile, and turned to take off. But, before he could, he felt an arm grab him. He looked back, and saw Jimmu holding him back. Ash, I have a request. Pikachu grumbled a bit when he heard this. If you end up coming across a great big group of Lottie, and you meet a Latias named Kushiman, could you tell her that Jimmu loves her, and looks forward to her next visit? Ash pet his head a bit, and nodded. All right. But, who's Dash? Kushiman. She's my mate. Since I am the guardian of Nami, this town, I cannot leave. She makes a trip over here every 6 months or so, and stays for several weeks. She's been, well, my only real company as of the last decade. Ash nodded awkwardly, not really knowing a response. Alright, if I meet her, I'll tell her. Jimmu smiled happily, and nodded. Thank you. The pair of Lotties shared a smile, and Ash looked forward towards the next island in the chain. He had a feeling that they were almost there. Flight was awesome. Ash missed his previous body, sure. But, while he couldn't be a trainer, or compete in Pokémon battles due to his lack of skill with his new body, he still couldn't help but enjoy the situation, at least a little. After all, while flying on the back of Charizard or some other flying Pokémon was nice, nothing was as breathtaking as flying himself. The eddies, the currents of air, just everything. Nothing felt more natural, more right, as he did when in flight. Sure, Pikachu made some very large complaints, and he did still feel his previous worries press against him in the back of his mind, but, whenever he did another quick flip, or danced happily over the light, carefree air currents that pushed lightly against him, he couldn't feel bad. How could he, when the sky was there to comfort him? Sure, they've been flying persistently for 8 hours, continuing their journey across the absurdly long chain of islands, but Ash simply couldn't help but continue to look forward to the continuing flight. The open air felt like a long-lost friend, and Ash couldn't deny its call, nor its company. Even Pikachu, after Ash stopped doing some of his more aggressive stunts, started getting into the movements, sometimes requesting a particular move or off-the-wall maneuver, which usually ended up being some random motion that, in reality, didn't really merge together as well as they thought it would, in their head. But Ash couldn't complain. All he needed was the wind in his harem, feathers, and the thrill of the wind rushing past him, and he'd happily do as his starter asked. Ash smiled, letting loose another happy shout, and dived towards the water, pulling up parallel to the ocean, skimming the waves with an extended claw. Sure, he had to shoot right up to avoid a large wave, but he still felt pride in his quickly improving control. So, what are you gonna do once we get this sorted out? Ash pulled up further away from the ocean, before looking back over his back to his starter. What were they gonna do? He gave the thought a single moment, before giving his starter a non-committal shrug, smirking a bit as the motion bounced his starter a bit. I don't know. Hopefully, I'll get changed back, but if I don't, maybe just go home. I can't really journey like. Ash gestured to himself with a wayward claw, this. Plus, I'd get to hang out with all of you guys for a bit. I haven't seen most of my Pokémon for a while, and I really miss them. I just would like to see everyone again. Maybe even learn some cool moves from them, learn what it's like to see the world from their eyes. The mouse gave a single nod in understanding, and gave a moment of silence before he nudged his partner. So, we aren't going to Altamari? The young dragon couldn't help but recall the Pokémon's continuing joke. And forced back a blush, quickly shaking his head in denial. No. No, I. He watched as the electric-type smile grew, and he scowled. You're not gonna let it go, are you? Pikachu smiled in amusement, and only pulled himself closer to his trainer's back, not bothering with a response. The youth rolled his eyes, and frowned in irritation at the residual warmth still gracing his cheeks. He thought for a moment, before looking back, attempting to meet his friend's eyes. So, if we can't go to Pallet, what would say we do? The electric starter scratched at his small chin for a moment, before giving his trainer a shrug. I'd say the sky's the limit. We've made friends all around the world, and not just human ones. We could go on a mini vacation. Visit all those friends you've promised to see again. But, if you don't want to do that, I just say Pallet, or maybe Hoenn. Why Hoenn? Pikachu smiled a bit. I like warm places, but not the tropics. Hoenn is perfect for that. But, it's your choice. Staring unhappily at his starter, Ash pouted a bit. And why do I have to make all the choices? Because you're the trainer, the mode of transport, the one in trouble, and, in a Pokémon sense, the legendary. Take your pick. The young legendary growled unhappily. Pikachu was coddling him again. He hated that, and got enough of it from his mom. He didn't need his friends to join in. I still think you should choose. Pikachu shrugged with a small smile. Ash always was easy to manipulate. Well then, I say vacation. First stop, Altamari. Ash blinked, before putting a claw to his face in exasperation. He walked into that one. Fine, fine. The pair flew for several more moments with no noise coming from the pair, and all that they could hear was the sound of the wind. Pikachu couldn't help but sigh happily. It was moments like these he treasured. Why do you want to get me to Altamari so bad? Pikachu blinked, and shifted a bit to get a better look at Ash. Well. She's a Latias. You're a Latios. Ash blushed a bit, and scowled. Not like that. The electric type started, putting up his paws in defense. I mean, she'll be able to help you figure yourself out. Do we know any other Lottie that can help us? Ash shook his head awkwardly. Then she's our saving grace. And, if, in the end, you guys kick it off, it's just a bonus. Ash gave his starter another glare, and the Pokémon simply chuckled. Ash was easy to tease, too. But, before the starter could continue with his amusement, his eyes were suddenly blinded by a bright rainbow light. Wah! Ash! Stop it! Almost as fast as the light appeared, it was gone. What? I was just practicing my essential Lottie skills. The dragon offered with a smirk. The starter rubbed a bit at his eyes, before frowning. You nearly blinded me. Ash shrugged, his smug smile never leaving. Well, I just want to learn it before we get there. In case, you know. Pikachu grumbled, and sighed unhappily. He was hiding his assault under the pretense of logic and safety. He had no argument, and Ash knew it. Grr, fine. Ash smiled perhaps a bit too brightly for the electric type's comfort, and the bright, rainbow-esque light returned with a vengeance. Pikachu couldn't help but wince, and put his paws in front of his face in a futile attempt to block the sudden, very bright light. Too bright. Ash scrunched his face up in concentration, and lowered his energy output. Ash's feathers stopped glowing, and, instead, became slightly transparent. Pikachu stopped shielding his face, and looked at the young dragon, mindlessly noting the waves he could see through his faded, somewhat transparent head. Well, that's better than last time. Ash frowned a bit, and shook his head. I wish I could figure this out. A small yellow paw patted Ash's somewhat transparent neck, and Pikachu looked toward his best friend. Well, just, keep trying. Why not give it a tiny bit more juice? You're pretty close to being completely see-through this time, maybe you just need that last little push. Ash nodded, and tried to increase the amount of power he poured into it, before beginning to glow again. Pikachu cringed a bit, and Ash, in a panic, quickly lowered it some more. Slightly less transparent than last time. He growled unhappily, and tried to use a bit of his bleed-off energy from his wings into the attempt, instead of from his core reserve. Ash grew glassy for a moment, before beginning to glow again. He quickly reeled back a bit of his energy, and resumed his somewhat glassy appearance. Pikachu looked at him, and couldn't help but whoop. You got it. Kinda. Still, it's a lot better than what you had. The young dragon bobbed his head up and down happily in agreement, and lifted up a claw. He could easily see through it, and, while his outline was still there, if he stood still, he could possibly hide. Pikachu patted Ash happily on the side of his wing, which caused an unwelcome shudder through Ash. You did well. Now, I think I see the next island coming up. The youth forced back the unwelcome feeling, and instead let his happiness take its course, and grinned gleefully. He even did a small flip, almost losing Pikachu in the process. The starter wasn't happy about that, and gave him a whack with his tail in recompense. Give me some warning next time. Ash just gave his starter a smile, and the pair shot toward the island. It had been an hour since the last island, and he was getting hungry. He couldn't help but rub his suddenly growling stomach. Hopefully, there would at least be some berries there. But, as the pair got closer, Ash noticed that the island was big. Very, very big. Too big. After a look to the left and right just to see if he could see the end of either coast, he was sure that this wasn't just some island. Pikachu, I think we're there. Raising an eyebrow, Pikachu couldn't help but question his trainer. This was the third "I think we're there" he'd been given on this trip, and he found himself hesitant to agree. How do you know? Ash felt a smidge of excitement bloom in his gut, and simply smiled in return. That's way too big to just be an island. The starter squinted his eyes, and looked, quickly noting the very large landmass. That is pretty big, let's get closer. Ash obliged, and sped up a bit more. The pair quickly made landfall, and, after passing over a decent-sized forest, the pair spotted a small city. I think that is Lacinosa. The young dragon quickly shot forward, excitedly aiming for the forest bordering the city's outskirts. The pair then landed with little fanfare, and the electric type jumped off his mount, stretching a bit. So, I hope you're up for a waiting game. Ash scratched at his head. What? Why? Pikachu sighed, and looked at his often dense trainer. Well, we got here in 2 days. Ash nodded happily. Flying really fast. Ash gave another, more hesitant nod. So. Pikachu face-palmed, and looked at his trainer. Well, there is no way they could have got here before us. Even if we literally went around the entire region following these islands, Iris said we had 4 days at least before we got here before we left. So, that means. Ash slumped the instant the realization hit him. He really just wanted this to be over. That we beat them here by a couple days. Pikachu nodded, and patted his trainer on his side. It's alright, Ash. It'll be over soon, and we'll figure this whole transformation thing out. Then, we can see if, when we get home and you're still a Pokémon, if Brock can make us some of his Pokémon food. Sillon's is good, but Brock's is 10 times better. Ash gave a small, hesitant smile at this, and a similarly begrudging nod. Alright. So, what do we do now? Pikachu scratched his head, and shrugged. I don't know. Know any traveling games? Ash snorted at the joke, and shook his head. Not any we haven't been doing for the past 2 days. The electric type smiled, and looked in the direction of the town. Well, we could try and go into town, and find the Pokémon Center. Ash thought about it for a moment, before simply nodding in agreement. And, what? Just say we got separated from our trainer? Pikachu nodded, and gave his trainer a smile. Ash, you didn't tell me you had a sneaky streak. The legendary shrugged, and returned the grin. Well, I kinda recall having to dress up as a girl to get a gym badge, so. This is kinda like that. The starter just smirked, and nodded. Well, Miss Ash, let's go. Crap 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 crap. Ash couldn't help but somewhat high-pitched squeal a bit as he ducked, avoiding a large flamethrower which instead struck a nearby building. How did this go so wrong, so fast? Oh, wait. Everything always seemed to go wrong this quick. Ash just seemed to be cursed. All the pair did was bump into someone. And after bumping into that someone, who must have been the most pompous and ill-tempered trainer in all of Unova, they found themselves at odds with said trainer's Pokémon. Apparently, she had no qualms with fighting a trainer's Pokémon, while the trainer was in absentia. And then, after they escaped the trainer's surprisingly apologetic Marshtomp, they quickly got a blast from the past, in the form of Team Magma. Ash distinctly recalled hearing about them breaking up, and after hearing about that supposedly messy affair, seeing their presence in Hoenn, their home region, would have raised his brow in surprise. But, in Lacinosa, Ash was certain that fate was deliberately screwing with him. There was just no way. As such, he wasn't very happy. And while he had been wanting a chance to test out his fighting skills, Ash found that it was difficult just trying to focus on fleeing. His starter was the one who had to focus on defense. And they were barely managing that, too. And Pikachu knew this. He growled internally, cursing their luck, as he let loose another thunderbolt, aiming it at the side of the now somewhat abandoned street. At least everyone had the sense to leave the area. It'd be 10 times harder if he had to screen his shots to avoid others. The attack quickly hit the side of a building, and, as planned, sent a cascade of rubble onto the pair of their pursuers. The Magmar, the one who was closest on their trail, grunted as it was knocked to the ground by a particularly large bit of rubble, but the Team Magma member quickly jumped to the side, avoiding the falling debris easily, and threw a Ultra Ball at the pair. Pikachu quickly deflected it with his tail, and shot another bolt at the human, knocking the female grunt off her feet. But, almost as fast as she was knocked down, she got back up. He never understood how humans were so frickin' durable. Ash. Let's get out of here. The young dragon nodded, and gave a wary glance at the sky. Maybe, this time, it'd work. He shot up, and quickly tried to take off towards the sky, but, before he could reach the safety of the clouds, he was quickly knocked back down towards the ground. Again. Going somewhere? Ash bounced off the ground, but quickly jolted back up, giving a livid glare as he spotted his current nemesis. A Latias that kept shooting him down every time he tried to escape the city. He had no clue where she came from, what she wanted, or why she could so easily outmaneuver him when all her movements seemed to slow, but regardless, she kept him effectively corralled in the city. If he could get into the open air, he was pretty sure he could outpace her, but, stuck in this city, she'd continue to play with him like a Meowth with a wounded Pidgey. The Latias gave him a somewhat flirting wink, and the young Lottie couldn't help but growl at her angrily. He was taunting him again. She was worse than Bayleaf, at least she didn't keep him corralled in a city. He didn't know what was worse, the fact that she kept him from escaping, or that she kept flirting with him all the while. But, either way, he knew that she was quickly getting on his nerves. Oh, don't get too angry, little Skydancer. We're not like Aqua, we'll let you live. All she got in response was another glare. She kept on referring to events, groups, and people who he honestly had no clue about. He didn't know what happened on the island of Maranu, but she seemed plenty happy to continue referencing it, as if he was there. Shut up. Pikachu, on the other hand, said nothing, simply matching his trainer's glare, before sending a thunder up to meet her, forcing her to dodge, and fade back into invisibility. Ash decided to take the chance, and quickly shot forward, going back onto the larger main street, where a couple police officers were fighting against a group of Magma members. He was sure that they would win, the police outnumbered the Magma members 2-1. But, the Magma members were better. It'd be a long fight, and Ash wasn't sure he'd last until the end of it. But, before Ash could ponder more on his situation, a tap on his shoulder from Pikachu pulled him from his thoughts, and Ash quickly jetted forward, accidentally clipping a Magma member with his wing. Maybe, if he got enough speed, he'd just be able to jet out. He pushed as hard as he could, but, as he met the sky, he was quickly repelled again, and the Latias reappeared. Oh, I can't let you do that. I wouldn't be able to catch you if you got in the sky, and where's the fun in letting you get away? Ash gave the flirty female a glare, and growled again. What are you doing this for? The Latias put a claw to her chin, making a somewhat mock-thinking pose. She was teasing him. Again. Ooh, I don't know, the survival of our species. The young dragon blinked. He honestly had no clue what she meant by that. But, before he could form another response, he was forced to dodge an attack from a grunt who broke away from the fighting, and mindlessly struck the man with his wing, sending the male flying. He shot away from the dazed grunt, and looked back up to the Latias. What do you mean? That makes no sense. The older Latias looked somewhat surprised at his question, but after a moment, her face quickly lit up in genuine amusement. She laughed a bit, and floated somewhat closer. Wait. You don't know. Ash dodged another stray attack, and continued his ever-persistent glare. The Latias floated out of reach, but, to his surprise, her body faded, and reappeared directly in front of him. Without hesitation, she slowly ran a claw down the side of his face, causing him to flinch. Pikachu, taken aback by her sudden proximity, and tried to prepare a thunderbolt, but the Latias quickly punched the electric mouse with a claw, sending him sailing off of his trainer's back. I've helped catch many Lati before, but you're a lot cuter than most. Ash couldn't help but blush, and his body screamed at him to back up. But as he tried, the dragoness claws quickly grabbed at his jawline, and held his face in place. Oh, so innocent. Not even knowing of the slow, painful extinction of our species. She said in a low tone. It almost sounded. Doubt. Ash's blush grew, and he started to feel dirty. A countless inappropriate thoughts ran through his head, blocking any signals he tried to send to his limbs. Magma wants to help, you know. They've been collecting Lati, making sure that, when they win, we still exist. She rubbed his cheek gently with a claw, pulling his face closer to hers. Aqua kills us on sight. But, Archie has always been a short-sighted pragmatist. Always willing to do what it takes to get what he wants, but never thinking about the future. Maxie, well, knows that he'll need someone to keep the Great One happy. After all, that's what Arceus made us for. She leaned in, and put her mouth to his ear, and whispered lightly. Ash couldn't help but freeze. His mind was completely clouded. Might as well do our job. She then moved her face in front of his, almost inches away. He could feel her breath on his nose, and, for a second, he wished to make her breath his. You know, I haven't been claimed. And, while you're young, I think we'd make beautiful children. Ash felt his face burn brightly. Was she serious? Maybe. He should accept her offer. She was beautiful, and, maybe. Get away from him, you beach. The older dragoness quickly looked to the side, and immediately found an electrified iron tail right between her eyes. Her head quickly shot straight down into the dirt, and she bounced a couple feet away, before sliding to a stop. She simply sat there, twitching from the electricity. Ash quickly looked over, and spotted his starter sitting there, sporting a light bruise on his cheek and panting, and looking positively livid. The young dragon's mind quickly cleared up, and, after a quick shake of his head, he moved forward toward the starter, but he turned around at the sound of a slow clap. He looked to his left, and saw a newcomer, a woman dressed in a red hoodie. She wasn't here earlier. Good job. Few have ever bested Novia, even with how soft she can be. However, as of now, I'm your opponent. Pikachu quickly shot forward, nimbly landing in front of his trainer. You've got to get through me, first. Ash looked nervously between the newcomer, and the fallen Latias, who was starting to regain her faculties. Pikachu, now's our chance, we can run. Pikachu, however, shook his head. He had enough. No. Now they've said me off. Ash winced at the tone. Pikachu lost it. The thought of simply grabbing Pikachu and flying off without his consent rushed through his head, but before he could act on it, his starter moved first. Pikachu quickly sparked his cheeks, and shot a bolt of lightning towards the magma member. The woman quickly leapt back, doing a stylized backflip before pulling out a pokeball and throwing it. A large dragon appeared, a Charizard. Charlie, fire blast. Pikachu and Ash shot in opposite directions, and the large pillar of flame shot between them. Pikachu leapt forward, swinging a quickly formed iron tail into its neck, and it was knocked backward a bit. Ash, on the other hand, found himself facing the Latias, Novia, who had recovered, and rushed for him terrifyingly fast. "Hello again," she joked. Ash ducked quickly, avoiding a claw swung for his head, and he desperately swung forward with a clumsily made dragon claw to try and block her other claw. She easily dodged, and cuffed him roughly in the back of his head. He fell onto the ground roughly, and groaned as he held the newly formed bump. That'd hurt tomorrow. Novia quickly appeared at his side, and lowered down to the ground, looking him in the eyes. She gave him a disarming smile, and gently cupped his cheek with her claws, and lifted his face to hers. "I wasn't lying when I said you were cute." His mind suddenly clouded again, and a terrifying urge appeared. He wanted to throw her to the ground, and... I always liked sky dancers, their faces were always softer. Cuter. To his surprise, she gave a quick lick to his cheek, making him erupt into another heavy blush. It took all his willpower not to do what his body was screaming at him to do. He honestly didn't know what was going on. "Maybe I'll just claim you my stash." Slaking. Punishment. Before Ash or Novia could react, a large slaking burst from an admittedly already destroyed building, and shot forward, its large hands grabbing a very surprised Novia by the neck roughly, and smashing her twice into the ground. Ash couldn't help but blankly stare in surprise, and watched as it threw her straight into the ground before it and then grabbed her by the wing, and flung her into a pile of rubble. Ash quickly regained his wits, however, and backed up, surprised by the ferocity of the attack and admittedly terrified at the sudden appearance of another possible foe, but, instead of the Pokémon attacking him, it continued on towards the Latias, who sat dazed in the rubble. She saw the large Pokémon move towards her, and shot a quick dragon breath at it, pushing it back a bit. Ash watched in surprise, and was only forced to look away when he heard some noise coming from the entrance point of the newcomer. The young male blinked as a man calmly walked out, and immediately recognized him. Norman. All right. Reality was literally off its medication. Magma being in another region he could almost accept. But Norman? Not even close. He decided to let that thought end there, however, and looked over to his starter, who was fighting a Charizard, and, while doing spectacularly, was still losing, due to his pre-existing exhaustion. He forced himself up, and, with naught but a split second of contemplation, shot forward with all he had, ramming the large dragon with his shoulder. He easily knocked it off its feet, and Ash felt a pang of pain in his side. He winced, but continued, using the one true move he knew how to use, Dragon Claw. He quickly gave the large dragon an uppercut in the side, forcing it several feet away and rolling it a bit, but it quickly got back up. Pikachu quickly rushed over to Ash, and spoke, panting. "Ash, we Pant got this." Ash nodded, and looked towards the now equally haggard Charizard. But, before the pair could move forward, a Vigoroth jumped in front of them, facing the Charizard. "You too. Trainer wants you safe, now." Ash looked towards Pikachu, who looked at Ash. Ash nodded tiredly, and grabbed his starter before he could complain, not one to look a gift Ponyta in the mouth. The pair spared one last look at the now fighting pair of Pokémon, and moved towards the gym leader. The instant they got close, Norman gave them a strange look. It was cold. He was normally so warm. Guess the fight made him serious. "You two, stay with me. It's not safe." Ash just gave a numb nod, while Pikachu mumbled, "Well, duh," under his breath. Pikachu then looked over to Ash, and frowned in worry. Ash came first. "Ash, you Pant okay?" Ash frowned, and thought for a moment. "I'm not sure." Pikachu nodded wearily, and leaned up against him. At least he was honest. "That Pant was your first attract, wasn't it?" Ash winced. "So, that was what attract felt like." Yeah. Is it always that bad?" The electric type took a couple deep breaths, and sighed. "Sometimes." "She didn't do anything, while I wasn't looking, did she?" Ash shook his head. No, but I dash. Pikachu shook his head, and frowned a bit, still breathing heavily. That's normal, Ash. Trust me, almost anything you could have possibly thought would be probably considered normal. The young dragon sighed unhappily, and stared at the ground. Ash, learn from this. As a trainer, attract is a move that can help you, and turn the tide in a battle. Ash nodded. But, in the wild, it can destroy relationships, scar Pokémon, and can even get someone killed. The bond between mates is strong for some Pokémon, and the move attract can often destroy that bond, or cause the Pokémon's mate to attack the user, and aim to kill. Pikachu growled a bit in irritation. This wasn't how Ash should have learned that. However, now wasn't the time to complain. There are reasons why there aren't many Pokémon who learn that move naturally. And those reasons are also why there are even fewer that are considered common. Slaking, finish her with Giga Impact. Both Pikachu and Ash jumped, not expecting the man beside them to shout. The pair quickly looked over to the battle they were ignoring. Ash watched as the large sloth shot forward like a rocket, hitting the already tired Lottie dead center. Dust rose, and Ash watched nervously as Slaking slowly trudged out of the smoke, quickly realizing that he was dragging a wounded Latias with him. Ash winced, and watched as the sloth Pokémon dragged the injured Lottie to his trainer, and threw her to his feet. Norman looked down to it sadly, and sighed. Magma, you corrupt even the most gentle-natured Pokémon. Norman knelt down, and put his hand to Novia's neck. I'm sorry, Lottie, but you're gone too far. You tried to give up your own kind to others, for nothing but your own selfishness, and desire to support those you work for. And betrayal has no standing among family. Norman then opened his mouth, but, before he could speak, looked to Ash. He stared at him for a second, before nodding to himself. Latios, you will pass judgment on her. You are the one who she attacked, you will choose her fate. Ash blinked for a moment, before slowly floating over to the wounded Lottie. What would he do? She tried to corrupt him, bent his thoughts and desires at her own whim. To be honest, he was angry, furious, nay, livid. Ash continued to stare for a moment, and felt his anger grow. She warped his mind, twisted his desires for her own use. That was something that sickened him to his core. But as he continued to look at her, sitting there, panting weakly, his anger died. She wasn't to blame, it was those she followed. But she also followed them willingly. After one last moment of deliberation, he decided. He lifted his arm, and moved it to her face. And flicked her firmly on the nose. Bad. The Latias blinked owlishly, and Ash looked back to Norman, and smiled. Norman actually gave him a small smile in amusement. Dragon, you protect the kin that betray you. Ash unhesitatingly nodded. Pikachu sighed, and shook his head, but he had a smile as well. Ash was Ash, and you could never change that. Norman stared for a moment, before releasing the breath he held. All right, Latios. I'll spare her. Ash choked a bit. Was that the stakes they were using? Life and death. Literally. Norman knelt back down to the Latias, and looked her in the eye. Latias, know this. You are going to be transferred to Interpol. They will be your new masters, be you willing, or not. The Latias continued to pant weakly, before looking at Ash. He remained in front of her, standing between her and Norman, and she made her decision. After a moment, she looked back to the gym leader, and nodded weakly. Norman accepted this, and looked to Ash. All right, Lottie. You got your wish. She'll be kept safe. Ash couldn't help but smile, regardless of the circumstance, and nodded happily. Thank you. Norman smiled further at the gesture, and nodded. Slaking, pick her up. You too, please come with me. I'll keep you safe, for the time being. Ash nodded and leaned down, allowing Pikachu to tiredly crawl onto his back. The adrenaline was wearing off, and Ash now felt very tired. Probably didn't help that it was nearing nightfall, and that they had a very early morning. The group hadn't even began moving, however, when a police officer appeared. Norman. Thank you. 3 of the Magma members ran, once we caught the admin. She attempted to leave after your Vigoroth defeated her Charizard, but got hit by a stray attack, and broke her leg. She's at the hospital under guard, and we've declared a state of emergency. Norman sighed unhappily, and nodded. That would mean a ton of paperwork. All right. Tell the mayor I'll be down in a minute. I've got a pair of Lottie here. The police officer looked surprised for a second, and looked at Ash, as if noticing him for the first time. Oh. Was all he said. He glanced at the young legendary for a second, before smiling. So, he's what the BSTRDS wanted? Norman nodded, and sighed. Yes. Now, I got to get them somewhere safe. Still smiling, the police officer nodded, and looked to Ash. I'm sorry for your troubles. Was all he offered. Ash stared right back, and gave an awkward nod. Norman continued his walk, and, after another moment of confused staring, Ash followed, wondering what their destination would be. It turned out to be the Petalburg gym. Ash couldn't help but stare in absolute confusion, but, after a moment of blankly staring, he finally came to a realization. Hey Pikachu. His starter, who, upon spotting the Petalburg gym, just put his face in his paws, and had yet to remove them. Sigh yes, Ash. Ash looked over to Pikachu, and sighed in sheer exasperation. Please. No. I think we went the wrong way. The electric type couldn't help but in anguish, and, after a moment of internal turmoil, looked over to his trainer. Ash looked at the electric type hopefully, as if he could just deny it, and make the reality less aggravating. But, he was quickly disappointed. Yes Ash. Yes we did. Ash groaned after the confirmation, and began glaring futilely at the offending building. The building was to blame, he just knew it. He continued to glare, and his look gained Norman's attention. Air. I apologize for the lack of decor, but... It's not that bad, is it? Ash normally would have said something to reassure the gym leader, but frankly, he wasn't in the mood, and instead, nodded. Yes, it is that bad. Norman's shoulders slumped, and he sighed. Well. We'll get a decorator to fix it. Ash nodded, a frown still plastered on his face, and grumpily entered through its doors, where he immediately spotted by a young, suspiciously familiarly looking boy. He couldn't help but blink in surprise. Max? Hey Dad, what was the emergent? A legendary. Ash couldn't help but sit there awkwardly, almost smiling at the amazed expression Max held. But, before his smile could form, Max rushed up, and grabbed his wing, sending a surge of irritation through him. Yes. This was definitely Max. He forced his irritation from his face, and tried to give the youth a welcoming smile. He failed. Everything was just too much, too fast. Max. Don't crowd the dragon. Max jumped slightly, before backing up, and looking at his father, who was walking toward them. I was just doing what Ash would do. Norman sighed, and shook his head. Maybe, but I'm sure Ash would know better than to grab a strange Latios wings. Max frowned, and huffed, and both Ash and Pikachu felt their irritation ease. Yup, this was Max. Either way, keep him company until I deliver this Pokémon to Interpol. Max gave a mindless nod, not even looking at his father. He was, instead, transfixed on the young dragon. It was then that Pikachu made himself known, and made a loud greeting. Max blinked in surprise, before looking at the mouse. Pikachu. The electric type nodded and quickly jumped off the dragon's back and onto Max's shoulder, giving his cheek a rub against the young boy's. Max laughed at this, and gave the mouse a hug in return. Pikachu, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Unova, with Ash. Pikachu shrugged, and Max went silent for a moment. Wait. Is that Latios Ash's? Pikachu thought for a moment, thinking of carefully balancing the pros and cons, before simply nodding, figuring that he might as well, and screw the consequences. Max grinned manically, and whooped. Ha! I knew it. I always told Drew Ash was going to be the best. Max grinned happily, and hugged the dragon, getting a grimace from the sore dragon. Ash is so awesome. Max froze immediately afterward, and looked at the young sky dancer. But, please don't tell Ash I said that. He'd get a big head. Pikachu couldn't help but smile at that, and nodded in amused agreement. Yep. There'll be no living with him after this. The trio happily sat there for a moment, but, before a conversation could form, Norman returned, and the group immediately quieted. Norman looked from Ash, to Pikachu, and finally, to Max. So, Dragon. I'll say this now. You can't stay. The Latias has already been sent to the Interpol Pokémon facility via a police pokeporter, and I cannot, nor will not, protect you. Ash and Pikachu looked at each other, and Max looked like he'd been slapped. But Dad, these are Ash's Pokémon. Norman blinked. He honestly didn't know that, but, in the end, it changed nothing. And Max, why would Ash of all people, send a Latios and his Pikachu halfway across the world, instead of keeping them with him? Ash is smart, he must know of the 3 teams after Lati, and that neither the Latios nor his other Pokémon are safe with him. He's sending them somewhere that is safe, probably to Altamari. Ash's ears perked up at this. Safe? Why did there need to be somewhere that was safe? After all, he has to think of his own Pokémon, and his family too. Having a Lati could get them all killed. But, if that's Ash's Pikachu, I'd say he refused to leave him on his own. Norman knelt down, and put a hand on Max's shoulder. Ash would never abandon a Pokémon in need, you know that. Norman then looked back to the pair of Pokémon, and continued. So, I cannot risk my own family to harbor you. Pikachu, I could easily, and would, if it was only him, but a Lati, even one who belongs to a dear family friend, I cannot. There is no hiding a Pokémon that large, and that rare. And it isn't fair to you, to keep you locked in a basement. I'm sorry. But you have to leave. Ash felt nothing but confusion. Norman was a Pokémon gym leader. What could scare him into refusing protection to someone? Max frowned unhappily, and yelled. But Dad! Norman turned and glared at his son. Max! You were not alive when the 3 teams attacked Celadon. Those were dark days, and, to be honest, I'm sure they could do it again. A city block was nearly destroyed today, and it was only 5 magma grunts and a lower squad leader that did it. Norman sighed unhappily, and his glare lessened. If any of the groups knew we had a Lati here, at the gym, in the heart of Hoenn, they would do terrible things to all of us. They might kidnap May, burn the house to the ground, or simply barge in, and take it. There are things we can, and cannot do. And protecting a Lati from magma, Aqua, or even whirlwind is something we cannot do on our own, even if we wished to. Ash froze slightly. Why did the name Whirlwind sound so familiar? Max wouldn't have it, though. So, why not send them to Interpol, like you did with that Latias? Norman sighed. That Latias was a Team Magma Pokémon. Interpol will try to rehabilitate it, and, if they succeed, will send it somewhere safe, like Altamari, or the Safari Zone. It's just easier and safer for them just to fly the hour to either one. Ash sat there for a moment, the conversation putting a toll on his mind. Being a Latios was dangerous. He looked over to Pikachu, who still sat on Max's shoulder, and a thought came to him. Pikachu, his best friend, was in danger too. He didn't know why he was a Latios now, but he wouldn't endanger his friends just by being where they were. It only took a second for him to make up his mind, and he turned around, and without a word, left the building. Pikachu almost didn't notice, until he looked over to Ash, and noticed he was almost out the door. Pikachu growled, and leapt after him. Ash better not be doing what he thought he was. So, where are we going? Ash couldn't help himself and jumped a little. He didn't expect Pikachu to follow him outside so quickly. He quickly frowned, and gave Pikachu a small glare. I'm going to Ultimari. Pikachu nodded in agreement, and gave the Latios a smile. See? I told you that you lured her. Normally, Ash would have blushed, but right now, he couldn't find himself embarrassed, and simply rolled his eyes in response. Alright then, if we're going to Ultimari, when do we leave? Ash shook his head unhappily. He should have just flew off when Pikachu spoke. I'm going right now. And you're staying here. Pikachu raised an somewhat confused frown in response. It seemed pretty fake. And why would I do that? Because it'd keep you safe. The starter frowned, and shook his head. Ash was still as dense as a sack of nickels. And who will keep you safe? Ash shrugged. Me. Shaking his head, Pikachu couldn't help but sigh. Ash, how many times have you recklessly ran ahead to something that should have killed you? Because, to be honest, I've lost count. The point is, you're terrible at keeping yourself safe. Doesn't matter, you're not coming. And, before Pikachu could respond, Ash shot off. And how do you plan to stop me? Ash nearly stalled, and looked back, spotting a yellow Pikachu on his back. Pikachu. He couldn't help but growl. The starter smiled a bit, and shook his head. What, you thought that I couldn't use agility? You know how fast I am. Either way, even if you ditch me, I'll make my way to Ultimari on my own. I'll swim if I have to. You're not getting rid of me, whether you want to or not. In fact, Pikachu added, it might be safer for me to just stay with you. You don't have to worry about me drowning while trying to swim across an ocean, after all. Ash growled again, and continued flying east. Pikachu smiled, and patted his trainer on the top of his head. Hey, look on the bright side, Ultimari is only an hour away, according to Norman, the almighty evil dragon slayer. Unless, you want to fly faster. Ash didn't respond, and continued flying. Pikachu rolled his eyes. If Ash was going to continue his angry moping, this was going to be a quiet trip. Turns out, Ash can keep the silent treatment up for a good amount of time. Pikachu couldn't help but yawn, even with the winds whipping past him roughly, it was still nightfall. Turns out, Norman had been full of crap when he said that it was an hour trip. It had been 3 hours, and they were still on their way. Even with a traveling speed of an irritated Latios, the pair had only entered Johto about 15 minutes ago, and were about to cross the sea that was between them and Ultimari. It'd probably be another hour or so before they arrived at Ultimari. If Pikachu remembered correctly, it had been a 2-day boat ride. Pikachu. The electric starter almost jumped, he had gotten used to the silence. Yes, Ash? Ash internally squirmed. He had been lost in his own thoughts for a while, and he had ended up stuck on the conversation he had with Pikachu earlier. You said that, well, there was only a few Pokémon that could naturally learn Attract. Why is that? Pikachu winced a bit. He had admittedly said that in the heat of the moment. It was a completely true fact, there were very few Pokémon that could naturally learn that move. Well, anymore, anyway. But, regardless, he felt he needed to tell his trainer something, anything, to help him both feel at ease, and learn of the seriousness of his situation. Too bad it was a bit more serious than he would have liked. Well, in for a bit, in for a poke dollar. They went extinct. Ash frowned. They went extinct. How? Well. Pikachu began, as I said, Attract had some extremely negative connotations with it. And many Pokémon didn't really like, well, you know what, firsthand. Ash winced a bit, and Pikachu bit his lip. He apparently needed to learn tact, as well as foresight. So, the Pokémon who naturally learned, and used, attract, got hunted. The young dragon frowned further, and shook his head. Who would kill an entire species? Pikachu sighed, and continued. Pokémon would. The young dragon almost stopped flying, and gave Pikachu a funny look. Pikachu simply waited for Ash's eventual response, and wasn't disappointed. What? Not as eloquent as he wished, but it worked. You see, he continued, Pokémon aren't much different from humans. Well, if you want to be technical, all other Pokémon, blah blah, you get it. Anyway, Pokémon didn't like being seduced on command, regardless of mental fortitude, and just killed off most Pokémon that could use attract. Ash shook his head a bit in disbelief. You're saying they just killed them? He got a nod in response. Yep. A good example would be Togekiss. I mean, according to humans, they were the most terrifying predators ever. Almost as fast as Latias, rarely needed to eat, almost impossible to kill and could kill almost as fast as they could fly. And yet, they went extinct, or whatever they are right now. There are Pokémon stories, and they are much like humans' Slay the Dragon stories, but instead of a dragon, it's a Togekiss. The young dragon sighed unhappily, and groaned. Pikachu stopped his story, and looked at Ash. Hey, Ash, you okay? Ash shook his head. No. I'm hungry, sad, worried, and scared. Pikachu sat there awkwardly for a second. He wasn't really sure how to respond, and that wasn't what he meant when he asked the question. Another point for tact. I got no clue what to do, no clue where to go, besides where everyone expects me to go, and I'm stuck in a body I still can't use. Pikachu felt a sense of dread rise. This was going nowhere good, fast. My friends think I'm dead, I can't go home, my mom's gonna hear how I've been eaten, my Pokémon think I've murdered myself, and I'm trapped as a Pokémon which apparently has half the world wanting them dead. Ash gritted his teeth, and his side felt wet. Again. And my stupid side's bleeding again. Pikachu's eyes opened a bit. Ash was bleeding. When did he get cut? Ash gritted his teeth further, and rubbed his stinging and tender side with a claw, and his claw came back with a little red. He stared at it for a moment, before noticing that his eyes were getting blurry. Ash panicked a bit, and rubbed at his eyes, and realized something. His eyes were wet, too. But it wasn't blood. And, before he could stop himself, his breath hitched. His frame shook, and Pikachu heard a single sob. And another. And another after that. And, like the opening of a floodgate, Ash starting weeping. Pikachu froze, and stared for a second. Ash wasn't one to cry for himself. He cried for injustice, for someone getting a bad hand, or the loss of a friend. The last time he remembered Ash crying selfishly, it was when he lost at the Pokémon League, and he'd come a long way from that. And, in that single moment, Pikachu realized something. Of all the times Ash needed him, right now was the time he needed him most. Not when he had to save Arceus, nor the time he nearly died because of Mewtwo. Pikachu carefully crawled up his trainer's neck, and placed his face beside his. And then, before he could stop himself, he started to cry with him. Ash slowly wiped his eyes, and hugged his starter close with an arm. The pair had been hovering awkwardly over the ocean for a while now, and while Ash had eventually stopped crying, he didn't feel much better. So, the pair just sat there, awkwardly floating and holding each other whilst crying. Ash hiccuped again, and held tighter onto Pikachu. But, as the time passed, Ash's hiccup stopped, and his tears dried. After roughly a half hour, Pikachu tentatively looked up, and couldn't help himself as he spoke. Did that help at all? Ash shook his head. Not really. I don't feel like I'm just gonna break again, though. Pikachu nodded, and sat there. After a moment, Pikachu spoke again. Ash? I wanted to let you know that. I love ya. Ash froze a bit, and Pikachu quickly waved his paws, and continued. Not, like that, just. You're my brother. Best friend. I'm not really sure. I just know that I'd die to protect you, and die to make sure you're happy. You're the most important thing I got, and I just wanted you to know that. I don't say it enough, but you're my best friend, and, well, with how much we've kept the world safe and all, you'd think I'd say it more. Ash gave Pikachu a blank stare, and he continued. He awkwardly shuffled backward in his trainer's arms, and put a paw against his chest. Ash, no one is as true of a hero as you, and you've taught me so much. You've done so many things for the world, and fought so hard, just for some honestly earned recognition. We've gone through heck together, and yet, it always seemed to be the right time to go through when we did it, not because of it being easy, but because of the people we could help but venturing through. We're a team, you and I, and well, there's no better team I'd rather be a part of. If you'll have me, I'll be with you, arm in arm, together. Because well, I know we'll win whatever fight we face. It's your dream, after all, to be the best. But, to be honest, you are the best. The best that ever was. Ash stared for a moment, his expression betraying nothing. Pikachu sat there in his legendary arms, and waited for a response. All he got was a strong squeeze, and a few more tears. Pikachu almost thought he said something wrong, until he noticed Ash's teary smile. He quickly returned the hug, and tried to give the considerably larger Pokémon a pat. The pair sat there for another moment, and finally, Ash spoke. Pikachu. I love you too. Pikachu couldn't help but smile, and, wiping a stray, completely older tear that wasn't related at all, he nuzzled Ash. The pair simply hugged, and after a moment, Pikachu broke the silence. Ash? How about we, get to Altamari, and find somewhere to sleep? Ash nodded a bit, and wiped his eyes again. All right. And so, the pair took off again, towards Altamari. Ash was exhausted. 4 hours of flight after a battle for life and death, and now all Ash wanted was to lie down and just get some well-deserved rest. When the pair finally found Altamari, it was late. Very late. Late enough that Pikachu wouldn't be surprised if the sun was just around the corner. They could still fly further, sure, a legendary had massive amounts of stamina, after all. But physical stamina was not mental awareness, and both of them were at the end of their tether with that. If they were honest with themselves, going straight for an island with little indication of where it was, with no other islands around it in case they couldn't find it, in the middle of the night, wasn't the best idea. But, they were there now. And that was what mattered. The electric type gave a light stretch, and popped his neck, forcing what little energy he had left into focusing. Now that they found the city, it was up to him. After all, he would probably be the one that needed to speak to Latias, if only to explain things so Latias didn't attack them, like Iris did. Besides, Pikachu mused, Latias would probably not appreciate being woke up in the first place, let alone by someone who claims to be an old friend, and yet lacks in ashiness. It would be funny to watch, but frankly, they didn't need any more fighting today. Pikachu's attention was redirected by a sudden descent, and Pikachu looked over to Ash, whose eyes were looking pointedly ahead. It seems that Ash wanted to land on the docks. Ash? Are you sure it's safe to just land there? Ash simply gave a shrug. No. Tired. Pikachu sighed, and gave a slow nod. If anyone had the right to be tired, it was Ash. After all, he was the one who had been flying. The pair slowly landed on a familiar-looking dock, and Ash immediately went limp the second he touched the ground. Pikachu awkwardly hopped off his trainer's back, and looked at him. He was already asleep. If it had been anywhere else, he would have left him. Ash, we can't sleep right now. We gotta get to the sanctuary first. Nah. Sleep now. Pikachu put an exasperated paw to his face, and sighed. Please don't make me do it. Ash didn't make a single move in response. Ash. Nothing. Pikachu sighed, and shook his head, before scratching the back of his neck. Fine. He held up a paw and put it on Ash's side, immediately sending a shock of electricity through it. Ash jolted a bit, and rolled over. But, he didn't do much else. Pikachu frowned, and clenched his teeth. Ash, this is for your own good. The electric type took a single breath, and gave his trainer a hefty thunder shock. Gwa! Ash jolted straight up, and landed back on the ground, looking dazed for a second. But, he quickly recovered, and gave Pikachu a glare. Hey! The mouse shrugged, and gave a little gesture around them. We're in the middle of the docks, and we need to get to the sanctuary. We can sleep there. Ash continued glaring, but he gave a small nod. Fine. Fine. The young dragon rolled onto his belly, and floated back up slightly, not bothering to lean down for his passenger. Pikachu rolled his eyes, and just hopped up. Ash was being petty. Now. Any clue where the sanctuary is? As the pair of Pokémon wandered, they were quickly reminded why Ultimari was considered one of the world's largest city-states. It was a sprawling, massive maze. And, to be honest, it didn't help that neither of them really went around in the city much, beyond the race and Ash's little trip through the canals to get to the DMA. It took almost a half hour of wandering in the shadows just to find the fountain, and even then, it didn't help them much. Are you sure this is the way? Ash tiredly asked his starter for what seemed to be the 5th time. Yeah. That's that fountain we found Latias at. I know. We've passed here 3 times. Pikachu clenched his teeth, before letting out a breath in exasperation. Yeah, but this fountain was where she led us from, to the sanctuary. Ash sighed, and nodded. Alright, so. The only way left is the alley with the creepy stalker guy. The electric type nodded. He hoped that the human that liked the alley so much would leave, but, almost every time they got near here, his was there, blocking that single alley. Normally, this would ring some warning bells, but, after searching the city for half an hour, they found that many streets and alleyways had their own little squatters. Perhaps that was just his. Pikachu scrunched up his face, and shrugged. That's the only way left. Ash looked in the direction of the street, and sighed. Fine. I'll try my invisibility, but you're on your own. I can't do anything except make you a magic flying mouse. Pikachu couldn't help himself, and gave his trainer a tired smile. Alright. Turns out, the alley was where the sanctuary was. After the pair snuck around the strange man, they found themselves at a surprisingly familiar-looking wall, surrounded by the plant-covered archways and fences that still remained from their last visit. Pikachu gave the entrance a blank stare for a moment, before finally coming to his senses, and hopped off Ash's back. He gave the seemingly uninteresting wall a poke, and, sure enough, the wall became slightly distorted. Okay. Ash, just, wait here. I'll go find Latias, and tell her that you're, well, you. Ash gave his starter a weary yawn and a nod, before laying down on the ground. All right. Pikachu smiled, and gave Ash a somewhat awkward peace sign. I promise ya, it'll be alright. Ash just gave an indifferent shrug. He was too tired, and, at this point, too emotionally drained to care. Pikachu then walked through the wall, and Ash was alone. The first thing that Pikachu saw when he entered the sanctuary, was a big pair of surprised green eyes. Pikachu almost jumped, but, the owner of those eyes, Latias, jumped first. Whoa! Pikachu simply gave a blank stare. Who was this? Did Latias find a mate? Because if she did, this might have gotten a lot harder. The Latios quickly recovered, and spoke in a slightly wavering tone of voice that screamed inexperience and youth. "Who are you, and what's your business here?" Pikachu stared at the young Lati for a moment, before smirking in amusement. This Latios was younger than Ash was, if only by a bit. He noted that he was a bit smaller than Ash as well. His face was chubbier, his body rounder. A adolescent, maybe a young adult. The electric type didn't immediately answer his question, and instead looked over the smaller Latios. But, after a short moment of looking him over, he decided to answer. "Well, me and my friend have come to see Latias." The Latios blinked in surprise, and looked around for a second, spotting no one. The dragon then floated behind Pikachu, and looked behind him, as if expecting someone to be sitting behind him. But, after a moment he instead awkwardly poked his tail, inciting a glare from the electric type. Your friend?" Pikachu nodded in irritation. "Yes, we want to see Latias. We're old friends of hers, and well, seeing him would be a pleasant surprise. He's waiting outside. Can you go tell her Pikachu and Ash are here?" The Latios sat there for a moment, looking over Pikachu much like the electric type did with him, before nodding to no one in particular. "Sure. But, could you be, I don't know, more specific?" Pikachu raised a very tired eyebrow. "What do you mean?" The young, green-eyed Latios sighed, as if dealing with an inexperienced tourist. "I don't know, maybe a name. I don't go to your home, demanding to see Pikachu, now do I?" Pikachu felt torn between scowling and laughing at the youth's comment. However, he did have a point. Too bad Latias was her name. He thought about how to explain this, but found an easier solution. "Well, she's the guardian of Ultimari. Or, at least was, a couple years ago." That got the youth's attention. The young Latios froze in place for a moment, before shaking his head. Pikachu watched his face, and sighed. It seemed that he was trying to hide his expression, badly. "You mean the princess? You're friends with her? She has friends?" Pikachu honestly didn't know how to react to that. Either this youth was as tired as he was, or something happened. Latias, having no friends. That was as off-sounding as Ash having no friends. They were both some of the most friendly people he'd ever met. "Yes, anyway, can you please just go tell her?" The young Latios nodded, and shouted, surprising Pikachu. "Yaki!" Pikachu couldn't help but snort in amusement at the non-sequitur. Not the most strange thing he'd ever heard shouted out, but it was up there. "Yaki?" The young Latios smiled sadly, and nodded. Yeah, her parents weren't really good with names. Oh. Almost immediately, a small Latias appeared, looking somewhat irritated. "Comb, if you have to go pee again, I swear who's that?" Pikachu glanced over to the newcomer, and the first thing he noted was her surprisingly oversized claws. And her slightly sharper seeming fangs. The electric type quickly suppressed his small pang of panic, and managed to school his face into an unimpressed, if almost bored, expression. The young Latios, apparently named Comb, gestured to Pikachu. "This is apparently one of the princess friends." The pharaoh-looking Latias blinked for a moment, before looking over at Pikachu, as if he grew a second and third head, and they were currently duking it out. "Friends? With the princess?" Comb nodded simply. Pikachu couldn't help but notice the Latios looking at his female compatriot fondly. "Yeah, they want me to go wake her up. Apparently him, and somebody named Ash, are old friends." Yaki looked around for a second, before looking back to Pikachu. She did the same as Comb, and looked behind him, as if expecting him to be hiding his friend with his non-existent girth. "Is Ash a shade? I don't see him. Or her." Comb shook his head, and shrugged. "No clue, although he said that he's waitin' somewhere. Either way, can you watch the door, while I go wake her up?" The young Latias looked at her friend as if he was crazy. You're actually gonna wake her up? Are you nuts? Well, if they really are her friends, and we don't tell her, she'll be, like, Beyond said. The Latias known as Yaki seemed to roll the response around in her head for a moment before she finally let out a sigh, and gave her friend a nod. Fine, fine. But if you die, I'm choosing Merim. Ah, what? He's a deech. The young Latias simply gave the male a smile, and giggled. She floated over to the male, and poked him in the nose with a claw. Then don't die. And, with that, Comb left, and left the odd pair alone. And Pikachu found himself hoping that this princess was actually their Latias. Latias found herself dreaming. She didn't dream often, and in all honesty, when she did, it was usually a nightmare. But this time, she dreamt, and dreamt well. The dream wasn't really all that clear, just images, happy thoughts and feelings. Perhaps they were of her brother, or Bianca and Lorenzo. Or, maybe even of Ash. But, regardless of their content, they were happy. Which was precisely why she was very unhappy when she was woken up to a poke on the side of her head. It was enough to wake her, but a second one managed to get added in before she could open her eyes, which only kindled her irritation. She frowned unhappily, and pushed down the urge to strangle her waker. Her eyes popped open, and she got a look at her newest victim. A young Latios, with stunningly bright set of familiar green eyes. Comb, it better be important, or you'll be stuck on door duty for another week. Comb smiled nervously, and nodded, backing up slightly. She suppressed a sigh, she wasn't going to hit him, no matter how much she wanted to. Someone is here to see you. Latias didn't react immediately, instead choosing to rub the sleep from her eyes. It was probably important, but not too much so, if they sent Comb. Is it Lorip? All she got from Comb was a shake of the head. Merim, then. Because I told him countless times, no. Comb shook his head, and opened his mouth to reply, but Latias interrupted him. Lulu. No. Amian. Nope. Was it any of the council members? Comb looked slightly nervous at that. No. Latias frowned, looked directly at Comb. Then why are you waking me? The young dragon withered under her cold stare, and forced out a response. Well. They requested you by name. Said they were old friends. Latias didn't expect that. However, this wasn't the first time someone claimed to be an old friend to get an audience. She let loose a sigh, and shook her head. And, what did they say their names were? Comb sat there for a short moment, and winced. Her only recalled the one. Well. I only remember one name, but the other one was a Pikachu. That got her attention, and Latias felt a surge of adrenaline suddenly surge through her, waking her up immediately. He had promised, but... What was the other name? She asked with a near shout. Comb jumped in surprise, and gave a hasty reply. The Pikachu said Ash. Latias froze immediately, and her heart nearly stopped, along with any thoughts of returning to sleep. After all this time. Ash was here. Sleep would have to wait. Perhaps until tomorrow, even. She had to stop herself from giving her side a pinch, just to be sure that she wasn't still asleep. Send them in immediately. Yes, milady. Comb immediately turned and left, leaving Latias alone. She quickly started feeling pangs of something she hadn't felt in a long time, panic. She knew that Ash promised to return someday, but she honestly expected him to at least call Bianca first, if had ever returned at all. She suddenly felt the urge to preen herself. Ash was coming, and she had but minutes to prepare. No, she didn't need to preen, she groomed herself fully yesterday. Should she acquire food? It was Ash, of course she did. She looked over to a nearby bush and saw that it had several oran berries, and she had never truly bothered to pick them before now. With nary a thought, she quickly shot over, and plucked one from its branches, popping it in her mouth. It was ripe, almost too much so, but it would do. Ash was never very picky. It would do for now. She looked around her bedding area. It was separate from absolutely everyone else's, and had a fair distance between. She liked the seclusion and frankly, she needed time away from everyone as often as she could. Her bedding was somewhat orderly, and there was very little trash around her little grove, only a few branches and a couple wrappers from some human food laying about in a near pile. She quickly picked what was left around her grove, crushed it into a dense ball, and threw it mindlessly into the sky. Right now, she didn't care where it landed, as long as it wasn't here. She gave a quick search of her little sleeping area, and made sure no one else was hiding in the shadows. She needed privacy, and the Shade twins were not to interfere. And while they said they were going to sleep, it wouldn't have been the first time they lied, and hid in her sleeping area, under the guise of keeping her safe. But, sure enough, her area was empty. She didn't have to worry about them eavesdropping, and she and Ash, along with Pikachu, would be able to say what they wanted and needed. She had a feeling this was important, if only due to the hour. And while Ash wasn't one for social niceties, he loved his sleep, and he wasn't that rude. She quickly gave several quick checks around the area, and, after making sure everything was as neat and perfect as she could get it, she found that she couldn't help herself, and breathed into her claw, and tested her breath. It wasn't terrible. She felt her face grow slightly warmer due to the incredulity of the previous act, but she didn't really care, she was alone. But, maybe, after all of this was done, she wouldn't be. For a short while, at least. Pikachu found that the Latias known as Yaki wasn't really one for talking. It had been 2 minutes, and after a couple attempts of making small talk, he found that it was simply less awkward sitting in silence. So. You said that you had a friend with you. Where is he? Pikachu looked tiredly over to the young Lottie, and frowned. Oh, so it wasn't alright when he asked the questions. However, he quickly sked it up, and answered her question. Well. He's outside. We thought we'd surprise Latias. But, instead, we found you too. Yaki nodded awkwardly, and the silence returned. Yaki shuffled around for a moment, before speaking again. So. Are you gonna go get him? The electric type blinked, before looking at Yaki. Huh? Why would I do that? Yaki blushed a bit. Well, we're gonna take you to the princess, she won't just meet you out here. The electric type sighed in irritation. Of course it wouldn't be easy. He couldn't just go in, and explain it all to Latias. Bring Ash in when it was safe. Alright, fine. Pikachu scowled as he turned to the entrance, and walked through, barely noting that Yaki had followed. The pair quickly found themselves in the street, and Pikachu immediately found Ash, leaning up against the wall, snoring. Yaki raised an eyebrow in amusement, and Pikachu sighed. Ah, come on. If I can't sleep, neither can you. Get up. Giving Ash an electrified kick, Pikachu was quickly forced to duck as a large blue wing swung overhead, nearly clipping the mouse in the head. I'm up. The suddenly roused Lottie then blearily glanced about, and found himself looking at a young Latias that definitely didn't look familiar. Pikachu? That's not Latias. The electric type put a paw to his head, and grumbled a bit. I know, Ash. I'm not that sleepy. Yaki, Ash. Ash, scary claw girl. Ash gave the Latias a blank, tired stare. Yaki, however, was much more active. Wow. Are you a sky dancer? I never have actually seen one before, I heard you guys can fly, like, forever. She floated around Ash's back, and looked at his wings. Whoa, your wingspan's a lot bigger than Combs. Granted, he's a current chaser, not a sky dancer, but still. Pikachu then watched as Yaki grinned mischievously, and poked Ash at the base of his wing. Ash immediately gave a yelp, and spun around, giving Yaki a glare. Why does everyone always go for the wings? Yaki held her oversized claws up in defense, and gave Ash a mischievous smirk. Just testing your reflexes. Hey, so I heard Skydancers can learn extreme speed. Is that true? Before Ash could answer, the smaller Latia's eyes glowed for a second, and Ash felt a small tingle. Almost immediately after, she smiled happily. So, you're not claimed, huh? I'm sure that nearly every Latias in town will be after you. Skydancers are exotic, she said in a somewhat sing-song voice. Pikachu sighed, and shook his head. She was just like a more animalistic, flirty Dawn. Wait, what? Yaki ignored Ash's confused reply, and spun around him again. I may even claim you myself. Ash couldn't help but wince at the familiar statement. Pikachu, however, was confused. Those two, Comb and Yaki, seemed quite into each other. Wait, I thought you and Comb are together. Yaki rolled her eyes, and smiled condescendingly. Shows what you know. We're not even claimed or anything. She then looked back to Ash, and smiled. We're just, as the humans say, dating. You know, the whole seeing other people while seeing each other thing. Neither Ash nor Pikachu could think of a proper response to this. However, Yaki took their silence as disapproval, and winced. Oh, please don't tell me you two are all anti-human. I get enough of that from Merim. Pikachu frowned, and shook his head. Some Pokémon didn't like humans. Such is life. No. Actually, Ash was human-raised. We just didn't expect that. Terminology. Nor did we expect you misunderstanding what dating meant so badly. Yaki let out a breath, and smiled at the pair. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Not very many Pokémon use human ideas, huh? She then grabbed Ash by the claw, and pulled him towards the entrance to the sanctuary, giving Ash little time to recover from the sudden JRK. Anyway. Let's go get you to see the princess. Ash tried to resist the pulling, but she didn't relent, and he just began hesitantly following the young Latias, as did Pikachu. They quickly entered the sanctuary, and found themselves spotting the familiar view of the sanctuary. But, Ash barely had a moment to look around before he saw that they were being led further in. So, where are you two from? How do you know the Princess of Ultimari? Ash looked to Pikachu, who was frowning, but he didn't really say anything, and just shook his head. Well, we met her and her brother when we were vacationing here 2 years ago. Pikachu shook his head. 3 years ago. Ash blinked. 3. Really? Yaki blinked, and her expression shifted to surprise, and then, excitement. Wait, you knew the prince? Whoa, was he cool? The princess says he was the greatest guardian of Ultimari ever. Ash didn't say anything for a second, before smiling sadly. Yeah, he was cool. I was there, you know, when he died. The Pharaoh Latias didn't really say anything for a second. She simply sat there, before looking toward the sky. So, you were the guys that saved the princess, huh? Ash sat there for a moment, before giving a hesitant nod, and Yaki sighed. She doesn't talk much, you know. Always quiet. She's just there. She makes sure we got what we need, and fights for us if she has to, but, beyond that, she's just distant. Was she always like that? Ash couldn't help but frown at the Latia's words. That didn't sound like his friend at all. No, she was a very happy girl, when we knew her. Nodding, the young Latias gave Ash a small smile, and sighed. I hope that you can help her then. I think she needs it. She always looks so. The Latia's words teetered out, and the young Skydancer gave a single blink. She then sighed. I think she needs a friend. Both Ash and Pikachu looked at each other in surprise, before looking back to Yaki. So, W dash. The princess will see you now. Ash jumped slightly at the sudden voice, and looked over. It was another Latios. Pikachu quickly noted that it wasn't Comb. In fact, he was twice his size. The elder Lottie gave a polite nod, and what would have passed for a smile, had it came from anyone else. I am Amian, and I will be your escort. The pair looked at each other, before Ash awkwardly nodded. The pair looked over to the young Latias, who stared at the older for a moment. Dad? Why are you their escort? The older of the pair thought quietly for a moment, before replying. Because the princess considers them important enough to give them an escort, and I am trusted enough by her for this task. Now, Comb will return soon. Return your watch over your siblings. I will be home shortly. Yaki nodded in acceptance, and floated off, leaving the pair alone with the considerably larger Latios. Come, I shall lead you to her. The pair had no choice but to awkwardly follow the Latios. The pair was admittedly quite familiar with the sanctuary, they had ventured through it for many hours before, and it wasn't really the most complicated park. Sure, it was absurdly large, but it was mostly open, and all the paved paths lead to the same spot, the Soul Dew. But, regardless, they apparently had to have an honor guard. The pair made their way through the garden slowly, passing what seemed to be multitudes of sleeping, drowsing, or patrolling Lati. Pikachu couldn't help but be surprised at the amount. There had to be almost 100 Lati here, in the open, where they could see them, and frankly, there was around a dozen areas that were just like this. Ash was just as amazed, if not more so, seeing as he was now technically one of them. We're here. Pikachu gave the older Lati a nod, and thanked him. He then watched as Amian floated off, back towards the entrance, and, once he was out of sight, he turned to Ash. So. You just wait here, and I'll go explain everything to Latias. Just wait for me to call for you. All right? Ash gave a tired nod, and Pikachu smiled. All right. Cross your claws. Cross your claws. Pikachu took one final breath to calm himself, and slowly and deliberately, he entered the grove. The first thing he saw was Latias. He looked around, and noticed that this little area was quite enclosed. It was almost like a bedroom, and it held itself as such. She gave him a very slight smile, but she didn't seem to have much focus on him. Hello, Latias. Latias, to Pikachu's surprise, only gave a nod of acknowledgement, before looking back to the entrance to her grove. Hello, Pikachu. He blinked. No hug. Squeal of glee. She was barely smiling. He pondered quietly for a moment, and Yaki's words came back to him. Pikachu shuffled awkwardly, and simply sat there, thinking of what he was going to say. Latias waited for a moment, staring expectantly at the entrance, but, when Ash never entered, she looked over to Pikachu. So, where is Ash? I was told that he was here, or coming. He is, but, there's, been a bit of an. Let's call it an accident. Was Pikachu's reply. Latia's faint smile immediately turned into a frown. Comb gave no mention of an accident. Pikachu, what happened? Well, it's hard to explain. Latias practically popped from existence, before instantly reappearing inches away from Pikachu's face. She didn't look very happy. His words weren't loud, but they carried steel behind them. What happened? Pikachu actually fell backwards in surprise. That was either a extremely fast agility, or she learned to teleport. Latias moved forward a bit. She forced herself to keep calm, and she spoke again. Where is he, Pikachu? Is he safe? Yes. Well, he's got a couple scratches, and his side has a big bruise, but he's fine. Kinda. Latias gave him a glare. He wasn't giving her what she wanted to know. So, where is he? Pikachu started to sweat a little. This was going downhill faster than an Arcanine with its tail on fire. Ash is outside, but, well, he's not the same. I thought you said he was fine. Latias all but growled out. She was starting to lose her temper, and she forced herself to rein it in. Pikachu backed up a bit, and winced. He is, it's just a temporary setback dash. Heh, hi, Latias. Pikachu froze, and Latias' head swiveled over to the newcomer. Pikachu couldn't help but sigh. Ash, you're brave, brave fool. More fool than brave, if anything. I thought I said to wait until I called for you. Latias stared at Ash for a moment, the gears in her mind whirring. She gave the Latios a blank stare for a moment, unable to think of a proper response, before simply asking the very first thing on her mind. And who are you? Ash blushed a bit, and gave an awkward smile. Latias, it's me, Ash. No, you're not. Was Latias' reply. It was said with a tone of finality, as if she was stating that the sky was blue. She felt a large pang of severe annoyance. Ash was hurt, and in trouble, Pikachu wouldn't tell her where he was, and this Joker just entered her grove without permission. Ash, on the other hand, blinked in surprise, and looked over to Pikachu. I thought you were gonna tell her. The starter sighed, and glared at Ash. Yeah, I was. You just barged in here. Ash frowned, and continued staring at the mouse. You called my name. Pikachu growled in exasperation, and rushed over to Ash. Fine, okay, well, Latias, this is Ash now. Latias felt her annoyance shift to anger. What was going on? No, it's not. So, I ask again, who are you? Pikachu grimaced, he knew this would happen if they didn't handle this right. This was like Iris all over again. Latias, this is Ash. Trust me. The young dragoness froze for a second, at the words, but quickly shook her head. She was missing something. Pikachu, hypnosis is a powerful attack. And almost any psychic type can use it, if skilled enough. She then turned to Ash, and gave a glare. So, what did you do to Ash? I didn't do anything. Latias felt a pang of irritation, and quickly charged up a shadow claw. She didn't know what was going on, and this stranger was holding Pikachu under his sway. Once the problem was removed, Pikachu might be able to answer her. However, before she could do anything, Pikachu immediately jumped in front of Ash, and started sparking. She hesitated. While Pikachu wasn't Ash, he was still a friend. She wouldn't hurt him without a good reason. The pair stood there for a moment, before Ash decided that he had enough. Stop! Pikachu almost immediately stood down, but Latias took a few seconds before she stopped her already formed attack. But once she did, she instead gave Ash a heavy glare. What can I do to make you believe me? Latias blinked. That was a hefty question. What could he do? A skilled enough psychic could read her surface thoughts, and answer questions only she would know the answer of. She was skilled, but there was always the chance of this unknown Latios being that much better. But, after a short thought, she decided on a method. Let me into your mind, and read your memories. That is the only way. Ash thought about it for a moment, before nodding. If she needed to see his memories, so be it. He gave an acquiescing nod, and bowed his head. Latias stared for a moment, and continued her glare. If I find you're not who you say you are, I'll kill you then and there. Ash blinked nervously, but after a moment, nodded, wondering when Latias got so severe. Latias' eyes began to glow blue, and, without warning, Ash's life ran past his eyes. His 8th birthday. Pikachu. Failing to save Pikachu from Mutwo's Pokeballs. And then, another Tauros. Lugia's back. Being told he made a cute couple with May. Charizard catching him. A single half ribbon. Dash, he's part Mankey. Dash, yay. Ultimari in the distance. Dash, hey, you leave her alone. Dash, we're trying to prevent a fashion statement. Dash, that was a dirty trick. Dash, hey, are you okay? Dash, this is the defense mechanism of Ultimari. Dash, it looks like Latias made a new friend. Dash, hey, give that back. Aerodactyl flying for them. Latias rubbing her head against his cheek. Dash, Latios gave his life. Dash. Latios. And, as Latios. Dash, Latios has the ability to SI dash. Lat. And, without warning, Latias leaned in and kiss. Ash replacing the last gem in the ocean temple. Slowly sinking. Dash, Ash, I believe in you. Losing to Tobias. And, then Arceus. Dialga. Zoroark then Lo. Dash, Pikachu. And, the man pulls a gun. Dash, I think I'll call you Ash. Dash, you know, I haven't been claimed. And, while you're young, I think we'd make beautiful. Dash. Ash almost fell to the ground as he was pulled back out of his own mind, and reflexively rubbed his head. It felt like a strange mix of malleable putty and jiggly jello all at the same time. He glanced up, and saw Latias sitting there, looking completely gobsmacked. She didn't make a single movement, say a single word, or do anything but stare in surprise at nothing in particular for almost a minute. But, when she did finally react, her expression changed from shocked, to absolutely furious. Before either of them could react, she shot forward, and Ash reared back in reflex, but before he knew it, she had to pin to a tree. And, to his ever greater surprise, he found that she was roughly kissing him. Ash couldn't help but sit there, completely unsure what to do, and unable to speak, for obvious reasons. From the side, Pikachu simply sat there, jaw dropped, staring at the pair in sheer bewilderment. After a couple seconds, Ash tried to lift an arm, but it was quickly pinned by Latia's own. She growled lowly, as if daring him to try something, and started to bite his lip, making him wince. She continued to kiss him, and his lips began to tingle, but, before he could run out of breath, she let go, and he hit the ground like a sack of hammers. He panted a couple seconds, but, before he could recover or formulate a reply, Latias claimed his ear with her teeth. Af. Wa de bipstibit IEPRMEP. She growled out, and Ash couldn't help but yelp in pain. She held his ear for a couple seconds, before letting go, and letting loose a very loud and admittedly deranged-sounding growl, before floating over to Pikachu with a fire in her eyes. You! Why didn't you keep him safe? Pikachu still hadn't recovered from his utter astonishment, and only managed to look at her blankly. Latias growled again in anger, and instead turned back around, and glared at Ash. And you? Do you have a death wish? I've never seen anyone risk their lives more pointlessly. You have people who care, damn it. Ash didn't respond. He was, admittedly, still in shock from the kiss and bite combo. Latias put her claws up to the side of her head, and held it in anger for a moment, before taking several deep, calming breaths. The pair of shocked Pokémon simply stared, and, after a minute, she seemed to find her balance. Ash. She moved slowly towards him, and he almost flinched when she stopped only a foot away. Ash stared for a moment, and, without warning, Latias leapt forward and grabbed him tightly, holding him close with her arms. You really scared me. She sat there for a second, holding him, before letting go, and backing up. Wait here. I will return with food. And Pikachu, keep him from trouble for, I don't know, 5 minutes. Can you manage that? Pikachu gave a slow nod, and Latias sighed. Very well. I will return shortly. She then turned, and exited the grove. After a moment, Pikachu's mind caught up with current events. What the hell just happened? And, while Pikachu sat there, baffled, Ash had a different thought. Was that oran berries? Latias managed to get outside the garden, before the complete weight of her previous actions came crashing down, and she hit her head off of a wall in sheer exasperation. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why did I do that? She took a couple deep breaths, and slowly rubbed her face, recalling her actions. She just kissed him. No warning, no consent, just pin him to the tree, and make out with him. No, she reminded herself, I claimed him. She wasn't working by human laws, but Lottie. And Lottie laws were much more irritating. Latias growled lightly, and clenched her claws. She knew that, over the past year, her temper had been getting worse, but she honestly didn't know it was that bad. If she thought she'd claim Ash in a fit of rage, she'd have found a way to deal with her temper much more efficiently. Okay, she told herself, just go over what happened. Alright, Ash is here. And he is now a Latios, for some unknown reason. That was good. And, immediately upon finding out that he was, in fact, Ash, she gave him a big rant about how stupid he was, after losing her temper and kissing him, instead of treating him as someone who has saved the world twice as many times as she had ever left the city. That was bad. Oh, and she apparently claimed him, right in front of Pikachu. That was terrible, but, on the bright side, it was extremely unlikely that Pikachu didn't know what a claim even entailed, or how it was done. Or, heck, what it even was. But, when he found out, and, frankly, he would, there would be no real way to deny her intent behind it. An extremely NTMT act, done in front of the guy's best friend. Might as well have Bianca make a painting of it, and hang it in his mother's living room. It would go good, right beside her stuffed pelt, once his mom finds out and guts her. She'd seen his memories of her, and frankly, she didn't blame him for fearing her. Latias let loose another exasperated sigh, and shook her head. Tomorrow was going to be nothing but damage control, she could tell. Hopefully, she hadn't already destroyed everything beyond repair. Ash eventually regained his senses. Sure, it took a while, due to the already large amounts of stress and exhaustion, but, when he finally came to, the first thing he did was put his claws up to his lips, and blush bright enough to be mistaken for a Latias. Did she, He then slumped up against the tree Latias had pinned him to, and put his head in his claws. Why? Pikachu, on the other hand, had plenty of time to recover. He instead found himself worrying on the connotations of what this meant. He knew Latias liked Ash, and frankly, he knew Ash was at least fond of Latias. Heck, normally, he was sure that if they were put in the same room, and left them alone for a week, they'd be together by the end anyway, as long as Latias wasn't too shy, and Ash too dense. But now, he hadn't the slightest. He lazily glanced over to his partner in a sick mix of amusement, sadness, and exhaustion. This was either gonna end really good, or really, really bad. Hey Ash, are you? Well, no, that's obvious. Let's go with, are you okay? Ash immediately gave his starter a glare that could melt tungsten, and gave a growl along with it. Pikachu blinked, and shook his head. I'll take that as a no. The young dragon nodded, and let loose a large sigh, and leaned further into the tree he was slumped against. He sat there for a moment, and after a moment, managed to piece together a sentence. Pikachu. What just happened? Well, I think you're gonna be a father. The starter light-heartedly joked. Ash immediately gave him another glare, and Pikachu sighed. Alright, too soon, I get it. Well, all I remember is her kissing you, giving you a hug, and leaving. Said something about food. So, we got that going for us. But, other than that, no clue. Ash sighed, and laid back down. He then leaned up a bit, and tiredly looked at his starter. Hey Pikachu. Does everything seem different to you? Well, before she flipped out, anyway. Pikachu rolled his eyes. He knew Ash was tired, but that large-clawed Latias spelled it out pretty clearly. No, I thought she was cheerier than last time. The young dragon raised his eyebrow. Pikachu always got like this when he was tired. Never a straight answer with him. So, think something happened? Pikachu shrugged. Ash, something did happen, and we were there for it. I mean, Latias lost her brother, and then you had to leave a week later. Admittedly wasn't our cleanest goodbye, either. We probably should have stayed longer. So, are you saying this is our fault? The electric type sighed. In all honesty, Latias wasn't the most stable girl before she lost her brother. Leaving so soon, after becoming her closest friend, couldn't have helped her. Maybe. She was a year younger than you when this all happened to her, and I don't think you weren't ready for it either, and you barely knew the guy. You had trouble sleeping for weeks, and you knew Latios for, 5 hours? What do you think Latias went through? Pikachu said unhappily. He sighed, and slumped onto his back. She's probably pretty unbalanced. She was really clingy with you before we left. Probably was using you as a crutch. Ash groaned, and did the same. So, what should we do? Pikachu sighed. Why did they always somehow get in the middle of all these problems? Heck if I know, I'm not a poke psychologist. In the end, I guess we just do our best, Ash. The young Latios sighed, and shook his head. She liked him, and was a close friend. And he screwed up, and hurt her. How could he make that up? Wait, she liked him. Liked him. He knew nothing about relationships. About romance. But would him trying make her happy? The idea was there. I think I'll give her a chance. Pikachu blinked, and tilted his head. What kind of chance? Wait, a chance as in, staying here. Ash gave Pikachu a shrug, and a light blush formed on his cheeks. I meant the other way. The starter had to think for a moment to get what he meant. Wait, you mean huggy stuff? Really? Yeah. To be honest, I think I always thought. Well, maybe. Pikachu blinked. Wait, what? Ash, you're running off of 2 nights of no sleep. Let's just calm down, and get some sleep in you before we decide anything. Ash blushed a bit. I always thought she was kinda cute. Plus, she was the only one interested. Pikachu shook his head in exasperation, and flopped onto his back. I'm still trying to figure out how you went from asking if we want to stay, to settling down, and getting a mate. And even then, you do realize that literally every girl you've traveled with wanted to date you, right? You have literally the pick of the crop. Ash stared for a minute, and blinked. What, really? Yes. And that Latias from before, Yaki Sack, or whatever, was checking you out too. Ash blinked. Wow. Ash, you're as dense as a Regirock, and the universe seems to see to it that you will remain so. And, right now, you're being weird. Can we just, calm down, and think? Ash grumbled a bit, and sighed. What did I say wrong? Pikachu just rubbed his face unhappily, and sighed. Ash, just. Have you listened to yourself? No. Was Ash's uncertain reply. Pikachu raised a very tired eyebrow. Obviously. Ash nodded perhaps a bit too quickly. All I'm saying is that I knew that she was the only one I knew was interested. Because of the kiss. Ash nodded again. Yeah. Pikachu rubbed his eyes, and grumbled unhappily, much like his trainer did not moments ago. Fine. Just wake me up when Latias gets here. I'll think of some baby names later. Maybe, when I wake up, we'll actually do some thinking, without using a certain part of our bodies. Pikachu then padded over to his trainer's side, and nestled himself in it, ignoring his body's fervent protests. Good night. Ash just rolled his eyes. Good night, Pikachu. And then, Pikachu, and, almost immediately after, his trainer, both passed on to the realm of sleep. Pikachu, wake up. The electric starter woke almost immediately. The voice wasn't loud, or angry, or even desperate. And yet, his body felt compelled to obey. He blearily opened his eyes, and shook his head weakly, trying to quickly rid it of sleep. I'm up, I'm up. What ya need? After taking a moment to compose himself, he looked tiredly around, and found himself looking at the expecting face of Latias. Latias? Ugh. What time is it? It is just before dawn. Pikachu rubbed at his eyes with a paw, and sighed. Of course it was. He didn't respond immediately, and instead stretched himself a bit, before looking back to Latias. How long have we been asleep? An hour. I normally would have let you rest, but we need to talk. Pikachu blinked and stretched himself a bit more, before snuggling further into Ash's side and giving the Dragoness a curt nod. Oh yeah, we do. And, seeing as Ash is asleep, I can actually say what I want, instead of dancing around the facts. Latias gave the starter a curt nod, and floated off. That is precisely why I woke you. Now, let us go. She only managed to get 15 feet away, however, when she noticed that Pikachu didn't follow. Are you coming? Pikachu gave the legendary a shake of the head. Nah. Ash is all warm, and I'm comfy. Besides, he's a heavy sleeper. We'd have to have a screaming match to wake him up. And we're not gonna have one of those, right? Latias raised an eyebrow, but gave him a nod. The mouse was surprisingly subtle. She would almost smile, but she had more important things weighing on her mind. Very well. First of all, I wish to ask you about your plans. Are you intending to stay for a long length of time? Or, are you just stopping by? Pikachu thought for a moment, recalling Ash's previous statement, before giving a small shrug. She didn't need to know that. At least, not yet. You know, I'm not really sure. Ash said he wants to stay a bit, but, to him, a bit could be a week, or the 3-month wait before the Indigo League starts. Latias nodded, and quietly let out the breath she was holding. That didn't answer her most pressing question, but it gave her hope. All right. I insist that you share my bedding area with me. In all actuality, I don't trust the other Latias to leave Ash alone, nor do I trust them not to use you as a quick snack if they catch you sleeping. None are allowed in my bedding space without my permission, and taking something from there is even worse. You will be safe. The electric type nodded, and gave the legendary a small smile. All right. Thanks, I guess. But, I don't think that's all you wanted to say. Latias nodded. Now for the hard part. Yes, you are right. I wish to sincerely apologize for my previous behavior. Pikachu looked over to Ash's sleeping face, and back to Latias, his light frown barely visible in the moonlight. He didn't do much else for a moment, before he stood up, and ventured over to the young Dragoness. You know, I'm pretty sure that you'll have to ask Ash for that, not me. The Dragoness sighed, and nodded. I know. But, I'm starting with you. Pikachu smiled a bit at that, and nodded. Alright, but, as I said. But, now I got something to say. I actually had this big rant set up, to yell at you, but I kinda forgot it when I was asleep. So I am gonna just wing it, alright? Sorry if it SCKS, but, what can you do? Latias raised her eyebrow slightly, but nodded. Very well. I will hear what you have to say. Pikachu looked up to the moon, and began. Now, I thought about this a bit after you left, and this really isn't the rant, but Ash is the most important thing I have. He's my trainer, father, brother, and son, all in one. He's Really all I got. And, don't take this as a complaint. Ash is enough. And, as I said, he is extremely important to me. If you do anything to hurt him, I will hurt you. I will burn and salt your fields, take everything you love, all that stuff. You understand? Latias nodded, wearing a small frown. Yes. Pikachu sighed, and gave the icy Latias a nod. I got more. Just, let me compose it. And, if I'm gonna tell a story, I'll do it right. Ash's starter then took a deep breath and gathered himself, before looking fondly over to his current pillow, a sleeping Latios. He smiled, and looked back to Latias. All right. I think I got it. Once upon a time, me, and more importantly, Ash, got tired. Now, that's normal for most, but for Ash, this was a first. He had always been somewhat restless, and he never really liked slowing down. So, when Misty and Brock both asked Ash if he wanted to go to some island, being so close to the end of his journey through Johto, that when he agreed, we were all surprised. So, because of the fact that Ash agreed, we immediately went on a vacation to the island of Ultimari. Pretty place, I think you should visit sometime. Latias continued to stare blankly, the gears in her mind turning. Pikachu smiled sadly at the loss of his joke, and continued. So, we go to this island. And, remember, Ash was tired. He went through a lot that year, he saved the world once, and Johto twice, with Lugia, the unknown, and Celebi all endangering the world in their own special way. But Ash, being who he was, saved them all, and kept everyone safe. So, he ventures through Ultimari, and spots a young girl, being attacked by a pair of Team Rocket members, Annie, and Oakley. Latias didn't really outwardly react, and Pikachu ignored her. So, Ash, uncaring for his own safety, as Ash really likes doing, jumps into the fray, and saves her, with my help. The girl gives him a smile, and runs off, but not before leading us to our friends, which was nice of her, I guess. Ash, however, feels conflicted. Why was this girl attacked? So, when he sees a girl that looks like her, he immediately gives chase. But, he finds out, that the girl is not the one from before, and she yells at him. But, undeterred, or completely bull-headed, not sure which, Ash continues his search for the girl he saved. And, he finds her. Pikachu scooted slightly closer to Ash, and patted him lightly with his paw. Turns out, this girl is a Pokémon, the legendary Latias. She was kind, and friendly, and, if I had to choose a word to describe her, bubbly. Happy. Cheerful. Almost literally anything but what you're being right now. And, this bubbly, cheery, happy girl gives Ash something few have given him freely. Friendship. Latias couldn't help but look surprised at this, and opened her mouth to speak, but Pikachu interrupted her. You see, while Ash had made many friends on his travels, but almost all of them had a reason, a want from him. They wanted him to win them a race, to replace their bike, to save their Pokémon, to just get away. And, while their friendship wasn't any lesser, nor was it any weaker than the friendship that was freely given, the boy couldn't help but long for the friendship that he didn't feel he needed to actively earn. Silly, and, to be honest, completely pointless, but I think he earned the right to be selfish in that. But this girl, she asked for nothing. Sure, he already saved her, but that was freely given, and her friendship mirrored that. At least, it did to him. Pikachu then looked over to Latias for a moment, contemplating his choice of words. After a moment, he found them. So, Latias, I have a question. What happened? Latias couldn't help herself as she gave the electric type a blank stare. She had been distracted by his story, however short, and the completely unexpected question broke her facade a little. What do you mean? Pikachu continued to pet his sleeping trainer's neck, but his eyes met nothing but hers. I'm not very old, you know. But I have experienced more than most. I have helped save the world tons of times, fought gods, and spat in the face of every single one of the great sins personified. And yet, rarely have I seen someone go from being kind, loving, and cheerful, to seemingly apathetic, territorial, and colder than Kyurem's ice. I know why you kissed Ash like that. We both know. A random Latias had tried to take what you think is yours. And, honestly, she no right doing what she did, and that someone trying to do that to Ash bothered you immensely. Hell, it bothered me a ton, and I'm sure that, if I got any decent amount of sleep anytime soon, I will have nightmares of what could have happened, had Norman not interfered. But frankly, we both also know that you never used to think of Ash as yours. So, again, what happened? Latias sat there quietly for a moment, and her eyes floated past the frowning electric type, and passed onto the sleeping dragon. She sat in complete silence for a moment, before finally formulating a reply. Alright, Pikachu. You told me your story. So, now I'll tell you one. Once upon a time, there was a young dragon. She was, while not unhappy, content. She lived all her short life in the city of Altamari, with her brother, and their 2 caretakers. She wasn't all that old, nor was she all that experienced. In fact, she hadn't even reached her 12th birthday. So, she, who knew so little of the world, and knew less of the ones that lived in it, found herself longing for something. She looked over to Ash, who slept quietly. Because, in the end, she had no real friends. Sure, she knew Bianca, but she was more her brother's friend, and they were close. She watched often in the distance, as they spent time together, and grew jealous. Sure, she had a few Pokémon she spent time with, but they neither had the free time, nor the same likes, as the young Lottie. She grew lonely, and, while not unhappy, she found that she longed for a friend of her own. And then, she saw Ash. She could almost feel it in her gut, that, for whatever reason, this boy would be important to her. So, she watched him. But, when she left to go home for dinner, she was attacked by a pair of monsters. But, before anything could happen to her, this young boy, the one who she felt would be special, saved her. She couldn't help but smile lightly at this. And this was where she made her first mistake. Pikachu pet his head, and frowned. What do you mean? Latias sighed, and looked toward the brightly shining moon. Ah, it's cliché, but she fell in love. Pikachu simply blinked. The young girl fell in love with the gallant knight that saved her. She didn't know it at the time, as she was just taking her first steps into the deep end of the pool. So, she leads him back, all while plotting on how to bring her new friend home without her brother finding out, because he was protective, far more protective than she wished. And so, without any real options, she leaves the boy, and decides to sneak him into the sanctuary, simply by offering to cover her brother's watch, so he can go spend time with Bianca. Who, may I add, was so close to him that the girl couldn't tell if there would be wedding bells at some point. The brother agrees happily, and her plan is set in motion. Once her brother is gone, she quickly finds her object of affection, and leads the boy back to her home, and tries to play. Thing got worse, then better, and, after playing for a while, Ash leaves. The girl is ecstatic, finally, a friend she can have as her own, one that cares for her, not her position, nor her ability to feed them. But, the pair of monsters, in the night, break into her home, and kidnap her brother and attempt to do the same to her, but, through sheer luck and her brother's protective streak, she managed to escape. But, they then steal the most important item the pair of siblings had, the soul dew. She goes to the one person that could help, the knight that saved her before. The pair end up saving her brother, but, in the struggle, and with the foolish human's lack of knowledge, the soul dew is destroyed. So, her brother, the one constant in her life, dies, so he can become the next soul dew, to maintain the balance of the 8, and, more importantly, keep the city they lived in, and loved, alive. She found herself totally alone, and, although she knew this was coming, the one who she cared for, the friend she made, had to leave as well. He promised to visit someday, but left. And, then, when she was all alone, more Lottie came. Pikachu frowned a bit, but said nothing. They entered Altamari, and asked for a place to live. But, as it was her territory, as guardian. It's funny, Lottie Law is so much like humans, and yet, so different. But, anyway, fresh off of losing the two people she cared the most for, she becomes responsible for a few Lottie. And, quickly, a few become 10, and 10 became 20. 20, 40. 40. Hundreds. She became responsible for making sure they were all fed, that they all had the best places to sleep, and to make patrol routes, like her brother did, for all the new Lottie to use, to protect the city, and, just as importantly, the soul dew. Now, she had a massive amount of responsibility, where she previously had none. Now, she had countless suitors, when her heart was already given to another. And now, she learned the consequences of being raised by humans. She knew nothing about being a Lottie, besides how to fight, fly, hunt and hide. She sat down for a moment, and said nothing. The pair of awake Pokémon sat there, for a moment, before Pikachu spoke. And? Latias frowned, and looked down to the electric type. And, what? You want the rest of the story? Pikachu nodded. Sure. I think that I'll keep it to myself, for now. The mouse couldn't help but raise a brow. Why? Because you haven't earned it. Pikachu couldn't help but stare at her, slightly insulted. What? What do you mean, I haven't earned it? Latias sighed, and shook her head. You, Pikachu, expect too much. We may have been friends, maybe, be only just. I bonded close with Ash, not you, and you will need to earn my story. It is mine, and, to be frank, it's all I truly have anymore, beyond my status and the soul dew. The electric mouse frowned, and sighed unhappily. Fine then. So, what is your intentions with Ash? The Lottie frowned. I did say I loved him, didn't I? Pikachu sighed unhappily, and shook his head. You know, Ash won't just roll over for you. Guy's a teddy bear, but he isn't one to do what he's told. The dragoness mouth turned slightly upward. I know. I knew that from the beginning. The starter rolled his eyes, and stopped scratching his trainer's neck. Well, cool story, bro. My advice? Put that human-raised upbringing to use. Court him, ask him out, whatever. Ash was born and raised a human, he'll understand that better than biting his ear to claim him as yours. That is not how one claims another. Pikachu shrugged. He always did say that he knew little about dragon types. It is for most, but I guess every Pokémon is, in fact, different in some way. Then what was the whole ear-biting thing? She sighed unhappily, and spoke to Pikachu in what sounded to be an extremely practiced tone. That is how Lottie show their displeasure to their loved ones. Mates, claimed, offspring. And which one is he? Latias didn't really respond, and simply ignored the statement. She couldn't really answer, and frankly, she didn't want to. Pikachu, why did you tell me the story? The electric starter looked back over to Ash, and smiled again. Because, Ash would like you to be happy. And, to make you happy, we need to find out why you're unhappy. That, and I literally made it up as I went along. Latias gave the electric type a glare. You wish to know why I'm unhappy? I believe I already told you. I lost my brother, lost Ash, and gained far more responsibility beyond my will. Is that not enough reasons to be unhappy? Pikachu shook his head. Maybe, maybe not. Just because a lion is angry doesn't mean it has a thorn in its paw. Latias stared for a moment, before sighing heavily. Very well. But, my intentions are clear. I desire to court, claim, and make Ash my own, and make myself his. Any objections? Pikachu put a paw to his chin, and made an exaggerated thinking pose. Yes. The dragoness frowned, and looked at Pikachu. Is it that I am now a closed-off, cold, utter beach of a Latias? Those aren't the words I would use, but, sure, why not? Latias raised an eyebrow. And what would you use? Pikachu smirked. I would have used cow instead of beach. Novia was a beach. So, you think I'm an utter cow? Pikachu shook his head. Not really, but it sounds funnier. And, for a short moment, Latias couldn't help but smile slightly in amusement. Pikachu smiled in return, and pushed forward. So, who said that to you? The young Latias actually gave a bittersweet smile at that. A suitor who I denied. Is that suitor a part of the story? Latias snorted at the idea. No, he is not even a footnote. And yet, it was what he called me that stuck. If anything, it gave me something to work with. What do you mean? Pikachu inquired. I mean, it gave me a persona. I could be a utter frozen beach that no one would approach. Pikachu frowned a bit, and decided that this was a good spot to end it. You know, that won't help you with Ash. Latia's faint smile faded faintly, and nodded. I know. The starter gave an exaggerated yawn, before laying down beside Ash. This had been an interesting talk. So, I'm gonna go back to sleep now, unless you need more. Latias shook her head. No. I will retire as well. Pikachu was about to close his eyes, but Latias stopped him. Oh, and, so you know. Tomorrow, when we wake, Ash is mine, and mine alone. The electric type nodded, and just rolled over. As long as you don't eat him or get him saddled with a kid, that's fine with me. You know my terms. He then closed his eyes.